Procedures, please review the full printed meeting agenda provided. Manager Leonard, will you call the roll?
Yes. Commissioner Weich, Commissioner Abrams, Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Here.
Commissioner Lee. Here. Thought you were. Commissioner Dish. Commissioner Mills.
Here.
Commissioner Weatherby.
Here.
Commissioner Adams. Here. Commissioner Norton.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. We are going to move on to item number 3, approval of the agenda. I'm going to throw it to Manager Leonard real quick because we have a quick change potentially.
Yes, there was been a suggestion by a couple commissioners that we reverse items 11A and 11B, as one might relate to the other. So I would propose a motion to the effect that the agenda is approved with the modification to move 11A to immediately follow item 11B.
I would make that motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Adams, seconded by Commissioner Lee. Is there any discussion on the agenda modification? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of July 15th, 2025 meeting? Moved by Commissioner Mills, seconded by Commissioner Weatherby. Any discussion of the minutes? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Next up are reports to the Planning Commission and written communications. Councilmember Dish is running a little late, so we will start with the manager report from Mr. Leonard.
Yeah, I just want to draw your attention to one item. There was a series of documents included in the agenda packet regarding to the upcoming action on the capital improvements plan. As a reminder, we are providing that to you now. However, it will be discussed at your August 12th work session. If there are any particular questions that you would like to that we would like to make sure we address, please provide those to us by the end of the day tomorrow. We will be planning on that work session on the 12th and then subsequent adoption at the September 2nd Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you. Do you have any, in lieu of Commissioner or Councilmember Dish being here, any tidbits to share?
Well, no council meeting was held yesterday
Right.
because it's been rescheduled till after today's election, so let's leave it there.
Cool. Okay. Any other commissioner, officers, or committee liaisons have anything to report? Commissioner Weatherby.
Just that the ZBA did approve a rezoning, I didn't write this down, for the 2525 Ann Arbor-Saline. So we will continue that discussion here, but
Variance application.
variance, sorry.
Yep.
I knew, I was like, as I'm talking.
And ORC met 2 weeks ago. Commissioner Mills is pulling up what we talked about. I know we talked about ADU ordinance
And big
revisions.
sign.
Big signs.
And I can't find my agenda fast enough.
Yeah, the Ordinance Revisions Committee discussed 3 topics. One was bike parking.
Okay, that's right.
The Ordinance Revisions Committee recommended that those proposed changes advance to the Planning Commission, so we'll be likely scheduling those in September. They also discussed developer signage. This came up during the changes to the Community Participation Ordinance. And they also discussed a proposed text amendment received by the Ann Arbor Community Land Trust and provided some feedback on that. We will be scheduling that for the 19th, presenting both the proposed language from the applicant and some alternative language that staff is proposing as an option for the Planning Commission.
Thank you. I'll also note written communications are included in today's packet, and you also have some printouts in front of you of some that were received last minute. Okay. We are moving on now to item number 6, which is public comment. This is an opportunity for individuals to speak for up to 3 minutes on issues not listed as a public hearing. We will first hear from those present, then remote participants. To speak remotely, press star 9 if on the phone, or use the raise hand feature in Zoom. For phone access, call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. If anyone present would like to speak at this time, come on up to the podium.
Yeah,
I've lived 40 years on Arbor-Saline Road, and I back up to the lot here. And so I've lived there for 40 years. Is this the right time for me?
No, so you'll come back up when we get to, that's item 10B.
I apologize.
No, you're good, you're good.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so the 2525 Ann Arbor-Saline Road rezoning, there is a public hearing for, and there's, thank you. 1007 Woodland Avenue. So if you're here to speak about those, we will call you later. Any other topics, come on up.
Hello, my name's Will Leaf. I live at 528 North State. I want to thank the commission and the planning manager for all their hard work so far. My comment is about some of these peripheral R3 and R4 areas that the commission is currently considering. And I would suggest putting those remaining parcels in transition rather than creating a new subcategory within residential. And the reason is I think transition allows for more flexibility for commercial uses. And in a lot of these areas, I think it's currently very hard to walk or even drive short distances to any commercial activities. I grew up in peripheral R3. I didn't call it that growing up, but I was north of the highway on Newport West, and my parents still live there. And whenever my dad or my mom need food, my dad will drive to Plum Market or Kroger every single time for anything. And I think a lot of residents would really appreciate it if there was commercial closer to where they live in these peripheral areas. So that's the main reason. I think also if you introduce a residential category, a new subcategory, I think that's going to be confusing perhaps, and also there will then be residential that's more than 3 stories, and the defining principle so far has been the 3-story rule, so I think that might cause controversy and confusion. And also, if there's going to be a new residential subcategory with tapering height limits, then I think you're going to be reinventing the transition category. I don't see what the difference would be, except maybe less commercial, but I see that commercial as a good thing. So I think there's a really simple way forward to mark these as transition and continue with those and finish it up. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Gaurav Kulkarni, 139 Ashley Muse Drive. I want to talk about the council resolution that you'll be talking about later. The text of the council resolution states that duplexes and triplexes should be provided widespread opportunity where larger building typologies are authorized only when they would fit in existing neighborhood contexts. Several council members describe this as a baseline, not a cap, and the text of the resolution agrees. To set triplex maximums would go against these statements. Form-based standards can allow 4 and 8 plexes to fit in existing neighborhood contexts, even in low-rise residential neighborhoods. At the City Council meeting, we shared photos of example apartment buildings adjacent to single-family homes and showed that setbacks and height limits can produce abundant housing without fear of shadows and overwhelming structures. Some of our strongest detractors had this to say online, quote, "Of course they used examples of 3-story buildings showing flat roofs, enormous setbacks, completely benign and unobtrusive, LOL." And that's the point. We welcome these kinds of apartments. But now we are moving towards a zoning code where a 4,000 square foot mansion housing 2 to 3 people is fine, but if the same building and exterior housed 4 to 5 apartments, that's illegal. This is Ann Arbor for some, not Ann Arbor for all. Staff and council point to Minneapolis 2040 as a model, and it's used to show that triplexes in R1 and R2 are sufficient. However, if we look at their actual land use categories, there are 3 low-density interior categories. Interior 1 is the only category in the plan that limits to triplexes and is defined thusly. Quote, "The Interior 1 district is typically applied in parts of the city farthest from downtown in areas between transit routes, while, quote, the Interior 3 district is typically applied in parts of the city closest to downtown in the areas in between transit routes." In the Minneapolis 2040 plan, Interior 3 has this built form guidance. Quote, "New and remodeled buildings in the Interior 3 district should reflect a variety of building types on both small and moderate sized lots, including on combined lots. Building heights should be 1 to 3 stories." And then they show images of 3-story apartment buildings. Higher density near our downtown and job centers and lower density at the outskirts of the city align with our housing, climate, and transportation goals. Perhaps we should consider Minneapolis's lead in setting form limits and not unit limits in the neighborhoods closest to where people work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Kathy Griswold. At the last council meeting, I was quite brutally reprimanded by a council member because I keep talking about sight distance and the need for sight distance. Must be a Republican or something to say that. So anyway, I decided to make amends. I brought some visibility cookies over here. So anyone who would like a cookie simply needs to agree that visibility in the right-of-way is important. 3 areas: illumination. We need positive contrast LED lighting at crosswalks and all intersections without marked crosswalks. Sight lines with consistent engineering standards and best practices. We need local ordinances and ongoing oversight based on the 6 E's and safe systems. This is not radical. This is what most communities do, including Detroit. I want to thank you for mentioning and working with the Community Land Trust. I'm a small investor there. This will provide some of the missing middle income that we critically need. Small step forward, but a step forward. I'm not against density, but we need a process in place because we do not have a process in place to manage our infrastructure. We have streetlights that have been out for months. We have no one that's actually looking for streetlight outages in the downtown area. When a streetlight outage is reported to the city, you get a nice, polite message that says, we've sent it over to DTE. Now, that didn't used to be the case when I was on council. We really need to take responsibility because if we are going to become more dense, and we definitely should, we need the infrastructure, which includes lights that work, traffic signals at work, and we also need to be managing our construction sites. I'll just give you one example. On Business US 2394, which is Huron, you're going eastbound to Glen, and they've got 1 lane closed on the south side, and on the north side they've got construction there. So they've got these little cones in the street, and you're supposed to know as you're going eastbound, even though the sign above says left turn only, that you're supposed to go straight. And if you want to make a left-hand turn, you go over 2 yellow lines, double yellow lines. You got these little cones. So that's where you're supposed to go. I was down there videoing today, and I saw the same thing happen yesterday. The person who's coming up Glen makes a wide turn, and the person making the left-hand turn, they're both in the same lane face to face. Now, we've got to do better than that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm Peter Hauk from Yeoman Court in the Lawton neighborhood in the 4th Ward. I'm on the Transportation Commission, and tonight, though, I'm speaking only for myself. I don't think I need to explain to you the effect that having tens of thousands of people commuting into the city every day has on the city and on the safety of our streets. But tonight, I want to share why that's particularly urgent and why we need to do something about it right away, and in the context also of this land use plan that you're working on. About 3 years ago, I started tracking in as real time as I could the number of serious and fatal traffic crashes that pedestrians and cyclists sustained here in the city. The data gets released by the state only once per year, and there can be a lag of many months or over a year before we start to see that data. So, for example, data from 2023 is the newest data that we can see in the state system now. So I've been tracking that on my blog, Crashes in Ann Arbor, and we can see a trend that is really disturbing. 10 serious and fatal pedestrian crashes in 2023, 10 again in 2024, and now 10 serious and fatal pedestrian crashes in 2025 so far. Saying that another way, 2023 was our worst year since 2014, 2024 was equally bad, and 2025 is already as bad as those 2 years. I'm sharing this trend today as a real and measurable example of the human cost of this land use policy that encourages car use and car commuting into the city. More cars coming in means more risk for pedestrians, and all of us as a pedestrian at one time even if it's just when we're walking between our car and our destination. So we need policies and plans and zoning that will let people live near where they work and where they go to school, so that they can take the bus or walk or ride or have a shorter, more reasonable car trip to get there. And we need the density here to support better and more frequent transit options. So with that urgency in mind, I'm asking you to please give us a land use policy that will reduce or hopefully curtail the number of cars commuting into the city every day. And do not compromise. Do not compromise in a way that will continue to encourage more commuting and less people who work in the city living in the city. This is how we need you to contribute to safer streets in Ann Arbor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jeff Crockett. My wife and I live at 506 East Kingsley, and we have 3 concerns about the current version of the comprehensive land use plan. I will address 2 of these concerns tonight. The other concern was expressed in an email. First, without any engagement with the Old Fourth Ward Association, the Old Fourth Ward Historic District has been designated a transition district, despite the fact that our neighborhood is already the densest in the city and has steadily increased in density as a result of management companies restructuring the interiors to add occupancy, which is not restricted by the Historic District Commission ordinance. Also, non-contributing houses can be replaced with multi-unit dwellings, as occurred at 530 North Division. I encourage you all to take a look at that. Single-family ownership has declined while multi-unit dwellings have increased, and consequently, the current zoning category is more than sufficient to reach the club's goal of increased density. Secondly, on July the 15th, the Planning Commission voted to change the first sentence of the Historic District language on page 60 to read, "The plan takes no position on historic districts." However, draft 2 of the club does not contain the language. So in preparation for this meeting, the public has no way to tell exactly what the current version is. Still, the statement makes no sense. By its very nature, the club is obligated to make statements on land use, not avoid them. Historic districts have had overwhelming local support since their formation in the 1980s, well after racial exclusion on deeds was invalidated by the Fair Housing Act of 1968. In fact, the absence of an historic district on North 4th and North 5th, both historically black neighborhood in a historically black neighborhood, means that historic homes in this area can be demolished. Where is the equity in that? Please consider the following historic preservation statement for page 60. Historic district boundaries will be maintained and development will continue to adhere to the existing standards and design guidelines approved by the Historic District Commission. The city's 15 historic districts are legally protected with the purpose of preserving the city's buildings and places of cultural and historic significance for future generations, an outcome of decades of legislative actions by the city. To learn more about historic districts in Ann Arbor, take the SMART tours on the Ann Arbor District Library website and visit Ann Arbor's Bicentennial website. This statement describes the land use in historic districts, acknowledges the Historic District Commission, which was ignored in that one bland statement, and provides links to Ann Arbor preservation and educational resources. It is short, straightforward, and appropriate. I encourage you to pause the plan until adjustments are made to the transition district designation and historic district language on page 60. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chuck Ream. I'm a candidate next year, 2026, in the 3rd Ward for City Council. In response largely to this comprehensive plan that I support 60% of, very well thought through, and then it goes right off the cliff to become truly an abomination that will denigrate Ann Arbor. The main reason I'm here, though, is to try to encourage other people to run for office. 2026 is going to be virtually open after this comprehensive plan is voted on, and there'll be lots of people who really love Ann Arbor, who can come in here and work with implementing it, because there's lots of dangerous language in it. Like, what if you were a tree and you heard the sentence, prioritizing housing development may require an easing of certain restrictions and constraints. Yeah. Or try, we will rewrite zoning code to remove barriers to housing development. I got one thing to tell you, and that is if you reduce the building setbacks in your new residential area, you will have 5 candidates running against you, Save Tree City candidates, who will knock out this current council and be the ones to implement this comprehensive plan and alter it back to where it should be. I truly encourage this. For me, I'm into this for trees, really. This is a life and death question. Are you going to try to take the land that is reserved now for trees and make that land for housing? If that's true, you will be removed. The voters, you'll be, in 1988, they were trying a lot of excess development. We got a slate of people together who had never run for any government office before, and people kind of chuckled. We won 2-1. Because people are so really attached to where they live. And if you start attacking where people live and how they live, you're going to lose, this council will lose, when the essential elements in this plan are good. Yes, we need more density and we need more flexibility in residential. But you can't threaten the trees, or the voters of Tree City will toss anyone out who does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tracy Swinburne. I live on Potter Avenue. I want to provide some comments about what the comprehensive plan could look like, what other communities evolve in their assessments, and why it could be valuable for us too. The comprehensive planning process could include an analysis and modeling of various density and development scenarios, like a low, medium, high scenario, different spatial locations. It would allow illustrations and calculations of the impacts on traffic and transport, mode shift, schools, water, other infrastructure capacities, and the resulting impacts on city expenditure and income streams and taxes. It would inform meaningful discussions on changes in tree canopy, green and open spaces, quality of life impacts, positive and negative, on residents. Instead of guessing and disagreeing about these impacts, we could have so much more information and analysis to have a productive discussion. It's not expensive or unusual to do an analysis like this. I don't know why it hasn't been undertaken here, but I hope it's not too late. This type of analysis should be in everyone's interest, maybe especially most for those in favor of the most density, wanting to make sure it's done as well as it can be, and that it creates the kind of city spaces that last for generations and don't result in unappealing spaces that ultimately lead to disuse and increased sprawl in the future. There could still be time to pause for 6 months and do some of this work and have an informed consultation with the public. This ought to be a win-win for everyone and a way to make this whole process a lot less contentious. We're currently missing the basic analysis and insight for a quality discussion. The planning process itself, as you know, is an important check and balance on developers, and yet this plan fails to do that. Developers have their own interests, and if given the green light to do so, will develop to maximize revenue for investors. Planning acknowledges that communities have different interests at their heart and constrains developers to create spaces that also create quality of place, quality of life that communities so desperately want. If the demand for housing is so great, there ought to be space for a city's planning process to shape development. But instead, this plan overly broadly opens up swaths of the city for developers to decide where and how much gets built. I can't imagine why this is in our city's best interests. The plan certainly doesn't have to be this way, and it hints at European-style density and transport and mode shift, but that's not how they do it in Europe. I know firsthand they do it by painstaking, long planning processes. They don't turn the keys over to developers and let them decide when and where things happen. This current plan is lacking in assessment and following robust community engagement. It's worth taking a pause. And when I talk about lacking in assessment, here's one example. This is page 36 and 37 from the current plan. This answers the question, what is the right amount of density? And I submitted feedback about this in the first draft, but still it's there. This is just wrong and misleading. It talks about 79% of respondents favored building up a lot in certain areas of the city and points to this map. This map has dots for people who said build up a lot, but they were given multiple dots lots 12 to 15. Also, you'll note that if you didn't want to say build up a little or medium or a lot, you had no dot, so your voice didn't count. The analysis is just plain wrong.
Your time is up.
But
Thank
I
you.
encourage you to improve the analysis.
Thank you.
Please. Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me? My name is Tricia Hackney. I'm from the Crossings on Kellogg Street in Ward 1. Congratulations on Viridian, especially the inclusion. The units that were Avalon are part of a community, and they were not built separately. I don't have any data. This is just my opinion, but I feel very strongly that that's important in terms of building community. So that's great. The only little caveat here is 12.5% was Avalon, and I just would like to see a higher percentage when and wherever possible. And so my question is, what is the projected percentage of Avalon and land trusts in the comprehensive plan overall? What percentage of it will be land trust and Avalon, which is the truly affordable housing part, okay? And I was just curious, we have a 25-year plan. The state asks for 5 years, or every 5th year we plan, and just the breadth of the document and everything tells me that they're looking to increase the population significantly, tens of thousands up to 90,000 or more, or I'm not sure. I don't think they're sure yet. But anyway, I was just wondering what data they were basing that on, because our population is going down. The rentals, there's still room in the rentals. I don't know where they're getting, I was just wondering where they got that data, if there is any. And I just wanted to tack on to the gentleman here that said he wanted more transition for the zoning. Well, not if you live in a transition district. If that's your house, the value of our condos have already gone down just because they're talking about this. We have people driving into the parking lot saying, where's the office? Where's the, I mean, it's, yeah, we're already dense. We're already affordable. Just about, it can't get any more affordable. We're walkable. We're everything you say you want. And Lisa has heard me on this, to her credit, and I appreciate that. And so, you know, it just depends on where you live if you want more transition. And thank you for listening.
Thank you.
My name is Richard Dokas. I live in 1243 Marlborough in Ward 4 on the south side of town in a neighborhood of mainly small single-family homes. This area will be a main target of your plan, as you have designated both ends of our neighborhood as transition zones in your plan. My house is in that arbitrary squiggly line drawn on your map bordering South Industrial. For some bizarre reason, your plan allows short-term Airbnb rentals in transition zones, which actually removes housing from residential use. I've asked several times how you're going to protect people like me who have invested tens of thousands of dollars in solar, and there's nothing in that plan, and I'm still waiting for a response to my plea. I have 20 solar panels and 2 power wall batteries plus a heat pump, which means that I am near zero carbon emissions, and in fact on Sunday days provide excess energy for neighboring houses. Ann Arbor professes to want to be at zero carbon emissions in 10 years. How is that ever going to happen by discouraging people like me to go solar for fear of being shaded by a tall building? I could have easily an 80-foot apartment or hotel next to me, making my solar panels useless. I'm one of those critical workers that you profess to be concerned about, being able to afford to live in Ann Arbor. I'm a career teacher, having taught biology for 30 years at a local high school. Ecology has been one of my lifelong interests, which is why I went solar. I wanted to be part of the solution, not the problem. Speaking of the problem, those tall buildings that your plan encourages uses cement as a major building material. Not only is it the worst carbon-producing building material there is, but will result in heat islands in our neighborhoods. It will also reduce the number of trees that absorb climate change runoff and cool the city through the process of transpiration. As water evaporates from their leaves, it cools the air, just like sweat cools your body. When I first moved to Ann Arbor, I lived in an apartment, but like so many other Americans, dreamed of owning my own home to give my kids a place to play. You can make that possible by subsidizing critical city workers and by funding the Ann Arbor Community Trust, by subsidizing rents and encouraging co-ops instead of pursuing this libertarian ideal of letting the market determine what the future of Ann Arbor will look like. And I hope you stop ignoring my plea about all of us that have gone solar. We need it. Our planet does.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Greg Monroe. I live at 1261 Bending Road. Councilmember Dish, I appreciate you introducing the City Council resolution with regard to the updates of the comprehensive plan in July. And Commissioner Adams and City Planning staff, I appreciate you incorporating them into the next draft of the plan. This is the duplex, triplex, 3 stories cap, so I appreciate that. It's kind of tough for me to pinpoint or put my finger on the exact places and language where this occurs in the material attached in tonight's meeting online, but I guess I would just generally encourage city planning and the commission to ensure that that city council resolution is reflected in the next draft of the plan with robust language, and I'll just leave it at that. Next, for residents who wish to follow along and provide feedback on city planning's future land use recommendation and the areas to amend, these are the currently, I think there are 3 in our 4 zone transition areas. So I guess I'd like to speak to that memo written by city planning managers Leonard and Bennett, particularly as it relates to those areas, and my thoughts are as follows. So these areas should not be transition, I agree, and I am grateful that they are being revisited. My concern is that option A, which proposes to expand or tier the residential land use category without those tiers, poses interpretation risk, and it potentially invites open-ended interpretation, which could undermine the intent of that July 2025 City Council resolution, and the valid and numerous concerns voiced by many residents. And my concern with that option without tiers is that it has the potential for future upzoning or disputes, so I don't think this was the intent, but without clearly defined limits or tiers, option A risks opening the door to upzoning in R1 and R2 beyond those thresholds outlined in the plan and the resolution, or at the very least creating ambiguity that may lead to conflict or confusion. So tiers are needed, and they must be clear and enforceable, in my opinion. So I support the idea of introducing tiers within that category as a tool for nuance, and I strongly advocate that these tiers must be clearly defined, transparently mapped in the comprehensive plan, and enforceable. So ambiguity would erode public trust and create opportunities for developers to exploit loopholes, leaving planners and residents at a disadvantage in interpreting that, applying the rules, and enforcing accountability. Finally, I take specific issue in option A with language that suggests allowing no unit count limitations in current R3 and R4 zoned areas. I understand that current development remains below these established cap, which provides room for growth. The existing zoning framework should be preserved and respected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Just put it in front so we can see it. I don't even know if we can get to this. I brought visuals. I'd like to get visuals. Thank you for letting me speak. Do we have to have this keyboard? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I push this in? Oh, thank you. Well, that's better. My name is Donna Babcock. I'm a resident of Ward 1. I live on Upland Drive, and we're a very small street situated, where we are. I actually want to begin with government by consent. Government by consent is also known as consent of the governed. It is the idea that a government's legitimacy and right to rule comes from the agreement of the people it governs. Citizens have a say in how they are governed through voting or other forms of participation. The power of the government is derived from the people it serves. Your legitimacy is determined through our consent. A government's authority is granted by the people. I do not consent to the national chaos going on, and I'm at every demonstration I can, but I do not consent to this local overreach. A few people cannot force their ideology on other citizens. This is a draconian vision that you are pushing. So, first I wanted to talk about short-term rentals, but I don't think I have time. I think they should be, this is the low-hanging fruit. If there is a housing crisis, you start phasing them out. You tell the developers enough. It's happening all over the world and all over the country and actually all over Michigan. Give them a 3-year phase out and convert that to market housing. The low-hanging fruit, it's already built. And so that's enough of that. Besides, we don't need, somebody else mentioned, corporate housing. Blackstone and the other groups, they've made a fortune. Okay. I also would like to speak to the solar. I have invested in solar. We have a little 1.5-story house. You've thrown a transition zone over my tiny little neighborhood, and all of our little houses are now subject to 8-story buildings, can be right next door to us. I have solar. We have thousands of dollars in solar. Do you think I want 2 8-story buildings next to me? Because you threw that over without ever coming into our neighborhood and talking to us. That's ridiculous. Now, I think I wanted to say something actually funny and nice, but it's very tense all the time, and everybody's so upset, and all I could think of was like the grandfather in Moonstruck. Somebody tell a joke, So I wanted to talk about the trees, so I went to the website of the city, and I went to the city maps, and I thought, well, maybe they're still on the new map, maybe there's still a tree. Well, actually, you can see in the rows, there's no tree on the new map. So if you look down at the maps, right down there, or the flags, the first 2, the official flag, Visit Ann Arbor is the second one, Authentic Ann Arbor. I believe that these were sincere submittals, and they're kind of interesting. The other 2 rows, anyways, thank you.
You just leave it up there. We can look at it. Thank you.
That's really good.
Good evening, Commission. Kirk Westphal, 3505 Charter Place. Thanks for your hard work on this plan and all the long hours. I look forward to seeing the map completed soon. A couple of comments, one about transition. I hope you stay the course and continue to put as many parcels as possible into transition. By definition, transition has to taper to 3 stories. That's currently in the plan, which I assume you intend that to be the case. So especially for some of the smaller transition areas, there may not even be an opportunity for it to taper any taller than that. So that will become the gentle density that seems to be the goal of many people. It will allow co-ops and a lot more flexible housing types that clearly is being steered away from the residential category. For one example is Woodbury Gardens. These communities should be allowed to densify, should they choose to. Condo communities and self-managed communities and management, professionally managed communities, don't have to take advantage of this, but when the ownership decides that that's a good idea, they should be given that flexibility. Regarding Hub, I just ask you to consider expanding Hub. I appreciate that Hub is larger than the TC1 that's at State and Eisenhower currently, but I'm curious as to why it didn't go upstate all the way to the railroad tracks. Instead, it kind of stops seemingly arbitrarily south of there. I'd also like you to consider expanding the Hub District to Maiden Lane, close to the hospital, Depot Street, close to the train station and the hospital. And I'd also encourage a look at Ann Arbor Golf and Outing as a private property owner that could be put into hub as well. And lastly, I'd just like to echo the concern about introducing formal divisions at this point within residential or transition. I agree with a previous commenter that this will lead to confusion and divisiveness and ultimately inequities, and we can see that this is just the prospect of introducing additional tiers right now is causing confusion. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mark Scarbo, 2017 Fair Street. I'm asking you to categorize all existing R3 and R4 parcels as transition, a category which, as Kirk said, already includes a 3-story height limit next to residential areas. Tonight's discussion includes a memo from staff that suggests making more land use categories to address the inflexible and short-sighted problems that City Council has pushed upon you. Some of the specific neighborhoods mentioned include my neighborhood with Westwood Apartments and the Senior Living Center. My neighborhood is full of people walking their dogs and parents biking with their kids and folks tending to the community garden. And there's plenty of space for more neighbors and middle housing options. This is a comprehensive plan, not a site plan. It's supposed to be visionary, not a unique parcel-by-parcel analysis. Why are we repeating the mistakes of the past and defining a million incrementally different zoning categories in an effort to stop any long-term change? No new building is appropriate for the neighborhood context until it is built. The north side of my street is entirely single-story ranches. At some point, somebody added a second-story addition over their garage. I'm sure folks in the past would have said, that's not fitting for the neighborhood. Now that it's built, it's just another feature of a flexible neighborhood and a space that likely houses someone's parent or child or home office. And despite their best efforts tonight, DTE wasn't able to pause the plan. After the plan is passed, you will have years' worth of rezoning hearings ahead of you. I would love for you to start with the residential category. My aunt has waited 15 years for a green card, and maybe in the next few years she'll be able to get one. And I would love to be able to build a second unit attached to my home in order to make space for her. With that said, our housing crisis is acute, and it will be most important to focus on rapidly upzoning our hub and transition districts. The new developments in Southview have unlocked tens of millions of dollars worth of income-subsidized affordable housing in the city, just like the 100% affordable Y-Lot development and Dunbar Towers. I look forward to rapidly moving towards addressing the housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Shannon Lau, 2870 Oakdale Drive, and I want to talk about the problem of figuring out what to do with R3 and R4, whether we should put that into residential or transition. And I actually want to take a step back and think about the framework that we currently have for the land use categories. We have residential, we have transition, we have hub, and there are two ways to think about it. You can think about them as discrete categories, right? Like something will clearly fall into residential and look a very specific way, or transition or hub, and you have like these like target heights maybe for them. You can also think of it as a continuum. You have things that, you know, are very much single family, maybe some like missing middle, and you know, there's a huge range. And I think we are best suited for that latter, for this continuous space where, I mean, as we have it right now between residential and transition, the upper end of residential and the lower end of transition are basically identical in form, but in use it can be different, right? We have more leniency for the commercial, more ability to, you know, if I live in transition, I can probably find more options to get groceries and get the daily needs. And so I think thinking of it as this continuum and not necessarily chopping them up into as many discrete categories as we can gives us a flexibility and the adaptability to figure out, you know, what our neighborhoods look like and how they can grow over time. This is built in through tapering. This is built in through performance or nuisance requirements. I don't think we are best. It's not a good use of our time to take every single neighborhood and figure out where it belongs into, however many individual subcategories. It's going to take a lot of time on your end. It's going to be a lot of overhead for individual developers, small developers, local businesses to figure out how they fit into this context. So I really want to encourage you to keep it simple. We have this existing framework that really could work for us, and it benefits everyone if we think of it as not constraining labels, but this roadmap that we can dream and build big for our future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. Ross Smith, 1607 Charlton Ave, 5th Ward. To echo what some of the other was said, should be expanding our hub. Like Transition already has Transition already has transition in it that it can butt up against residential. Let's make more transition if we're going to constrain what residential can be. We should be encouraging developers to build in the city. Housing is going to get built. Clear-cutting hundreds of acres in the township doesn't save the trees. Margins are really small on development in cities. We already have a horrendous process. I know people that try and develop here and just don't because it's too hard. Let's make it easier. This is a visionary plan. It's okay to be vague. Just don't constrain us more than we need to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. Don't need those. I'm Irma Meyer, 2809 Brockman Boulevard. Tonight, I'd like to talk to you about a pillar of the draft plan, sustainability. The draft plan doesn't really define that, sustainability. It's presented in very broad terms, a value, a goal, stating, we are committed to promoting balance between all of our natural and human systems to support a healthy and biodiverse ecosystem today and into the future. It's great. But care must be taken so the plan doesn't thwart this pledge and disrupt the balance it claims to seek. We need a plan that allows growth and development and at the same time protects our natural features, urban canopy, and biodiversity. The Natural Features Master Plan enumerates vital environmental protections. These should be incorporated into the new land use plan. In its present form, the plan puts climate and environmental goals at risk by putting a higher priority on building deregulation to favor development. The result stands to be the loss of ever-diminishing green space and natural features, the lungs of a healthy city, and the increase of congestion and greenhouse emissions before the idealized state of an all-electric future could realistically be achieved. Indeed, the draft plan proposes leveraging publicly owned land, that is, potentially building on green space and parkland, not just parking lots, and, quote, offsetting city sustainability requirements in order to increase affordable housing development. A city with Ann Arbor's fiscal and intellectual resources surely should be able to provide badly needed attainable housing while defending green space from speculative encroachment. We know that demolishing buildings increase a project's carbon footprint. Taller buildings can overshadow solar panels and gardens, reducing energy efficiency and livability. High-density development along transit zones and hubs will worsen heat islands. We need an honest assessment of how deregulated, market-driven density leads to lost green space, more runoff, flooding, polluted waterways. Without clear infrastructure cost projections to address these impacts, the plan remains incomplete. But together, with genuine participation by residents at the neighborhood level, we can understand and weigh trade-offs that will be needed in the years ahead. We can learn together and plan for growth as well as environmental protection. Now, the draft plan doesn't do enough for genuine climate sustainability. By coming together, residents can make this happen. Pause the plan so inclusive, democratic process can deliver a path forward that works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ralph McKee from the 5th Ward. I had one specific point, and then I have a couple of big picture comments. The specific point is that I've heard just a couple speakers ago another comment about how the new building will make the affordable housing millage really work. And I hope that no language gets in the plan about that. If you think about it, that's simple math. It's 0.0005, 1 mil half value. That means it would, for every unit that's built that's new, it would take 2,000 years for that millage to produce 1 unit. A 200-unit development will produce 1 unit in a decade. It's minuscule. It shouldn't even be discussed. It's not big enough to even matter. And on the big picture, I want to just have everybody step back a minute and think, how did we get here? And the initial part of this was to have a public engagement where you had one view and the public was told another view. Then there were no neighborhood discussions at all that were scientific in any way, where you could actually tell what your base wanted and what the other general public that maybe wasn't as informed wanted. And so now you end up with this contentious battle, and you can push through what you want, and then council can decide to risk whether they want to run on that or whether they want to reject it and start all over. And I would postulate that it would make a lot more sense to go back to neighborhoods and actually sit at meetings and look at buildings in that neighborhood, like 904 Lincoln, or the house that's on the houses that are on Spring and Hiscock, and talk to neighbors and say, is that okay with you? And figure out if you can get a consensus. Otherwise, this is really going in a place where no one wants it to go. And your base doesn't like it anymore. The plan people don't like it. You're stuck in the middle, but that's because you went about it the wrong way in the first place. And I would also strongly encourage you to listen to people with detailed knowledge, people like Tom Stolberg, who actually look at the details, and people keep telling him he's wrong, and then he gets information from Mr. Leonard or planning staff, and they say, oh yeah, you're right. Get your facts straight before you start pushing people around by saying they're wrong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathy Chow at Whittier Court. I'm really excited about the comprehensive plan. I'm looking forward to all the things that you guys have been thinking about. I've been excited since last year when you guys did engagement sessions in the public at the library, and got to talk to people who were there and learn more about it and give our opinions early on. What makes me happy about this plan is thinking about the current state of Ann Arbor. A lot of people in my generation have a hard time buying houses in Ann Arbor. I have very, very few friends who live in Ann Arbor. They cannot afford it. A lot of them work in Ann Arbor, commute 40 minutes. I have another one works in Ann Arbor 30 minutes, 15 minutes. People who want to live here and enjoy the beautiful things that we have to offer, but they can't. The housing costs are extremely high. I happen to be lucky and have some money in order to buy the home that I did, and this was within the past 5 years. I have a friend of mine who is looking for housing in this area, 2 people income, which is normally required for this area nowadays, and still having a hard time buying a home. This is really sad. I don't want people to be lucky to have to live here. And not just that, everyone has to commute, which once again, a lot of people here are very passionate about the environment, and lowering commuting times would contribute to healthier and less smoggy airways, etc. I'm excited about the potential future state of Ann Arbor, where we have many people who can contribute to the tax bases, be customers to local businesses so they don't fail because they are residents here. An area where people can bike and bus and get places that they want to go. And I'm just very, very excited for all this. I'm very thankful for the work you guys have done in making this a vision and listening to all of our details. I know the details actually happen later on down the road, but the current state is really challenging for a lot of us. And when we say pause the plan, sometimes it sounds like we're looking for everything to be perfect before we even start. And that just means that we're saying it's okay for the current state to be how it is. And we don't know when that will change, even. So I really encourage people to look big picture, and we can always hash out the details later. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julie Ritter, 920 Catherine. When people in positions of authority want to institute a policy they know will be unpopular, they start by making up a story. They make stories seem like truths. They start by influencing uninformed people and build their base from there. The proposed comprehensive land use plan upzoning the entire city being marketed by the Planning Commission and the city administration as a force for future affordable housing. But the very first thing that upzoning does is increase the cost of the land without one single improvement. The story is that by increasing density, affordability will trickle down to older buildings. Study shows this happens to the buildings immediately around the newest buildings and doesn't last more than a few years. It will not deliver the scale of affordability being promised in a city the small size of Ann Arbor. In 2024, new construction cost $400 a square foot, and since then, prices have increased for reasons beyond the scope of simply zoning, including tariffs, the arrest of construction workers, inflation, corporations buying up housing. It's a long list. New developments in Ann Arbor will not be affordable unless they are subsidized through the Housing Commission or are part of the few units available through construction premiums. Older neighborhoods are usually the most affordable, but these are the first place developers look to snap up real estate to put together a deal for large buildings. And that's what's happening on Church Street, on Forest, and on the corner of Packard and State, among any others. More affordable older properties hailed by the city as the answer to affordability problems will be going away as quickly as developers can put together a package. The threat of eliminating Ann Arbor's beloved historic districts that is included in the revised wording on page 60 of the comprehensive plan goes into this category. The high cost of new construction holds true for any type of development, from high-rises to triplexes. The story that young families will move into these residences with their children is unrealistic unless the young family has inherited wealth or extremely good jobs and want to live in a condo or an apartment. Most young families want to live in areas with yards and porches, and there are many of these properties throughout the 20 townships of Washtenaw County. Young families get the amenities they want on a larger piece of property for the same or lower price and much lower taxes. The city claims dense construction will decrease traffic. They claim a large percentage of people living out of town want to live in the city, but no one has ever done a survey to find out how many want to live here. It's anyone's guess what that number is. Even if many of them moved into Ann Arbor, other families would buy their homes, and then those people would commute into Ann Arbor. It is a net gain of traffic. This plan is a case of overkill, literally killing Ann Arbor. The story being told by the city administration is the story of developers and tax assessors. Increased real estate taxes are one of the driving forces. Taxable income is already increasing because of new developments completed and more in the pipeline. How much is enough, and at what cost to the heart of the community? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chris Crockett. I live at 506 East Kingsley in the Old Fourth Ward Historic District. I've worked on a number of comprehensive plans over the years that we've lived in Ann Arbor, and this is the first one I've ever seen which does not emphasize, first and foremost, ecology. Living in a historic district, I've seen the best of Ann Arbor. A neighborhood which by your own admission is beloved. And yet, in making a transition district out of it, you seek to destroy what is loved. I don't know how you think. Also, the The thing that is wonderful about our historic districts, our established neighborhoods, is that they are filled with trees. So again, we get back to ecology. How do we clean the air? The air that will get polluted with loads of carbon emissions, not only from building massive concrete structures, which are among the most polluting in the world, but also by operating them and creating heat islands. How do you drive this with arriving at the A20 plan that you propose that you want? I don't see the pathway. Also, when you talk about affordability, the affordability, by your own admission again, comes after time. By your own admission, you have said that these high-rises are expensive. The less expensive housing right now lies in the older neighborhoods. And yet, by putting them in a transition district, you would seek to destroy that. Nothing is cheap in Ann Arbor, never has been, and we've lived here over 50 years. You talk about teachers being able to move here and live here. As a teacher, I was able to live here. I don't know any teacher now at the school where I taught, Community High, who can currently live in Ann Arbor. What happened there? When was the community sacrificed to international investment interests? Because that's what's happening. And it's unleashing speculation that increases the prices for everyone in this town. I urge you to pause this plan, to go back and talk to each neighborhood individually, to ask the residents, what do you want? Where can we meet a compromise? How can you live here? Can you afford to live here? And come to a plan that is workable in this town that will protect our trees, our natural features, our beloved neighborhoods, our beloved buildings, the things that give character to Ann Arbor, and also allows for growth.
Thank you.
Good evening, Tom Stolberg. I live at 1202 Traver Street. It's an area of duplexes in the Broadway Historic District. When I first moved back to town at age of 33, I bought with two friends a fixer-upper triplex in the Old West Side. I love duplexes, triplexes. But I want to talk about what the City Council resolution that was passed the other night might mean. The City Council resolution, in my opinion, is a rushed attempt at a compromise that won't help achieve the goals of the comprehensive plan. Council wants some things, and I'm not sure they understand what they ask, what it really means. Council wants to eliminate the height bonus for the new residential category, for example. So one can already build a 3-story building at 30 feet tall on R1 and R2 lots. Under current zoning, to build 3 stories at 39 feet tall, one gives electrification or affordable housing benefits in return. Under the new compromise proposal, one can build a 3-story building at 39 feet on any residential lot without the sustainability or affordability given in trade. I have verified my numbers with staff. So council is trying to appease citizens who might be picturing a taller building being built near their home by eliminating this bonus from the new plan. But the new building can be just as tall as the current maximum using the bonus. And we forego the community benefits that we're supposed to get in trade for the bonus. This is not a reassurance, this is a giveaway. This is a loss for sustainability and affordability. Council also wants to have a limit of 3 units per residential lot. Can those 3 units be in an attached building that's 39 feet tall or even taller? Sure. What about lot accommodation limits? Under the plan and the compromise resolution together, the Robertson Brothers product that was approved at the same night as the compromise resolution, that could be put on 2 adjacent lots, 6 units on 2 lots, a pot of 3 attached units on each lot. It will fit within the current zoning setbacks. It's 39 feet tall at the midpoint of the top roof line, and the peak hits 44 feet, I'm pretty sure. This will be achieved by right on any standard R1C lot, which there are all over town. Lots of them, if the compromise and the plan are adopted. If you live in a ranch house on the street of ranch houses, are you appeased when these 6 units on 2 lots at 39 feet tall can be built by right in the middle of your neighborhood? No notice, no council or planning commission approval needed for these 6 condos starting at $500,000 each. The new development by Robertson Brothers will be all electric. The new plan, with the council's compromise resolution, loses the electrification benefit on the 3 attached units per lot that it would allow. Doesn't this go in the wrong direction of affordability and sustainability? Pause the plan and get it right.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak at this time?
Good evening, Commission. My name is Sarah Bastiuni, pronouns she, any. I've spoken a couple times before. I live at 139 Ashley Muse Drive with my spouse. And most of my comments previously have focused kind of on like the top-down 30,000-foot view on the comprehensive land use plan. But tonight, I think I'll keep my comments kind of short and targeted to a specific spot. I do speak in support of the comprehensive land use plan. I'd like to expand a bit on one of the points that Kirk Westfall had spoken about regarding Maiden Lane shifting from a transition to a hub district. I had lived there from 2014 to 2017 while doing my master's at the School of Public Health, and I still have loved ones who live in that area, so I visit very frequently. It's a beautiful area. It's next to the river. It is very desirable, and the area that I lived in was a multiplex that was built in the 60s. Super old building, things are breaking, but it was a beautiful location. It's great. It's by the buses. I could walk to school. I walked in the snow, I would walk in the summer. It was just a wonderful location. That being said, I lived there before there was a lot of this activation of the space. So before Beekman, before Lowertown, the bar and restaurant had come up. And so north of me, there really wasn't much that I wanted to explore. If I wanted to get groceries and I didn't have a car, I would have to take the bus to the Kroger on Plymouth. That would take a lot of time, and I would have to plan out my day really intensely to figure out how much could I carry back. And so I would strongly recommend having Maiden Lane in particular go to a hub district, because there are a lot of people like me, both in terms of students, but also a lot of young professionals with their families, as well as retirees. So people that I know, my loved ones, but also when I lived there in 2014, 2015, one of my neighbors, Bill, was in his 90s, and he had lived in that same multiplex since the 70s. He loved that location. But he himself noted that as he got older, his world was shrinking because he couldn't drive as much. And so if he had had a space like Beekman, where there's Orange Market, where he could walk and get groceries, it would have really changed his space. And so I would strongly recommend having that area be shifted to hubs. And I do want to just echo, I think, some of the things that I know I've been trying to share with people when they ask me about the plan. This is a vision. This isn't a law. This isn't something that's coming down real hard on folks. It is a vision of what we want our community and our space to look like. And so I ask once again the Commission, please do not restrict prematurely these spaces in general, but also in particular Maiden Lane. I think it's really important that we continue to have a broad and inclusive vision for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. There we go. Sorry. Andrew Robbins, 2355 Lancashire Drive. Just wanted to make one quick note about the carbon emissions relative of having, 80,000 people commute in from outside of the town to having them live here. Even if you assume that the one-time carbon emissions of building a concrete building are higher, which I think is reasonable, you are eliminating on average for each person traveling 15 miles, it's about half the size of the county, in and out of Ann Arbor every day, you are eliminating 425 tons of carbon per person. If you have 80,000 people that commute into work, there is very little that you can do playing around the margins without getting them to stop commuting. To do that, we need more housing. It's kind of unavoidable. Please do not restrict it prematurely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hammersmith, Ken Garber, 28 Haverhill Court. I have a short comment as well. It's not about the comp plan. It's about agenda item 11C, the bylaws amendments that you'll get to maybe around midnight. So I feel sorry for you in the meantime, but maybe put this comment in your back pocket until then or whenever. As you know, 2 weeks ago, City Council voted to eliminate public hearings for by right site plans. And the promise was to replace these hearings with public comment periods. And so I was hoping to see this in the proposed bylaw amendments tonight, but they're not there. So my concern is how will the new public comment period for by right site plans be codified, if at all? Or is this going to be left at the discretion of staff? How is this going to be handled? So I'm looking for some reassurance in the discussion later on. That's my concern because, as Ms. Crockett mentioned, we do have to reconcile this whole building boom that we're experiencing and that we want and need with our climate commitments here in the city. And that discussion often takes place at the level of the site plan discussion, including public comment. And so I think I would really like to see that public comment codified in the bylaws if possible, and also placed carefully where it is now, as we'll hear later with the 2525 Arbor-Saline Road public hearing, which is a rezoning. Following the developer presentation, the staff presentation, and then the public comment. I think that's the appropriate place so the public can hear what is being proposed. And then the developer can come back during the discussion period, add additional comments, answer questions, etc. I think that system works well. And, now that public hearings are gone, let's at least put public comment on the same sort of platform going into the future, because there's going to be a lot of these projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Susan Kaufman. I live at 630 5th Street. The City Planning Commission recently changed language in the draft comprehensive land use plan to an ostensibly neutral but actually more non-committal relationship to historic districts. Previous language said historic district boundaries will be maintained and development will continue to adhere to the existing standards and design guidelines approved by the Historic District Commission. That language was deleted at the July 15th CPC meeting, replaced with the statement that the plan takes no position on historic districts. But of course it does, noting that these neighborhoods are some of the city's most beloved, but they are often limited in providing new housing units comparable to similarly zoned property elsewhere, implying that historic districts are shifting the burden of development in a zero-sum scheme to other neighborhoods. The original language was deleted so that if underlying zoning were ever allowed to trump historic district protections, the city would not be bound to maintain current boundaries or HDC standards and guidelines. The goal would be to revert to underlying zoning that would qualify a portion of a historic district for inclusion in a transition zone with much greater height allowances. I ask you to restore the original language to the plan. Furthermore, I urge you to make historic preservation a key element of the plan, as other communities have done. Please consider our historic districts and properties to be valuable assets worth preserving. Why are the historic districts and their surrounding neighborhoods especially beloved? They're interesting and educational, reflecting the history of the city. They have diverse architectural styles and old trees. They make Ann Arbor distinctive, attracting people to relocate here and to visit, promoting tourism and generating revenue. Historic districts have mixed uses, including legacy businesses, institutional and commercial buildings, duplexes, small apartment buildings, and old homes that have been retrofitted to accommodate multiple unrelated tenants. As a result, they're already denser and more economically diverse than they may appear. They are the opposite of the featureless high-rises growing up around us. If, as you say, we need those, then please consider that we also need neighborhoods that retain historic features and provide context. They're enjoyed not only by those who live in them, but also by all the other Ann Arbor residents whom you tell us love having them as part of the fabric of the city. They're a big part of Ann Arbor's secret sauce. Neighborhoods add value in various ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak at this time? All right, do we have any online participants?
We do. Brian Chambers, you can unmute and address the Planning Commission for up to 3 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Chambers.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right, sorry about that. This is Brian Chambers, 2815 Ember Way in the 3rd Ward. Thank you for your continued dedication to the comprehensive land use plan and your diligent work on it. With the recent resolution from City Council, we have a clear policy framework to guide residential growth, affirming 3 stories and 3 units as the default scale for low-rise districts, while also supporting additional housing types, like fourplexes, where they are appropriate to neighborhood context. I believe one of the other speakers mentioned, though, that there could be controversy trying to work those additional contexts in on a more ad hoc basis. So I'm going to recommend they also be established on a by right basis where they fit the appropriate neighborhood context. So that needs to be defined in the implementation phase. Importantly, the current draft of the comprehensive plan already lays the groundwork for this through its commitment to form-based zoning as the implementation tool for low-rise residential districts. That decision opens the door to more nuanced and inclusive housing, one that focuses not just on how many units are in a building, but how that building fits into the surrounding neighborhood. To align this with Council's guidance and still deliver meaningful new housing opportunities, I urge the Commission to ensure the plan includes these 4 points. 1, support for by right development for small-scale multiplexes, duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes when built to form-based standards. Instead of limiting fourplexes to a discretionary process, the plan should allow them also by right on sites where form, height, and massing are compatible with neighborhood context, such as corner lots, parcels near transit, or larger lots within a walkable network of services and parks. This would honor Council's stated intent to limit scale, not stifle the opportunity. 2, design and dimensional standards that calibrate scale to form, not use. For example, a fourplex at 0.65 FAR within a 35-foot 3-story envelope can look identical to a large single-family home, but serve 4 households instead of 1. This keeps new buildings compatible while increasing housing choice, and the per-unit housing costs would be a quarter of a single-family home.
30 more seconds.
A commitment to removing cost and process barriers is point 3. That prevents these small multiplexes homes from being built, particularly those that affect affordability. This includes reducing or eliminating minimum lot size and excessive setback requirements, removing off-street parking mandates near transit or neighborhood centers, streamlining permitting and site plan review processes for projects that meet form standards, and minimizing soft costs, architectural, legal, and permitting expenses that disproportionately burden smaller scale infill. The 4th point is a vision that links these reforms to Ann Arbor's broad.
Thank you. That's your time's up. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you too. I appreciate your hard work.
Adam Juskevich, you have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Good evening. This is Adam Juskevich on Las Vegas Drive in the 4th Ward. Thank you for giving me time to speak and for all you do for our wonderful city. We are in a climate crisis and a housing crisis. This plan needs to advance a strong vision of abundant housing if we are going to even approach solving these crises. Dense, walkable urban development is more sustainable than suburban car-centric development, and without building an Ann Arbor for all, we will force more people into suburban sprawl outside Ann Arbor. That's not sustainable. It's not sustainable environmentally, economically, or socially. To that end, I have a couple of specific comments. First of all, I agree with those who have asked that you roll the R3 and R4 categories into transition. I believe that the characteristics of that category, such as the taper down to a 3-story limit adjacent to residential, have the flexibility necessary to do this. I also want to make one point here in regard to the resolution sent to you by council. I sent this part as an email, but it was the last minute, and I wanted to read it into the record. I hope you read this similar to me, in that what they have done is set a floor on density, not a limit. I wish that floor had been higher, but it is clear to me that the meaning is that at least 3 units must be allowed throughout the city, and more should be allowed wherever they fit the context of their neighborhood, such as my own. What I hope to see recommended in the comprehensive plan and implemented in zoning is a form-based approach that limits the overall dimensions of buildings and therefore effectively their floor area to what is contextually appropriate in size and form, while making sure that a building large enough to house 3 units is always feasible within those constraints. Maximum occupancy is already regulated in our housing and building codes based on habitable space, room size, and so forth. I think that in conjunction with building form and dimension standards is sufficient to control density without redundant limits on unit or bedroom count or inequitable restrictions on unrelated adults. This, to me, provides the flexibility to enable more density than a triplex by right, where larger building footprints are contextually appropriate, such as in neighborhoods like my own, where there's plenty of room for more density. I believe this is within both the spirit and the letter of Council's resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 630. You can press *6 to unmute and address the Planning Commission for 3 minutes. Go ahead. Caller with the phone number ending with 630. Go ahead. Sharon Hammerschmidt, we have heard other audios. Maybe I'll come back to this call.
Yep.
Brad Pritz, you can unmute and address the Planning Commission for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Commission, staff, and those in the audience.
Mr. Pritz, you're quite faint. If you can get a little closer to your audio source, that might be helpful.
Did that help?
A little bit, yes. Thank you.
Did that help? Okay. That's as close as I can get. All right. Thanks to the Planning Commission. You're volunteers and serve on your own dime. I appreciate that. And you're busting your butts on this. It's hard, I know. And staff, thank you, because you're putting up with many people like the likes of me telling you how to do your jobs when you have perhaps graduate degrees and years of experience and we know nothing. So thank you for your patience in listening to us. My concern is not about details of which direction to go, but rather the process. Public, quote unquote, engagement. Note that it's not called public input. I attended, unlike some of the others who said, gee, I had no idea this was happening. I did attend 2 meetings and 2 meeting in a box meetings. And my impression was these were carefully structured to avoid genuine input in the same way that as parents, we control our kids by saying, Jimmy, what would you like for dinner? Do you want the green beans or the spinach? You don't want to hear Jimmy say artichoke. And you sure don't want to hear Jimmy say an ice cream sandwich. And one of the speakers earlier today referred to this by saying, even little details like, where they gave dots to say, where do I want more density? You didn't give a chance to say where you wanted less. So, by neighborhood, let's dig into this and do real dialogue and discussion. It's messy. It's slow. but it's productive, especially when you have a combination of technically complex things that are emotional. So let's step up to that effort, get people together, because once we work through that, it'll be a plan everyone can live with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 581. You can press star 6 to unmute and address the Planning Commission for up to 3 minutes. Caller with the phone number ending with 581. Press star 6 to unmute and address the Planning Commission for up to 3 minutes. Go ahead, caller.
Hi, Nancy Leff, 1512 Montclair Place. Solar's been a big topic tonight. I won't elaborate as much as I planned. We have 21 homes with solar in our neighborhood, and the city has encouraged citizen involvement in Vision A20 for years. Lots of residents and lots of businesses have enthusiastically responded. An example, a new building next to my house at 39 feet tall, even with the current side setbacks of 5 feet from the lot line, would block our solar panels. Negative environmental impacts would significantly affect not just my house, but also the new building that is not required to provide sustainability or affordability to reach 39 feet, and reduced setbacks can decrease the space for plants and green space. Most of us know we will not see a monetary return on our investments in our lifetimes. We made these investments for future generations and for the environment. My question is, has the issue of blocking home solar systems been factored into your plan? I am not aware if it has been, and please correct me if I'm wrong. On another topic that hasn't been mentioned is the destruction of affordable retail spaces along the proposed transit and hub areas that is already underway. New retail space under new high-rises will likely be unaffordable to most local businesses. Many new retail spaces under these high-rises are vacant and have had high turnover rates. They are certainly not inhabited by our local retail. Instead, we get big box and chain stores, not local businesses. Relax Massage Station had to leave downtown for a huge high-rise and luckily found a spot on Packard. Downtown Home and Garden is closing at the end of this year because they can no longer survive with the reduced foot traffic, the conversion of South Ashley to two-way traffic, garbage accumulation that is not collected, etc. Their list of reasons was extensive. Bellonina Spa was forced to move from Carytown. The new owner of their building was raising the rent that was unaffordable. So what are we doing to our local businesses? People ask for more hub space and more transition zones, but have you thought about what this is doing to our local businesses?
30 more seconds.
They are scrambling to find new affordable space for their businesses. We promote shop local, but this plan does not think about how this plan will affect local retail. I fully support affordability, sustainability, and equity in housing. I am not an opponent to a new comprehensive land use plan. I believe many residents would welcome a pause to your plan to engage in truly meaningful conversations and have serious questions considered to make this plan an inclusive democratic process. This community is full of smart, critical thinking.
Thank you very much.
People.
Your time is up.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 644. You can press star 6 to unmute and address the Planning Commission for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Boris. I live at 1726 Charlton in the 5th Ward. The old version of the Neighbors for More Neighbors yard sign featured a line of 4 or 5 buildings cozying up to each other. But the most recent version of the Neighbors for More Neighbors yard sign, appearing in my neighborhood, now sports a tree at the end of the line of buildings. I wonder, is the appearance of the tree significant? The first 2 drafts of the comprehensive land use plan snubbed or ghosted our city's natural features. Those drafts barely gave natural features a nod. But the tree on the Neighbors for More neighbor sign gave me hope that those among us wearing dark blue shirts are just as concerned about Ann Arbor's natural features as those of us who are not wearing dark blue shirts. Maybe they agree that our trees, wetlands, floodplains, groundwater, steep slopes, as well as native plant and animal ecosystems are just as important as the built environment that we are planning. Maybe they wouldn't mind if a building had to move over just a bit for a tree or a steep slope. In any case, if the natural features plan, as currently written, falls away or is reduced to just a few paragraphs in the revised draft comprehensive plan that is sent to City Council for approval, then our natural features are not likely to survive, and we will have abandoned the fight for a livable city. So please make sure that natural features will continue to be featured and defended in one of our city's most important official planning documents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brandon Dimcheff, you can unmute and address the Planning Commission for up to 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Brandon Dimcheff. I live in Larrytown, in the 4th Ward. Earlier today, Shannon said, keep it simple, and I am just sort of agreeing with that. I would very much encourage us to get this done so we can we can move on to all the future discussions we have to have about actual UDC and zoning changes, where we'll argue about solar panels and height limits and all of that. This is a vision document. It's not intended to be hyper-specific about each neighborhood. We will get to that later, I promise. And also I want to say thank you to planning commissioners and staff for all your time on this. I look forward to welcoming new neighbors to our city and to my neighborhood, and I hope some new multifamily housing gets built right next to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 630. You can press star 6 to unmute and address the Planning Commission for up to 3 minutes. Caller ending in 630.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm very much. My name is John Godfrey, 809 Brockman. Good evening.
Caller, if you can get a little closer to your audio source, we're having a hard time. It's very, very faint. I
can't hear either.
Or understand a word. Alex Lowe, you can unmute and address the Planning Commission for up to 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Alex Lowe calling in from Pittsfield Village, which is one of the many neighborhoods in Ann Arbor that the current draft of the comprehensive land use plan plus council's inappropriate meddling would result in literally being downzoned. So my first request to you, please move Pittsfield Village and all other R3 and R4 that is currently listed as residential into transition. I wasn't going to be speaking tonight or even watching. I was going to catch up later. But I got an email from John Godfrey condescending about how there were going to be a bunch of libertarians at this meeting. I'm disappointed, but not surprised, that reality has once again shown his statements to be untrue. Tomorrow is the 12th anniversary of Ann Arbor's City Planning Commission denying the request to rezone 3325 Packard to allow for a duplex that would have been the same size as the burnt-down simplex that it would have replaced. The lot remains empty to this day. This is just one example of the systemic failure from the previous comprehensive plan. We need to fix this. Ann Arbor is a city with a lot of environmentalists, myself included. So let me talk from my perspective as an environmentalist. Households within city limits have a carbon footprint of roughly 40 tons of CO2 per year. The carbon footprint of a household in the surrounding townships is closer to 70 tons of CO2 equivalent per year. Much of the difference between these carbon footprints comes down to car usage. People who live in the city have far better access to alternatives to driving. On average, a tree will consume 25 kilograms of CO2 this year. That means that, on average, each household we allow in Ann Arbor, instead of forcing them out to the townships, has an environmental benefit equivalent to over 1,000 trees. So every home we prevent in the city is equivalent to the destruction of several acres of forest. The status quo is climate arson. Restricting housing is climate
30 more
arson.
seconds.
And the plan is climate arson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 630. Give it one more shot to see if we can hear you. Press star 6 to unmute yourself, and you can address the Planning Commission. It's the third try.
Yeah, I think we struck out.
Okay. No other hands raised.
Thank you very much. All right, we will move on to item number 7 on our agenda, which is communication from commissioners. This is an opportunity for the commission to respond to and address public comment if desired. Would anybody like to, does anybody have anything to say? Councilmember Dish.
I wasn't going to kick it off, but I didn't see a stampede. So I have one short remark about retail and 3 questions for staff. And the short remark about retail gives staff a moment to prepare. So, yes, I think it is true that in some instances, we will lose beloved old businesses to new mixed-use development. But that's not the only thing that happens with new higher density development. So if you go to Beekman on Broadway, which is in Lower Town, you will find an absolute explosion of delicious and convenient retail. There is the Lower Town Bar and Cafe. There is Plate Sushi. There is the bike store where you can just drop off your bike and walk the rest of the way to work downtown and then pick it up later. Where in this city could you service a car that way? There is the Orange Market, which sells Asian and American groceries and food, not schools. And we did lose one beloved Indian restaurant from that site. It moved to Ipsy, but we got another one in its place, a branch of Madras Masala. So maybe that's what we'll see more of. We don't know, but we did see it there. My 3 questions for staff. How will the new designated comment period for site plans that don't proceed to council be codified? And this sounded, I have already said that I would like it to be designated, that it should sit with the site plan. And it did sound like a good order of things: developer, presentation, staff, presentation, public. So I'd love to know how we're going to codify that. I think we've mentioned this before, but it's worth repeating. And then, what is the current relationship between overlay districts and underlying zoning? Explain to me how they relate to each other, the overlay and who has the upper hand there, shall we say. And how does does the recent edit to the historic district paragraph that will be published in the third revision of the plan change that relationship? And if so, how? And finally, I'm really struggling even more tonight with math than usual. And I'd like to understand how the council's resolution allows 39-foot buildings by right that don't have solar panels. And when I do the math on the effect of council's resolution, I take the 30% height exception or bonus, and I apply it to the proposed 35-foot future building height for parcels currently zoned R1 and R2, and I come up with 45.5 feet by right, which is something that council did not want to see. So I don't understand the claim about 39. I can see that a building with solar panels might go that high, because we've said that your solar panels can extend. But I don't see how a building without solar panels could do that. And I do see that what council has asked for prevents a 45.5 building, 45.5 foot building that has given us either affordable or sustainable. And, maybe I want that, but I don't want that now. I could consider that in 5 years, but I think 45.5 feet, whether it has affordability, sustainability, or an amusement park on top of it, is too much.
I don't know if I have all your questions. Please remind me if I missed them. So, as for the height, the first city council resolution recommended a limit in the residential areas. This body responded to that by specifying a 3-story limit in residential districts. There is no specific height limit as part of that. So, as for any sort of specifics to a 39 feet or anything else, this comp plan doesn't address that. But I just want to be clear. The way we measure height is by the top of a flat roof or the midpoint of a gable. So if the regulation were that we allowed a 3-story building, and that 3-story building were to get to have a height designation that allowed that it was 30 or 35 feet or something along those lines, you could have a building taller than 30 or 35 feet because you're going to get half of the gable. So there are endless possibilities, but again, that's how we measure the height of a building. So, but absent this comp plan specifying that, it's speculative. Currently, in most of our residential districts, for example, we mandate a cap of 30 feet in height, and similarly, that could be realized with a building that is the midpoint of the gable. So that might result in a 38-foot building or a 39-foot building if that 30-foot point was half of whatever the height of that gable is. So you could imagine doing Lego math and come up with different scenarios as long as that height is measured at that midpoint. So that's that question. As to overlay districts, I presume you're talking about the historic district, but those are actually distinct districts outside the UDC. We also have UDC overlay districts. Zoning and historic districts coexist. One does not override the other, and they're independently created and established by the city council. So any changes to zoning have to be complied with. Similarly, any requirements by being part of a historic district, or for that matter, any overlay district in the Unified Development Code, would have to be abided for as well. One does not override the other. You have to satisfy both requirements. So if, for example, a property in a historic district was zoned to allow 40 feet in height, but the Historic District Commission found that it was a contributing structure and they limited the ability to go to that height, the zoning does not override the Historic District Commission's standards in order to limit development at that site. And I think that's where some of the voices at this table, and we've heard from members of the public, there are conflicting opinions about whether that's a good thing or not a good thing. And what was your first question?
The comment period.
Oh, thank you. It's not in code, so we have not been explicit in the bylaws, but you will see bylaws language specifically providing that the public comment period is for any item that is not a public hearing or a dedicated topic-specific public comment period. We absolutely intend to put public comment periods with each agenda item as a public hearing, and accordingly, the bylaws reflect our proposed limitation that during the general public comment, it would be inappropriate to comment on those site plans at that time, similar to a public hearing.
So, in fact, it is in our bylaw revisions?
The bylaws, you could add it. The bylaws do not explicitly say we will hold a public comment period.
Okay.
They say that we are going to structure our agenda and so that public comments and public hearings on topic-specific items are given the same weight.
Oh, given the same weight. Okay, so
if the Planning Commission desired, we could add a provision that says any site plan shall have a public comment period. It is our intention to do that, but you could also put that in the bylaws if desired.
is there any reason not to?
No.
Good.
Just if in the future you wanted to change that, it would require amendment to the bylaws versus just a practice.
So does it seem too restrictive to add it?
No, I don't think so.
So let me just read back the notes that I took on the historic district part. So if a property proposed for a historic district exceeded what the Historic District Commission felt was consistent with
their standards.
The
zoning does not override that decision.
The zoning does not override that decision. Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Mills?
I would again like to thank folks who have taken time to grapple with this document before us that continues, that again, I'll reiterate, the official public comment period hasn't even launched yet. So all of this is preamble to actual official public comment period. So thank you. Thank you for engaging and asking questions, giving us feedback for comments so that the draft that does go out can reflect what we're hearing. The other thing that I want to say is tonight there was more questions or content on sustainability and solar, which is what I do in my day job, than we've heard before. And two things are kind of, I need to check on the status of them because I lost track of them when I went on vacation. One, on the solar, I know that I have a colleague in Taubman College who has done analysis of what additional shade might be expected when you move from a 30-foot maximum to a 35-foot maximum. And so I know that is, I've seen a graphic, I'll find it and circulate it and make sure that this body has it and that it's in the record. The other thing is, a couple of years ago, actually, I had a student through our office that worked with the Office of Sustainability here in the city to try to understand, to try to get some numbers on what emissions are associated with units built in the city versus some of the places where people are commuting in from. And she graduated, but I am going to go back and dig out the data. It might not be pretty, but but I think that will ground it. What we heard about kind of transportation emissions driving the difference is absolutely true. And it's not just from the commuting. It's not just like commuting in 7 miles or whatever from one of the surrounding townships. It's that they don't have access to walkable, as many opportunities to do errands through walking. So I'll be able to pull out those numbers. Another element of this too, though, is that units in the city of Ann Arbor tend to be smaller. They tend to be attached. And by that fact, the unit themselves that can house the same family or persons produces fewer emissions in operating it. And so anyway, there's some numbers associated with that you can email me, or I'll also bring to the commission for that.
Anyone else? Okay. I would also like to say thank you to everybody. I was reflecting back during this public comment period that we've been, 5 months ago was the first time that I chaired a meeting, and that was a 3-hour public comment. And I think that we've been pretty consistently having very long public comments since then, but I think we've gotten a lot of really good engagement, and I appreciate everyone that continues to engage with us. All right, with that, I will move on to item number 8 on the agenda, public hearing scheduled for our next business meeting. Manager Leonard.
Yes, we have one new public hearing scheduled for the August 19th meeting. This is proposed amendments to the Unified Development Code, Chapter 55 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor, to Section 5.15 Permitted Use Tables, Section 5.16.1 Residential Uses, Section 5.16.6 Accessory Uses, and Section 5.37.2 Specific Terms related to accessory dwelling units and affordable housing. Section 5.15 may be amended to allow 2-family dwellings in single-family districts when designated as affordable housing dwelling units. Section 5.16.1 may be amended to provide for an affordable housing dwelling unit bonus in single-family residential zoning districts. Section 5.16.6 may be amended to allow larger accessory dwelling units with certain restrictions when designated as affordable housing dwelling units. And Section 5.37.2 may be amended to provide a definition of affordable housing in an ownership context.
Very concise, thank you. Agenda item number 9, unfinished business. We have none, so we will move on to item number 10, regular business. 1007, Woodland Avenue rezoning with area plan waiver request. A petition to rezone 1007 Woodland Avenue from P parking to C1 local commercial, eliminating the P district on this block and expanding the existing C1 district with a request to waive the area plan requirement as no development is proposed. We will start with a petitioner presentation.
I think we got it queued up.
The presentation right here. So the one that we received.
I see. Great.
There's something open.
Cross your fingers. Hey.
Close this. Close this.
Thank you. My name is Bill Brinkerhoff. I'm one of the owners of Argus Farm Stop, along with my wife Kathy, and with Laura Matney, our general manager. We're actually coming up on 11 years of running Argus in Ann Arbor, in 2 locations that are both kind of in neighborhoods and kind of germane to all these previous comments. Tonight's request was a rezoning request for the Packard location. The Packard location where the market is has a separate parcel behind it that has been a legacy zoned parking area, although we don't use it for parking. We have customer parking on the street. It's been used as a service area for Argus, where the farms drop off and leave. They bring goods in their farm crates, and we store farm crates back there. And so we've been working with with Alexis and her staff to figure out a better way as we grow in the neighborhood to be able to stay there. We've had a great reception from from the neighborhood, and the result has been a rezoning request that would let us have a little bit more functional and aesthetic service area. We don't have any plans for development that we're proposing, but more so to have something that's a little more aesthetic and functional. Right now, you're not allowed to store stuff in a parking zoned area, for example. And so that's the background. I think the rezoning request is, we think it's aligned with Ann Arbor's 20-minute neighborhood concept. It really does support the farms that are selling through this and the ability for neighbors to just walk over and buy locally raised and farmed goods. And we appreciate your consideration. And I guess I haven't flipped through any of my slides, but this is the location highlighted in yellow there, which is, again, behind the market. And it's protected by trees, so it's secluded back there, but it needs to be rezoned, I think, to be appropriate for our ongoing use. And that was the kind of the verbiage of what I just went through. So
thank you.
That. Are there any questions?
We will do staff presentation, then we'll do public comment, and then we will let you know.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Staff presentation, Planner Shake.
Yeah. So I'm pinch hitting for Alexis on this one. I'll be pinch hitting for Mariana on the other site plan. So give me a little bit of time if you have some curveballs to keep with the baseball metaphors. So the staff recommendation for this is the area plan waiver be granted and the rezoning petition be approved because adequate justification has been provided to deviate from the future land use recommendation of the comprehensive plan. And the petition is consistent with the overall goals of the comprehensive plan. So just a little bit of background information. The site is currently zoned P, which is almost at this point a legacy zoning district that was created at least since 1963 as a separation between areas zoned C1 and the neighborhoods. And it would all P zoning districts, which are less and less common in the city, were basically used as this buffer and only allowed for parking. The site in question, the parcel in question, is a total of 4,791 square feet, of which 2,604 square feet is the actual parcel. And because our zoning districts go to the midpoint line of the streets, in this case Woodland Avenue, we're talking about 2,604 square feet of area plus the extension to the midpoint line of the right-of-way. So the building at 1214 Packard, adjacent to this, has existed, or was at least existing 1913, addressed as 1200 Packard at the time. 1224 Packard appears on 1947 aerial photos. The building at 1226 Packard seems to have been constructed in the 1950s. As some portions of the original P district were rezoned to C1, leaving the boundaries as they are today. So originally the P district has shrunken over time, essentially. And essentially it no longer serves as a buffer. And this is the elimination of this, or the rezoning of this P parcel will eliminate the last P parcel in this neighborhood to make it consistent with the rest of the zoning, the adjacent parcels to the west, north, and east. And finally, regarding the area plan waiver, per section 52910F, an area plan or site plan is required as part of a rezoning petition, but the Planning Commission may waive the area plan requirement upon determination that no new construction is proposed and a survey of the existing conditions is provided. In this case, no new construction is being proposed and a survey of existing conditions has been provided. Therefore, staff does recommend granting the area plan waiver as well.
Thank you. We will move on to the public hearing. This is an opportunity for individuals to speak for up to 3 minutes on the proposed 1007 Woodland Avenue rezoning application. We'll first hear from those present, then remote participants. To speak remotely, press star 9 if on the phone or use the raise hand feature in Zoom. For phone access, call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. City staff will identify callers by the last 3 digits of their phone number or by name for Zoom users. You'll hear an announcement when it's your turn to speak. Please move to a quiet area and mute any background noise. For all participants, please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. Is there anyone present who would like to speak?
Hello, Mark Skirbo, 2017 Fair Street, and lover of Argus food. Argus is an incredible business in the city. I don't think I've ever walked into one of their locations and not bought a coffee or a day-old pastry or bread or groceries. They do such good for our city, and they're really supportive of the bike community. They stayed open late for Bike Party to be able to end at Argus, so can't say enough good things about Argus. My only hope for this site is that there's more bike parking eventually added. I think there's not enough bike parking in the area. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else present who would like to speak? Is there anyone? Nope. Come on up.
Thank you. Yeah, Shannon, 2870 Oakdale. I am just here as a big fan of Argus. I mean, both locations, Liberty and Packard, are just great havens to get food, walk in, get water as a biker who just needs water, be able to talk with other people there and just experience great local produce. I learned this week, actually, that Washtenaw County is, I think, the fastest growing county for farms in all of Michigan, and that's in the context of the fact that all the other counties are actually generally declining, and local produce is really rare, but I think Argus is a big part of why it's grown in the past 10 years. So yeah, I really want to support Argus, and I hope that you approve the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else who would like to speak at this time? Anyone who would like to address the commission remotely?
Yes. Alex Lowe, you have 3 minutes to address the Plan Commission.
Hi, this is Alex Lowe calling in from 3325 Packard, the empty lot that I was speaking about earlier, which is apparently now for sale. I just want to say that we should be eliminating the parking zone altogether. It's kind of ridiculous to have. So I am all for this parking-only zones at final cost. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other hands raised.
Thank you. I will then close the public hearing and read the proposed motion. The Ann Arbor Planning Commission waives the area plan requirement and recommends that the mayor and city council approve the 1007 Woodland Avenue rezoning from P parking to C1 local business. Moved by Commissioner Lee, seconded by Commissioner Mills. We are in discussion. Would anybody like to? Commissioner Weatherby.
So as the Argus people know, I am a often visitor of both sites. So I walk by this site a lot, and it wasn't until I read the agenda where I was like, oh, that's what's going on, because it does seem like a little weird. It doesn't, it just seemed like, oh, we could use this, we being you all, could use this in a better way. And so the P districts, we've seen a lot of P districts come before planning over the years, and they're really a vestige of a long past time where we thought cars were going to be the thing that protected us from businesses, and now we realize that we don't really want cars to protect us from businesses, that actually cars are much more intrusive than businesses are with slamming doors and lights and things. So I was happy to see this come forward, and I am happy to vote for it, because I think the district alone is, the P districts are not great, and knowing that there's a really good local business just makes it that much easier, but we should also, they're not great anyway. So even if you were terrible, but you are great. So I'm happy to vote for this.
Commissioner Mills.
So So Commissioner Weatherby gave the history of the parking districts really well. Typically, I'm one who says, like, let's see, like, what are you really going to do here? Like, let's not waive the area plan. And this parking is surrounded by commercial. You could extend the commercial anyway. So just putting it as part of commercial, like, we can imagine what this will mean for there. It's closing that donut hole, which totally makes sense. So I'm both in support of the rezoning and in favor of waiving the area plan requirement. I think that this is really sensible.
Commissioner Lee.
Yeah, pretty much everything everyone said. To the extent which the rezoning is necessary from parking to C1, yes. Necessary for the purpose of the efficient utilization of land, so that's satisfied. How the rezoning affects public welfare and property rights of persons. Yeah, 20-minute city. I grew up walking from Tappan Middle School home through this. It used to be a vacuum store, if I remember correctly. It was kind of strange, but it's much better now. I wish this was actually around when I was a middle school student. How rezoning is advantageous to the city. Again, promotion of the non-motorized transportation as well as access, so I think that's great. And then how the particular location will meet the convenience and service requirements of potential users. Again, all of these things are satisfied. I will be in support of waiving the area plan as well as voting in favor of the rezoning. Thank you. And for clarification purposes, this goes to City Council for rezoning, so this is a recommendation. The waiver of the area plan, I think, happens here. Is that right?
Mr. Leonard is nodding his head yes.
That's correct.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Norton.
This, just for the record, this sounds like a totally sensible thing for me to do. I really have just a technical question for staff. If we're waiving the area plan, presumably at some point, if they do propose to do some construction, then some kind of site plan review will happen, or
whatever is required of the ordinance.
So
yeah.
It's just
it could be a site plan. It could just be a building permit. It depends on what
they're
the ordinance
doing.
requires. But yeah, it doesn't. Our ordinance requires either a rezoning or either a site plan or an area plan to accompany any rezoning unless this waiver is granted.
kind of overly protective, maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay. All right, that's fine. Thank you. This sounds like a completely logical thing to do. I'm happy to support it.
Any other comments? I was going to ask the exact same question, so thank you. Are we ready for a vote? Okay. We'll do a roll call vote.
Yes, please. Commissioner Hammerschmidt?
Yes.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Dish?
Yes.
Commissioner Mills?
Yes.
Commissioner Weatherby?
Yes.
Commissioner Adams?
Yes.
Commissioner Norton?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Good luck at council, and thanks for your patience. All right, let's move on to item number 10B, regular business. The 2025 Ann Arbor-Saline Road rezoning and site plan for city council approval. A petition to rezone 2525 Ann Arbor-Saline Road from O Office District to R4E Multifamily Dwelling District, and a site plan to construct 262 residential units. The building would be 5 stories with almost 380,000 square feet of floor area and include 297 vehicle parking spaces and 164 bicycle parking spaces. As part of the proposal, the existing curb cut on Ann Arbor-Saline Road would be modified. A new curb would be added on, curb cut I'm assuming that means, would be added on Oak Brook Drive, and 2 new crosswalks would be installed on site, one across Oak Brook Drive and another across Ann Arbor-Saline Road. The 4.16 acre site is currently vacant and staff recommends approval. We will start with our petitioner presentation.
Good evening. My name is Andy Jacob, and I'm a principal in Cranbrook Village Limited Partnership, the owner of the subject parcel and the adjacent Cranbrook Shopping Center. My partners and I have extensive real estate development and management experience in Ann Arbor and Pittsfield Township, dating back some 30 years. Some of our projects include Waters Place Shopping Center with Kohl's and Best Buy, Dick's, and Total Wine, Centerra Point Apartments in Pittsfield, and the recently opened Vanguard Hotel. We have been owners of this parcel in Cranbrook Village Center since 2004, and we were responsible for bringing Whole Foods and REI to the site when Mervyn's closed. This parcel has been zoned office since the 1980s. It was created some 43 years ago as part of the Cranbrook subdivision plat, which included the construction at the time of Oak Brook Drive and the associated water and sewer infrastructure. The proposed project is called the Crescent because of the C shape of the building, which was dictated by the triangular shape of the property. What are we trying to achieve? The average stay of an apartment resident nationwide is 2 years. We're hoping to create an environment where people want to stay 4 years, 6 years. And we're doing that by creating a living environment where hopefully a car is not necessary because of access to shopping immediately adjacent and access to bus routes and natural park spaces that are nearby. We also want to create a pleasing aesthetic environment. Apartment features such as low energy consumption, high indoor air quality, and low sound transmission, we think will also encourage longer stays. Most projects that are mid-rise are closed off. They have a donut or a sort of a shoebox shape. We have deliberately opened the Crescent to the west and brought sunlight into what is going to be a 30,000 square foot amenity deck, which will be, I think, a great feature and encourage long-term residency. Some of the other features are somewhat typical for large projects like this: a modern gym, specialty workout areas, business center with meeting space, kitchen and other amenities geared for comfort and convenience. Traffic is always a concern, so we have agreed to put the necessary flashing crosswalks in to increase pedestrian vehicular safety, and we have even proposed paying for a new traffic light at Arbor-Saline Road in Oak Brook if the city deems that warranted. The project has 2 entrances for vehicular traffic, one public off of Arbor-Saline Road, which is shared with the adjacent shopping center, and another one off of Oak Brook, which is actually not a new curb cut. It's part of the plat, but it is moving. And that will be for residents only because it leads into an underground parking structure. The development promotes a connection between living and shopping. In addition to being on a transit corridor, this development sits directly next to Whole Foods and Cranbrook Village Shopping Center, providing residents with easy access to groceries, retail services, dining, and other things, all without requiring a car. We've committed to the Energy Star multifamily new construction program, which will be used to construct an energy-efficient building. The standard not only provides design guidance, but also requires third-party testing and verification to ensure the project will perform efficiently and deliver comfort to the residents as planned. In March, we received a DTE Willdan report, which modeled various construction choices and their impact on energy usage. This was only a starting point for us to understand which choices will result in the biggest energy savings per dollar invested. But as a next step, we have asked our sustainability consultant, Catalyst Partners, to create a more detailed report outlining the cost to the residents of operation, as well as helping us choose among the various options to maximize efficiency. We're trying to create an environment where walking, biking, and using public transportation are the default modes of transportation. The city needs more housing, and we believe the Crescent is a thoughtful, responsible way to help meet that need. And I'm going to introduce Ray Phillips from Krieger Klatt, who will discuss and show some slides of the project.
How do I pull it up? Oh, perfect. Good evening, Ray Phillips, the Krieger Klatt Architects. First off, I'd like to thank you all for your time tonight, and Andy for touching on some of the major points of the project. So we have put together a brief PowerPoint presentation, kind of supplemental information to accompany the latest set of drawings that I believe were submitted in March of this year. Let me see here. There we go. Project location, it's on Arbor-Saline Road, West Oak Brook, and just behind the shopping center. Project synopsis, currently zoned office. We're looking to rezone the property to R4E, multiple family dwelling, to construct a 5-story multifamily building, 1 floor of underground parking. 262 residential units consisting of mostly 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units with some studios and 3 beds, so we think we have a good mix of units in this project. We currently have 3,700 square feet of interior amenity space. We are looking to potentially increase that, but right now that is the plan. And 30,000 square feet of outdoor amenity space that's located on grade. With 297 total parking spaces, 268 of which are below the first floor, so secured, and 29 surface parking spaces, which are mostly for short-term parking, guest parking. We have 164 bicycle parking spaces, 82 Class A, 72 Class B, and 10 Class C. So this is a snip from the civil engineering plans. So this is just the site plan, color-coded it so you could see easily the building is shown in orange. The 30,000 roughly square feet of outdoor space is in green. And on the left side, which I will refer everything to plan north, south, east, and west. North is bottom left currently. So there is currently a detention pond in the plan west. So this is the lower level. This shows just all of the parking that we put down below here. I want to start off by saying this originally was still a 5-story building, but we had parking located on the first floor. We had to find creative ways to hide it. But we are now proposing all of the parking to be underground, keep it hidden from view, brings the residents down to the first floor, activate the street front on Oak Brook. So we thought that was a very good move to make on this project. Shows you can see the bicycle parking spaces, one location located under the ramp shown in orange, and then we have 2 other bicycle parking spaces located in the southwest and southeast. This shows the first floor plan. All the way at the north, you can see where the vehicle entrance is, and as was mentioned, that is just to access the lower level parking. And then on plan south, that is where the current curb cut is. I believe it's being slightly modified. Location is staying the exact same because there's some grading along Arbor-Saline Road that had to be dealt with. We do have 3 staircases, 3 elevators. We think this works with the building layout itself. Also provides some easy access to the upper floors. Don't have to travel as far to get to your unit. This is just a typical floor. It's a simple double-loaded corridor running down the entire building with units on either side. We're using standard apartment sizes ranging from roughly 550 for studios, 720 for 1 beds, I believe 1,000 square feet for 2 beds, and roughly 1,200 square feet for the 3-bed units that we have. And here we just have some simple isometric plans, kind of shows the building overlaid on top of a Google Earth image so you could see the size and how it fits into the surrounding areas. So we go around all 4 sides of the building. That from this is looking east. This is looking to the north. You can kind of see the activated amenity space, which I'll show in a couple future slides. And here we just have some renderings. We wanted to pull some so you could see what this is actually going to look like. We don't think the 2D elevations do a lot of justice, so we wanted to provide some renderings. We're using high quality materials, durable. That's always the plan. Bricks, stones, cement, cementitious siding, whether it's vertical board and batten or panels. This is the entry if you were to pull into any of the surface parking spaces. So this is kind of what would be welcome you into this project. And then we just have 3 other renderings as we go around the building. So this one I think is very important. This shows that middle activated deck area. So this is the outdoor space. It does include a pool. And we really want to activate this and, again, create this space where people can go and promote people staying here as long-term residents. This is just one other view that's from the other side, again, kind of showing the pool. We're going to break out these areas into different uses. It could be pool, dog run area, and things like that for recreational activities. That's all we have. Thank you, and we look forward to your comments and recommendation for approval.
Thank you very much. We will turn to the staff presentation.
Thank you. So staff's recommendation is for approval of the site plan and the rezoning request, but kind of jumping into some of the development details. I forget, was it Commissioner Weatherby? You mentioned about the ZBA variance that was granted a few weeks ago. Yeah, so the project received an 18-foot variance for the side setback at the July 23rd ZBA meeting. But the applicant also proposed, and I'm sure the applicant would be willing to discuss any other details regarding this, proposed an 18-foot no-build easement that extends from the side lot line into the adjacent parcel. It's my understanding that the adjacent parcel is under the same ownership group, so securing said easement should not be an issue for the project. As far as other details of the project, so it's both a rezoning and the site plan, which will be going to council for approval. The site is currently zoned office, and the request is to R4E zoning. The project complements nearby uses, improves pedestrian connections on Ann Arbor-Saline Road and Oak Brook Drive, and aligns with the city's policy goals by introducing over 250 new residential spaces near retail space and major thoroughfares with nearby existing transit lines. The density is much higher than adjacent residential construction, and the proposed residential building is not consistent with the recommended office use and current zoning of the site. However, city staff believes that this is an appropriate location for higher density residential because of the existing infrastructure and the proximity to commercial areas and parks. And just digging into these details a little bit longer, or a little bit deeper, the site has been vacant since at least 1947. The detention basin was installed in 1987. So initial development activity at least started 1987 in the area with the construction of the detention basin, which will continue, and city staff in stormwater has analyzed the capacity of that basin and looked at the numbers and calculations as proposed by the project. But so since 1987, the basin has been there, but the parcel has been has remained undeveloped. So staff is supportive of the idea that this could be developed into housing, as it has not induced office interest for development in 38 years. Quick mental math. A couple of notes from the site plan analysis, the staff comments from site plan analysis. The petitioner has agreed to a crosswalk across Oak Brook Drive to connect into Cranbrook Park. So just across Oak Brook, there is Cranbrook Park, and there's no existing crosswalk. So they will be working in greater detail through, assuming if the plan gets approved and the rezoning gets approved, they'll be working in more detail to define that location, the technical specifications necessary for that crosswalk. But the crosswalk will be provided there. Similarly, transportation staff has agreed to work with the petitioner to determine the final location of a proposed crosswalk on Ann Arbor-Saline Road during the civil plan review process. Again, should this site plan and rezoning be approved. The need for a crosswalk has been identified in that stretch, especially with more residential units coming into this area. But the actual best location, given the multitude of factors our transportation engineering unit takes a look at, has yet to be determined, but that will be going in. I'm happy to answer any other questions. I think the development team gave a summary of the project. The project does meet requirements for Class A and Class B bicycle spaces. It also meets our EV standards. I'll stop and open up for questions for myself and the development team.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the public hearing for this agenda item. This is an opportunity for individuals to speak for up to 3 minutes on the proposed 2525 Ann Arbor-Saline Road rezoning and site plan application. We'll first hear from those present, then remote participants. To speak remotely, press star 9 if on the phone, or use the raise hand feature in Zoom. For phone access, call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. City staff will identify callers by the last 3 digits of their phone number or by name for Zoom users. You'll hear an announcement when it's your turn to speak. Please move to a quiet area and mute any background noise. For all participants, please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. Anyone present who would like to speak at this time?
Mark Skirbo, 2017 Fair Street. I'm really excited about this project. It's amazing to me that it's sat vacant for so long. I am a regular biker to REI. It's a great store, and I always end up getting food at Whole Foods as well. So I'm jealous of the people who get to live here and be so close to the shopping area. I also want to thank the petitioner for the incredibly detailed architectural drawings and renderings. I mean, it's hundreds of pages of site plans. And when I think about this site sitting empty for so long, it makes sense because doing development in the city in particular is so complicated. I mean, every single detail has been mapped out to the level of how to plant a tree. There's a cross-section of how to plant a tree in these site plans. So it's incredibly detailed. I'm sure it's also incredibly expensive to generate all these plans with the hope that the city approves it. But I'm excited to see this plan. Some very minor concerns, thinking about crosswalks and looking at the architectural renderings that are, I'm assuming, perfectly accurate because they're so detailed. I don't see a crosswalk through the curb cut leading to the surface parking lot, and I hope that that is added. And then I also hope that some of the kind of slip lane turn radii going from the surface parking lot to Ann Arbor-Saline Road are tightened up. It looks quite wide, and as someone who has been biking and nearly right hooked or left hooked by people coming out of a surface parking lot, I hope we can keep that safety aspect in mind. One other concern, and maybe this is all in the city right away, so it's actually up to the city, but I would love to see more trees along the sidewalks around the property. Trees are great for kind of narrowing the field of view on a busy road and trying to get cars to slow down and provide lovely shade. So I'd love to see more trees. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Hugh Short, and I'll give this another try, huh?
You're good this time.
I've lived across the street from this for 40 years and witnessed Ann Arbor-Saline Road, and it is pretty, but it, people have talked about the personality of the city, and to put something this large, it's 1- and 2-story houses and condos and apartments here, and you're throwing 5 stories. It's going to really stick out. You can even see it in their pictures here. It's just not going to, I don't think it's going to be aesthetically a good thing. As Ann Arbor-Saline Road is the number 2 approach to the city along with State Street. And to put this thing here, to me, it just doesn't fit. And I've lived here since '58, and to see this, it just, I come in Ann Arbor-Saline Road all the time, and to see this, it just, maybe if it was 2 or 3 stories, you're adding 300 parking places, and the traffic there, there's been 2 people killed down there at Oakbrook already, and you're going to throw this many people, I'm sure you've driven Ann Arbor-Saline Road, and to be putting them crossing Ann Arbor-Saline Road, the one entrance is a blind hill, and you're going to be having people cross and pull out of there. People pull out of there right now. You're not supposed to take a left turn out of there. They do it all the time, every day. So I just don't think it quite fits. It's too big. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good Good evening. My name is Ann DeSanti. I live at 443 Sumark Way, so right behind this. And you're going to have to excuse me, I've just recently moved back to Ann Arbor. I lived here for 27 years. I've been gone for 15. Purchased a condo in the Oak Brook condos. Purchased that in January, moved in June, and have finally settled here in July. So I lived in Okemos and worked for Michigan State for a number of years and was happy to come back to Ann Arbor. But what struck me, after I bought the place and as I was coming here to Ann Arbor from Okemos, was taking 127 down to 94 and getting off on Arbor-Saline was the traffic. Shocking to me, the difference since I had lived here. So what I have also noticed was that, and I've been told and it's been confirmed to me by my neighbors, that when you're coming down Oak Brook and you need to go down onto Arbor-Saline to go to Myers, you don't make a left-hand turn there because you can't. There's just too much traffic. So you got to go around, get onto Eisenhower to make that left-hand turn. So that curve that you could see in the renderings here is a blind curve. I would not cross in the crosswalks that are proposed there. I would walk all the way down to Northbrook and Oak Brook to cross. So I would have, and there's no stop sign there for people coming on Oak Brook. So you are taking your life in your hands crossing there. So with this, I appreciate the comments from the developers about having this development in a place where you wouldn't need a car. Well, I hate to tell you, I did pretty well for myself in my prior job, but believe me, I can't afford to buy my groceries at Whole Foods all the time. I got to go to Meijer, so I need my car to go to Meijer. And the shopping in that area is just not enough to sustain a family. So the idea that you can live here at the Crescent with a little need for a car, I think just is unrealistic as you try to survive and keep, and just do your day-to-day. So the other comment that I have, and I took, very quickly read the staff's report on the site plan and rezoning, and on page 5, the first full paragraph, it talks about, it does not mention the apartments across the street, Woodland Mews. So there are apartments in that area, but it's not mentioned at all in this report. Thank you.
Thank you. I grew up in Okemos. I never hear anybody talk about it. So when you said that, I was like, what?
It's a nice little town.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Ross. I've been here since the early Anthropocene. I really love this project. My partner lives down that way. The things that need to be improved are not with this project. It's on a bus line. A lot of people are not going to live there, are not going to be driving to downtown every day. It's great. Arbor-Saline, to get out to the rest of the shopping out there is terrible, but that's not the fault of this project. That's city purview, but not this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gary Nealis. I live at 520 Galen Circle, which is directly over across Oak Brook from the facility that's being planned. The traffic study is one of the big issues. Oak Brook has been used, because it's right behind me. I see fire trucks, ambulances, dump trucks, flying down through there. And whether we put a light on Oak Brook and Arbor-Saline or a light at the entrance to the shopping center, I think a light should be kind of foremost in the thinking of something's got to be done there. And on game day, Arbor-Saline is one way, and they block off Oak Brook, so you can't get out that way. But I would assume a traffic study is done. The other thing is the curb cut where they show it is not where the curb cut is. It's more toward the curve in the road. So it's probably over 100 feet further west. But the thing I was wondering is, do you need to add another curb cut, Or I'm assuming they're tying into the parking lot for Whole Foods and that mall there. Why can't they use the exit that's already a curb cut that's there, that's right across from the entrance to the subdivision? So now we have streets together, and you're not adding another entrance into the street there. And then also on the pedestrian walkway, if you put it right across from the entrance to the park, it would be closer to Arbor-Saline Road now. If you try to cross Oak Brook at Arbor-Saline's 45 miles an hour, and people turning into there, it's very dangerous. So if you put the crosswalk there, I think that would solve that. But the other thing is, where the curb cut is now, if you're coming out of the garage, you're coming up at an angle, and the headlights are going right into the back of houses on Oak Brook, on Galen Circle right there. And it would be good if they're going to do that, to put some shielding up there so the headlights don't get into the building. The other thing is, the last thing is the stormwater. I know there's a detention pond there, and it should take care of holding some of that, but we've had some localized flooding in the subdivision, so I'm not sure if the whole infrastructure, downstream from that is something that at least should be verified that it is capable of handling. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. My name is Gary Washevsky. I live at 546 Galen Circle. I feel motivated to tell you a little bit more about myself, unfortunately, and you'll know why in a minute. I used to reside in Ann Arbor as a student, obviously in the 70s. After that, I joined the National Park Service, retired as a park superintendent after 40 years of service, moved to Ann Arbor, and I've been in my residence on Galen Circle for all of 58 days. So I apologize, I haven't prepared remarks, and I am ignorant of laws, rules, regulations, comprehensive planning, etc. So please take that to heart. That being said, I have one general comment and a couple of minor comments. This proposal is obviously an aberration of the zoning along Ann Arbor-Saline Road, and there is no other five-story structure that I'm aware of on Ann Arbor-Saline. So obviously this is something very, very different and needs to be considered in terms of smaller density, lower height, those kinds of concerns. I heard about your comprehensive planning. This would be a perfect opportunity to take a look at that piece of property rather than trying to shoehorn a five-story high-density place that is there. So I would encourage you to take a look at that in terms of your overall comprehensive planning. In terms of a couple of general statements, and it's already been mentioned, the only entrance to the garage for 269 parking spaces is off of Oak Brook. And all of those cars, especially at night, are going to be shining their lights into Oak Brook condominiums across the street. My suggestion is that the developer and the planning commission take a look at moving the entrance into the garage off of their main entrance, which is off of Saline and Arbor-Saline Road. And lastly, since I'm out of time, I would suggest that parking, I assume that parking is not really an issue because you have basically 1.2 parking spaces for each of the residences. That doesn't seem to be enough to me as an observer. I suggest that I assume that since the developer also owns Whole Foods and or other things, that additional parking will be done off of the parking lots for the Whole Foods and the other stores that are there. And lastly, let's make sure we streetscape the roadways that surround the property. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome back to Ann Arbor. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak? You were hiding, but I was wondering where you were. I think you were hiding behind the thing.
Yeah, this public hearing smoked me out. Thanks, Commissioner Hammerschmidt. Ken Garber again. Mr. Scarborough was right. There's a lot of detail in the site plan, but there are also some omissions, or at least some questions I have. Well, to begin with, to Mr. Wachowski's comment, this project at floor area ratio of 209% is almost 3 times as large as permitted in the current office zoning district. So it's a very large upzoning. So it doesn't mean we shouldn't do it, but this should be a model project in every way. And there's no affordable housing here. It is high density, so in terms of city goals, it's sort of 1 for 2. But regarding sustainability, we didn't hear much in the presentation. They're seeking Energy Star multifamily new construction certification. You may know that the EPA is in the process of dismantling the entire Energy Star program. Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering who will be doing the certification. Maybe there are independent third parties that can do it, but that's just a question. There was a letter from Noah Jacob a year ago in the document repository stating this will be an all-electric project. I haven't seen that reiterated. I'd like to hear that confirmed. The site plan refers to split system heat pumps. I think that needs clarification. What does that mean? Mini splits, which is a ductless system with outdoor compressors feeding individual rooms, VRF, a heat pump electric resistance split system, a hybrid gas electric split system with gas in the winter and electric in the shoulder seasons. We've seen some of that. Not optimal. How will the common areas be heated electrically? Yeah, the plan documents refer to rooftop solar, 391.6 kilowatt capacity, but there's nothing in the drawings I saw about that. From a letter from August last year, quote, the project team intends to design the project to be net zero ready, end quote. Does that mean the solar panels will only be installed at some unknown future date, not at time of construction? If so, why not? And while net zero is a great goal, how can this building achieve it? The 391 kilowatt solar can only serve a small fraction of the demand from the 262 units, plus common space, plus EV chargers. So is net zero still a goal? There's going to be energy modeling. Have they calculated the building energy use intensity, EUI? The IECC standard is 26.9 kilobtu per square foot per year. Is that going to be met or exceeded? So is it all electric? And plus the other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present who would like to speak? Is there anyone who would like to address the commission remotely?
Adam Juszkiewicz, you can unmute and address the planning commission.
Thank you. Hi, Adam Juszkiewicz again, Las Vegas Drive in the 4th Ward. I've been wondering what's going to happen with this desolate patch of grass and weeds since my parents took me shopping for clothes at Mervyn's before Whole Foods came to Ann Arbor. It's great that we're finally going to see much-needed housing built here, and I think this plan is completely appropriate for the area. The density is great and extremely welcome. I'm glad to see the added pedestrian infrastructure in an area that's really not great for pedestrians right now. I'd love to see a refuge island on Arbor-Saline that also helps to prevent left turns out of the lot, since I agree with the previous speaker that that's a problem. Arbor-Saline badly needs traffic calming, but I guess that's outside the scope of this project. Perhaps a roundabout could be considered at the Oak Brook, Northbrook, Arbor-Saline intersection rather than a light if the current stop sign is deemed insufficient. Thank you to the developer for bringing this forward. I think it'll be a great addition to our community. Please approve this rezoning and site plan tonight. Thank you.
Do we have any other remote callers?
We have Fun Mary. Please unmute yourself and address the Planning Commission for up to 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Mary Warshevsky, wife of Gary Warshevsky. We live at 564 Galen Circle. I trust that you all have had a chance to read my submitted comments in opposition or concessions and compromise. Please read those. Those are detailed. I will not be going over that whole written presentation that I emailed to you. This project is a beautiful building. It does not fit our neighborhood. Just the looks of it. It is an a hotel structure. This is a luxury hotel. It does not fit within our neighborhood. I am very concerned about the walkers on Oak Brook Drive. We have a lot of walkers through Cranbrook Park. This area, especially with the parking being underground, is going to create problems. I understand that the crosswalks will take away some of that risk. They will definitely need to have the flashers for the drivers to be alerted. The traffic conditions are going to be horrific. I don't have to say any more about that. In addition to my submitted written comments, I would propose another use for this parcel. We, the city, could really make this space attractive and inviting for Ann Arborites and our visitors. With all the development happening around this area, Briarwood Mall, the corner of State Street with the housing, hotel, and shopping, how beautiful would it be if the city used this area as a pavilion park to serve as an aesthetically pleasing and functional gateway into the city that would reflect Ann Arbor's character. With Cranbrook Park across the street, this could be a welcome addition, and our wildlife will love us for it. We could have signage that says, "Welcome to Ann Arbor, where natural beauty and city life come together." Let's stick with what we're known for, our natural beauty. I strongly urge this board to seriously think this through more thoroughly. The ramifications and unintended impact a project of this magnitude will have on the existing neighborhoods. Let our voices be heard, and let's take a step back and rethink what would be the best for all parties involved. Can the citizens of Ann Arbor help shape the future of Ann Arbor? That would be up to you in voting no to rezone 2525 Ann Arbor-Saline Road. Thank you for listening to me, and I appreciate all of your work.
Thank you.
No other hands raised.
Thank you very much. I will close the public hearing and read the proposed motions, and I would propose taking both of them together unless there's any objection. No. All right. The Ann Arbor City Planning Commission recommends that the mayor and city council approve the Crescent 2525 Ann Arbor-Saline Road rezoning from O Office to R4E Multiple Family Residential. And the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission recommends that the mayor and city council approve the Crescent 2525 Ann Arbor-Saline Road Site Plan and Development Agreement. Moved by Commissioner Weatherby, seconded by Councilmember Dish. We are in discussion. Who would like to kick us off? Commissioner Lee?
Thank you, and thank you to the petitioner for bringing this forward. This has been vacant for a very long time, since I can remember. And one of the things that I will also clarify is I actually walk this area every single day. I walk my dog right around Cranbrook Park, so I love this place. I live on the corner of Oak Brook and Main Street, so this is somewhere that is very near and dear to my heart. And so let's look at the criterias by which you evaluate the rezoning, because that's the one that has discretion, right? The other one is a site plan for planning commission approval here. And then the rezoning goes to city council. So let's talk this through. The extent to which the rezoning is necessary, from 75% FAR to 210%-ish, that's what we talked about. I do believe that is actually, the rezoning is necessary based on office relative to multifamily demand, right? So if you take a look at the current stature of office relative to multifamily, I think that a post-COVID basis, this makes sense. So that, to me, that's criteria satisfied. How the rezoning will affect public welfare and property rights of persons located in the vicinity. So public welfare, the general premise of access and access of folks that can't afford to live here relative to folks that are here. I think increasing units and infill development on a site that has traditionally been difficult does make sense. Property rights of persons located in the vicinity, I do believe there may be a slightly negative impact to the scale relative to folks that currently live in the Oak Brook condos. But we have to balance that. All policy is about trade-offs. And I think that it is important. And again, I live here, right? Like this is, I walk this place every single time. I love that sunset as I walk there. But I also think about the balancing of needs of the general populace, of how many folks should live in Ann Arbor or should deserve a place to live. And so I think the orientation of the site favors the western face and not the southeastern face. So it favors a little bit more of the shopping center. It creates a much more inviting kind of schema from the approach from Arbor-Saline. Relative to, and I think they use a unique blend of materiality that does create visual diversity. But that being said, I would love to see a few more trees that are kind of on that southern face to create more favorable walking conditions that create, that limits the negative impacts towards the Oak Brook condos. It is always a challenge when you have to balance those two things of density relative to, and again, I live in the 3-story condos that are on Main and Oak Brook, and I understand. I myself also have, I can feel kind of the pulls of, oh man, that would actually impact it. But at the same time, we have to look at holistically what is in the best interest of the city, as well as what are the correct things that we have to do as a city. And so so I do believe that it positively benefits public welfare, has a negative impact on the immediate kind of residents. And one of the things I do want to say, based on the 2019 SEMCOG counts of traffic, there's like 19,000 traffic counts. Hold on, let me just double check this. I personally don't believe 15,000 south of Oak Valley Drive, 15,000 counts. I don't know that 300 cars-ish is going to make that large of an impact. So just, I want to give that kind of clarification. Again, I walk this street every day with my lovely dog. So there's that. I took a look at the sanitary sewer mitigation calculations, 211 gallons per minute. I think it's going to be an improvement over like current site retention capacity. I do agree that the park has had definitely intermittent flooding and kind of like heightened water issues. I've noticed that several times. But that being said, I think actually having a development that has increased retention is going to be ultimately beneficial. How the rezoning is advantageous to the city. This is a development of an infill site that has not been there, right? Adds detention capacity. Increases property tax revenue. I believe that this is advantageous to the city as a whole. how this particular location meets the convenience service requirements of potential users and occupants. I walked that, there's a new like Hawaiian barbecue spot. I love that place. I go to Whole Foods from time to time. That they have the best chicken, just a quick plug, over at the Hawaiian barbecue spot. All of that said, I believe this particular location does meet convenience and service requirements of potential users. So far, I think I have gone through the 4 kind of like rezoning criteria, and I'm sorry that this is going to be somewhat lengthy, just because, again, this is near and dear to me, so I share your concerns. But I also want to clarify kind of the thinking relative to trade-offs that exist in what we have to really kind of consider. Like, what are defined by the Unified Development Code by which we look at a rezoning? And then any changing conditions in the particular area and city generally which may have bearing on the request. Again, 70 to 80,000 cars that come into the city on a daily basis. To have an increased housing stock, 270 plus units here, I think is something that is beneficial to the overall city.
There's another already approved on the street.
I totally understand. There's 340 units over at Briarwood. There is Arbor South. I'm perfectly aware. Oh, I'm so sorry. This is. So all of that said, again, my intent is to kind of rationalize and think through kind of the balancing of what the rezoning means. And so I believe that the changing conditions are that we have worsening affordability issues and that this would positively impact that in the long run. So other circumstances and factors which further justify the request. I think it's the context that this infill development and this site has not seen any activity for the last 70 years, 1947 or something like that, 68 years, whatever the number comes out to. So I live here. I would love to well, my dog loves that place, right? He likes to smell. I call it my dog scrolling. Sorry, he likes to scroll and basically check out on all the different scents and etc. All of that said, in looking at the balancing of the public good in this particular rezoning request, I believe it satisfies the 6 points that we are obligated to evaluate the criteria by which we look at the rezoning. So a few of the things that I'd love to see are trees on the southern face or something that improves the pedestrian experience on Oak Brook. Other things to be kind of conscientious of, just because I know the site very intimately well. There is a downward grade that as you're coming down on Arbor-Saline towards Oak Brook, I have seen 3 accidents there during the winter time. So as you take a right into Oak Brook off of Arbor-Saline. So because there's a downward slope there, that is actually a very kind of apt area, actually a traffic circle or something along those lines, something to help slow down. And for what it's worth, the more that the building is closer and there's more visual kind of cues, drivers tend to slow down. So hopefully that is something that occurs. So taking a look through that, and then I personally think that the crosswalk will be helpful. I understand that but yeah, that's ultimately taking a look at this. Even though I believe that there is a slight negative impact to the folks that are in Oak Brook condos, including myself, I believe that this is in the public interest of infill development that is responsible for advancing affordability. So so taking a look through this, I wanted to kick us off. And then I will have a question for the petitioner, just with respect to Mr. Garber's questions on sustainability. So if you wanted to give us some comments with respect to what is planned for the site. Yeah, sure thing. Just love to better understand full electrification versus non.
Yeah.
Geothermal.
We are working with, we have a sustainability consultant on board to help with this project. They've helped up to a point, but at some point you have to start looking at the whole building systems to start really dialing in what you can and can't do. We are looking at solar. We had a solar study done, and I believe that was quoted 391 kilowatts. That was done. We didn't include it in part of this package again because you got to track everything up to the roof, see how much roof space you have to really dial in that final number.
Sure.
But it is being done. One other thing to point out as far as sustainability goes, DTE has partnered with a third party called Woodland. They have a program where they look at your building, they energy model it 3 different ways. They give you a bunch of different things you can choose from with varying rebates that DTE will provide. So it's kind of like Woodland's helping out DTE, but then it's also helping out the end user as well. There's a program that they're running. I think it's currently at the end of its pilot. We are working on that as well. So we are working on all these fronts. They're active, but it's hard to dial in what the final product is going to be,
Sure.
but it is all being worked on.
Got it?
Yep.
All right, thank you. I'll give my time.
Commissioner Mills?
You can come back up. I want to be just a little bit more explicit because I think it's helpful for us to know what we would be voting on. So it's being worked on and particularly that there's nothing in the development agreement or on the site plan that says where or how much suggests to me that we should not consider it. Like, this is not a done deal that this will be all electric or that there will be solar. Is that fair?
Sorry. I believe we are going to be doing an all-electric building. The only caveat to that is the underground parking requires a lot of extra heat and the exhaust from car exhaust, make sure you have fresh air. So there may be a natural gas component to that. Just that portion. We're going to use electric heat pumps for all the residential units. And then, oh geez, I lost my train of thought. There was one other thing, but it slipped my mind. But yes, we are doing an all-electric building, yes.
So sustainability starts with a tight building envelope. If the building uses less BTUs overall, because you build it right, you insulate it properly, it's got, air sealing, it's got continuous insulation. These are all things that are priorities for us. We will absolutely build it that way. Once you get to the lowest building BTU usage that you can reasonably get to and still afford the structure, which is going to be tighter than probably most things you've even seen in the city so far, then we work on what kind of systems are going to deliver the comfort to the residents and energy costs to the residents that are important. So right now, the lead system we're looking at is going to be a high efficiency, cold weather certified electric heat pump. That's the system of choice. There may be a gas component to the life safety. We want to have a generator. We do want to create some safe, warm spaces within the building. Those may require some supplemental gas in case there's a shutdown. The generator can't really drive a lot of heat pumps. So we're looking at that as a life safety component. But it's our goal to be all electric in the units. That's what we're achieving. If for some reason that's not possible, I don't believe that's going to be the case. We're looking at a new generation of heat pump that I hope will be available by the time we start construction. The typical heat pump has an electric backup strip that is an either or. It's either the heat pump's running, if it's really cold, it shuts off, the electric strip comes on. The new generation of units has a strip that comes on marginally so that it depends on heat pump activity for as long as possible as the temperature drops. So we think that will actually deliver a lower cost to the resident than the current standard that's out there. So these are the things we're looking at. These are the things that we are depending upon our sustainability consultant to help us determine. We've just engaged an MEP engineer that will work with our team and the sustainability consultant to try and get this right.
I appreciate that, and I understand that that a lot of this goes into development after you know that you can move forward. So I totally get that. What I want to make sure, and maybe this is a better question for staff, am I missing anything in the development agreement or on the site plan that talks about Energy Star or all electric? Is there any teeth in what we're hearing? Because if not, that's fine. I just don't want to consider it as I'm thinking about the benefits.
Yeah, in the development agreement and the site plan up to this point, there's been a discussion about the Energy Star certification. These other conversations have been happening, but there hasn't been formal decision, from my understanding, from the development team to identify what features beyond the Energy Star, seeking the Energy Star certification, that will be included.
Where is that in the site plan too? I didn't see it in the development agreement about the Energy Star certification.
It's in the site plan. I'll do a little bit of digging. And get
also,
you the reference.
and then I do have questions about what happens if there is no Energy Star, which is a legit question.
Yeah, but the electrification and solar are not in the development agreement.
Okay, super. Thank you. I think I'm going to. I have a couple of other questions. That's an option. That's one of the things that. This is why I pushed you, sorry, and I pushed staff too, just to make sure that we're talking what we're talking about, because I know that there's understanding what is definite and we know we'll have, and what we hope to have is, I think, important, and that kind of, so yeah, go ahead. Did you want to say something?
Well, so we submitted a response letter on August 14th, 2024, where we talk about achievement of all electric high-efficiency appliances. That's our goal. We want that.
Yeah.
We really do. We're not looking to tell you one thing and do another. That's not what this is about. I'd rather not run gas lines through the building. I really would. I don't want to do it. It's expensive.
I think that would be awesome. And because that's not part of the things that we are approving tonight, it's not part of the site plan, or it's not part of the development agreement, I personally am going to evaluate this as if that ladder didn't exist, because there's no kind of teeth in that, personally. So, we can put teeth, there's ways to edit the site plan or the zoning to put teeth in that, but that's not on the table right now, or at least that's not something I can do. Related to that, it's actually not, I'm going to leave that for others, if anybody wants to take that up. The other thing that I typically do related to this, especially when it's a rezoning, is to understand how the building that we're seeing in the site plan compares to what else can be built on this site if for some reason this particular site plan didn't get built. So I kind of did the comparison. This is showing a height of 5 stories in this zoning district. There's unlimited height, but honestly that's no different than the office that's there now, right? So I don't really see that as a substantive change. One of the things that's different is in the number of dwelling units. So the rezoning would allow for 312, if my math is right, 312 units to be built there rather than 262. And I guess this is actually a question. Why not more, especially since you have other height?
Under R4E, as you know, there's a open space requirement. Part of that open space requirement can be met with outdoor amenity decks, things like balconies and so on. We were concerned that we were not going to be able to meet it with more units. Now, it may be true that we could meet it. It depends how many balconies we put in. It depends if we put on balconies at all. But we're going to get close to that limit. So the idea of building another story, that would have to be studied to see that we meet the open space requirement. And I'm not sure it would.
Yeah.
So we didn't propose that, and we're not intending to do that.
Okay. I was going to say, to be clear, I'm not asking you to add another story. I'm just making clear that rezoning this means that you could. In another site, the rezoning would stick with the land, the site plan can change. And open space, it is showing 45% open space, 40 is what's required, so it's I see where you're close, and especially like the active open space. This is showing 3 times more bike parking than what is required by the code. As cyclists, I think that's awesome. But just to be clear, it doesn't have to have that much bike park, if we rezone it in the future, it doesn't necessarily have to have as much bike parking as shown on on the site plan. From my perspective, like none of the setback distances well, they have the variance, right? But the setback distances are all kind of, in some ways, maxed out, right? Like they are as close to the road or the property line as what the zoning would allow. So I don't think that that's dramatically different. And I think that this is, again, pretty close to kind of the maxing out what is possible, but there are some elements, just to be clear with everybody, if we were to rezone, that it doesn't necessarily mean that it would only be 5 stories. And it doesn't necessarily mean that there would only be 262 units, which, depending on where you sit in this room, it can be good or bad. Overall, I am swayed by and I agree with most of what Commissioner Lee said in terms of the analysis. What I'm trying to weigh, especially given going from 75% FAR to whatever it is, more than that, I think it's like 3 times that, is number 3 about how the rezoning will be advantageous to the city. And just thinking about the balance and the multiple goals that we have for the city, and not having, that there's not an affordability component as this, and we don't have any teeth in the sustainability component, are the things that make me not sure about that particular criteria, just for what it's worth.
Other, what are we, commissioners? Comments, questions? That, yes, no, thinking?
Yeah, thinking.
In the meantime, I have a question about all the traffic things that we've been hearing, and I'm not as intimately familiar with this area as Commissioner Lee. Somebody, one of you during the initial presentation talked about putting in a traffic light if required. Where would that be, at Oak Brook and Arbor-Saline?
Yes.
Okay.
When we met with transportation, they had a proposed site for a flashing crosswalk across Arbor-Saline Road. Our traffic engineer was concerned that it was just north of the hill that one of the gentlemen spoke about, and we were concerned about safety. We wanted to move this forward, so we said, look, we'll put it on the plan where you designate it, with a note saying we will supply some other information about pedestrian safety. My recommendation, for a whole host of reasons, because we are changing the Arbor-Saline Road entrance into the shopping center and exit. We are narrowing the exit portion and curving it so you cannot make a left-hand turn out of the shopping center anymore. We're going to make that physically not doable. The idea that people have to then, if they want to go southbound, make a right turn on Oak Brook, puts the shopping center traffic on Oak Brook. Okay, this is just the way they're going to do it, and it's the way the center was originally designed. It says no right turn and people, or no left turn, and people make the turn anyway. You know, the center generates, on a calm day, 1,500 visits. On a busy day, up to 3,800 visits. There's a lot of traffic generated by the center already. And we thought that it would be better for overall traffic if people coming out of the center can turn right. They can come out of the center on Oak Brook. You can exit onto Oak Brook, or you can exit onto Arbor-Saline Road. But in order to stop all the traffic that has to turn right on Oak Brook, go down to Eisenhower, make a left turn to go south, we thought a traffic light would better control that traffic and make a smoother transition and remove some traffic from Oak Brook that's actually going to be on Oak Brook, that's actually on Oak Brook now, because you have to go on Oak Brook to go south. The Transportation Department wanted to not commit to that. They want to further study it. We're happy to further study it. We have a traffic engineer who, is going to model that for them. But it's up to the city to decide whether they want to let us do it. We're willing to pay for it. We think it's a good feature. We also think that a crossing at a light on a high-speed road that, is safer. Flashing crosswalks work really well from a pedestrian safety standpoint if the speed limit is 30 miles an hour or less. There's already a flashing crosswalk north of our property. I've heard anecdotal reports that, when someone crosses, especially at dusk, they don't push the button and they step out into the crosswalk. Cars are going hopefully 45, but let's face it, sometimes they're going faster. We think a light would be better. And so that's how we would respond to that.
Okay. Does staff have any feedback from transportation on the possibility of that light?
In specific detail, no. I know those conversations have been going on, and it's in both the staff's interest and I believe the petitioner's interest to get some sort of all-around solution to that. But there were a lot of conversations about which way to move forward at this point, and that's why transportation staff was planning it's like mediation, was able to allow the plan to move forward with this being defined at a later date, the exact technology, the exact location for that intervention there.
Okay. And while we're just, while we're on this, and while I have the microphone, the concerns from residents, and I'm still trying to orient myself to the site and where the building is and where the exit would be onto Oak Brook from the underground parking.
Right.
Is it accurate to say that you would be pulling out and headlights would be flashing into people's yards?
The original curb cut.
And I can see that on this map.
Yeah, was low, and this was part of the plat, was located, I think, further to the north.
Okay.
And we wanted to move it so that it was not on the curve. And so that's why we definitely wanted to move it a little south. Where is the curb cut show? Right here.
It's the proposed one's right there.
So the proposed one is really where the building starts to angle. And as a result, most of the neighbors who are directly in the condominium are more along the long side of the back of the building. And I think the way the cars come out, it would be pointed more towards where the entrance to the park is than to the residences directly across. I don't think it's going to shine directly in those residences.
Okay. If it does, are there mitigation things that you can think of that would?
Well, when we first proposed this and had a community meeting, there are a number of spruce trees located in, behind the porches of the condominiums on Oak Brook. And we did some angle studies to see, okay, if the building's X feet tall, someone sitting on their deck, will they see the top of the building? The conclusion from the people who did the study was no, not at a 55-foot height. I think those trees are robust enough and they're evergreens that I think you're screened anyway. If the screening was inadequate, I think through vegetation we might be able to address that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Norton.
This is a question for staff. I'm coming back to the sustainability stuff. So the discretionary part of this project is the rezoning, but the site plan, you're requiring what we can require currently, right? We can't ask them, given our current regulations, to do more than what they're doing in terms of specific electrification activities, correct?
You can ask, but I would not advise you establishing that as a standard for site plan approval.
We could ask, and they could give it discretionarily, but we cannot require it because we don't have, right.
But from the zoning criteria, part of this is you are considering whether or not the change in zoning here is appropriate for this area. I would say that a lot of the criteria are more focused on land use. When we're talking about a lot of the criteria, the context of the area and its proximity to other land uses, I honestly think a lot of those apply regardless of some of the specifics around how the building is constructed. But that's where we're here asking for a rezoning recommendation to the council.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Adams and Commissioner Lee.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to say. I fully support the project. I think it's one of the more thoughtful rezoning requests that we've received over the last couple of years. I think that the area here is appropriate for this scale, this kind of housing density. It's well served by shopping, commercial, transit. The site currently permits, I would note, an office building that's almost exactly as tall as this project is by right. It can't be quite as large under the FAR rules, but in terms of the height concerns that I heard tonight, an office building could be built here today that's up to 55 feet tall. And again, that building could be constructed by right, and it wouldn't address so many of the other issues, resident needs, and other amenities that this project provides. I think it's a meaningful improvement in density without being out of scale. It's a productive use of a parcel that's sat unused since the end of the Second World War. I mean, I think we have to take that type of opportunity. I'm not going to address all the rezoning standards. I think those were well covered by Commissioner Lee. But I would say in terms of changed circumstances, noting again the economic development resolutions from last year, Council directed us to prioritize the development of as much housing as is feasible under existing rules and zoning requirements. And I think that is a reflection of the changed circumstances of our city relative to this rezoning request, that we need to err on the side of approving projects like this and rezoning requests when they come in light of the changed circumstances of the city's housing requirements and needs.
And I guess that's part of where I'm trying to balance. I certainly hear you, 75% FAR with no limitations on height, right? That's office. So if you're kind of like densifying, if you had a smaller structure. And so I'm just thinking through what it does. We've often talked about block lengths, right? I think we've talked about block lengths and ad nauseum, different zones. And I think it has to do with just given my familiarity with it. And again, I certainly agree with you on a lot of the points. The other question has to do with, I think that existing shopping center has to be, what, 24, 28 feet or something like that right now. That'd be my guess if I had to just kind of maybe a 30 foot. So my thinking is thinking through, okay, what is the approach of the vista of auto-centric? This is an auto-centric corridor, especially on Arbor-Saline. And really my thought is going towards Oakbrook because that is a little bit more neighborhood standardy. Again, I'm part of that neighborhood. And so I'm thinking through, again, the development is oriented with its back towards that particular neighborhood, and it has to do with that length, that stretch of the C, which is really kind of faced against the park, which is a very well-traversed park. And frankly, from my standpoint, I actually really welcome the opportunity for more neighbors to be able to join us on that park, because it's a beautiful walk, it really is. And so it has to do with and I think the framework that I think some of the commissioners are kind of debating with themselves is there's kind of a 3x in FAR that's being permitted here in exchange for what exactly, right? And so densification, I think I've listed all the benefits. So what I am trying to say is it in scale, especially that kind of like lengthier block, which its back is, and I think as you approach it, I do think that it's actually going to be an attractive, it looks like a good building. You have selected good materials, and I know how much work goes into the site plan, believe me. And so that's why I hesitate to bring these, thinking through like, okay, what does it look like if we had a modification of the site orientation to have a more welcoming feel? And I'm like, oh gosh, if I try to ask my architects that. But that being said, I am thinking through public benefits relative to the rezoning. I'm still of the opinion that there's a satisfaction of the 6 points there. I think I've actually been pretty clear on that particular point. But my question is relative to scale. And I'd love to hear from petitioners on how they've thought through kind of experience of specific neighbors, that which the orientation of the site really kind of sits with its back too. And that's the neighbors that are basically here. So I'd love to kind of hear from the architect / designer on kind of how they understood that. And how we could try to lessen some of the impacts, like the kind of massing of something that is a longer block on Oak Brook. So I'd invite, I don't know if there's a real question, but I just love for us to think through that together to.
Sometimes we get complaints that the delivery trucks to Whole Foods come too early in the morning and make too much noise. I don't know if you've looked at the back of the shopping center where the sausage is made, so to speak. It's not attractive. But this building is attractive. We designed it to be attractive. We designed it to be aesthetically pleasing. And we did, when we looked at the neighbors, we did take note of the plantings across the street, which are robust. You can even see them on the Google Street Views. They're, I think, spruce trees. They're wide at the bottom. They're evergreen. And that's perfectly acceptable screening. If they needed more screening, would we put more trees up for them, to help the screening? Absolutely. I mean, we don't want unhappy neighbors. They're probably customers of the shopping center, so I want everyone to be happy. Opening the building to the west, because that's where the setting sun is, was really important in figuring out the building orientation. I mean, could you have reversed it? I don't think so. The main entrance, for people who are coming to the first time to maybe seek out an apartment, they're going to come off of Arbor-Saline Road. They're going to come by that shopping center entrance. So the building is oriented in that direction in part for, the light, the sunlight that comes from the west, which is predominant, but also from the approach from Arbor-Saline where someone who's not a resident is going to enter. So that's why we oriented it that way. We have the garage oriented to Oak Brook because we want to spread out that traffic. We don't necessarily want to add to the congestion of the shopping center traffic by putting the resident traffic in the same traffic pattern. And so that's why it was designed that way intentionally.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Dish, then Commissioner Weatherby, or vice versa.
Oh, sorry.
Did you want to respond to?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I just had 3 really quick points to make. So we think it's important that, we have the outdoor amenity space, and it's being shielded by the building to the neighbors. So I think that's going to less noise being broadcast out towards the neighbors. I think that's positive. One thing I do want to point out as well is we did reduce the building height 4 feet from the last time we presented this project to the citizen participation meeting. So I just want that to be on the record. From the first floor to the roof line, it has dropped 4 feet, and that's all due to taking the parking and putting it below the building. So we were able to shorten the building. And then also kind of reiterating a point that I made earlier is we think having residents on Oak Brook, facing Oak Brook, activating that street is a little bit more, it's just going to make that a nice walk, a nice feel as you're driving down there. We think that also is going to be beautiful. So that's all I wanted to add. Thanks.
Now, Commissioner Weatherby.
Yeah, so when I look at this, do I want a sustainable building? Absolutely. And I assume that the developers also want a sustainable building because that's what tenants want now. And I think that is an important thing to remember, is that Ann Arbor does have a certain reputation, and people don't want to go into an apartment building knowing it's old technology. They like the idea that it's new technology, and I've seen buildings around me really capitalize on that. That said, it's not in the agreement. We can't really consider it. But when I look at this proposal, and one of the things in the ZBA, neighbor said, this area is a walker's paradise. And to me, the idea that we have a walker's paradise with 2 grocery stores within walking distance, which just is the only place really in town that has 2 grocery stores within walking distance. I think it's sort of imperative for us to take advantage of what we can to make it an area where more people can live. And is there some, every building has pros and cons. One of the things that I've learned in a neighborhood where I've had a lot of buildings, there's 6-story apartment buildings down the street from me, 4-story apartments, 3 stories, the whole thing. Construction is terrible, I won't lie about that, and that's a pain. But once those buildings get built, big apartments buildings are actually very quiet, and they protect residents behind them from traffic noise. And that was an unexpected bonus for us when we had, I live sort of near the railroad tracks, and they put a 4-story building up, and we actually hear less traffic. So from the train, we hear less street traffic. So I think while it can be bad in some ways, I think there are advantages too. The areas behind this building are going to be, they're going to feel very protected, really, from the traffic of Ann Arbor-Saline Road. I do think that the fact that we have a developer who's willing to put in a traffic light. Traffic lights are very expensive. And the fact that we could maybe actually get a full traffic light, not just a crosswalk, which I think would be scary here, definitely, just a plain crosswalk. I think that would be great. I hope the Transportation Department accepts that. I think the stormwater is probably going to be better. I don't see, I want everything, we all want everything, but this gets us pretty close. And it may not be everything we want, it may not be everything the neighbors want, but it seems like a really good proposal and something that gets the city where we really want, which helps all of us. And I honestly, because I have the experience of living with new apartment buildings, I don't think, I can honestly say it's not going to lessen your quality of life. It just isn't after it's constructed. Construction will be bad because construction is just uncomfortable and I don't know if there's any way of making it better. But I'm actually pretty happy that this has come up. We don't have very many sites like this in town. The ones near me demolished 8 houses, some businesses, and I still like it, but that was a little bit difficult. So the fact that we can have a plain lot and put new housing on there, I think is a big boon. So.
Councilmember Dish.
Hate these. I just have 2 quick questions because everybody was so detailed, and Commissioner Lee, thank you for your systematic working through I took detailed notes, so I can do that. I just wanted to know, there is a question in the correspondence with the Sustainability Office about whether the shared areas will be electric heated or gas heated. And I know that you talked about refuge areas, and those would be likely served by gas because a gas generator would be more adequate to that purpose. But so you've specified that you anticipate the units being all electric. And while I agree we probably shouldn't weigh that too heavily because it isn't in the development agreement, it is still a feature of the plan. So I'm happy to see it there and hope it stays. But what is the plan for the common areas of the residential building?
Well, we intend to have the majority of the common areas be electric as well. we've owned Cranbrook Center for 20 years, and I don't want to badmouth DTE, but we seem to have a problem with the transformers and the grid. We've had numerous complaints from our tenants that the brownouts burn out their equipment pretty often. So my concern with a mid-rise structure is if I can have an emergency backup generator and without making it so enormously large as to become unworkable, if I can create refuge spaces or some part of the common areas, or maybe it's even the hallways, I don't know, so that people aren't totally displaced if there was a 2 or 3 day electricity outage during the winter, ice storm, whatever the case may be. I would like to not have to think that people immediately have to all move out of the building. So from a life safety standpoint, we are considering whether or not that makes sense. But on a regular basis, do I want the common areas to be electric? Yes.
Okay, that's a good answer. I mean, thank you for that answer. And then what about a few more trees? I see some on the architectural renderings, just on between the building and Oak Brook.
I think what we've shown is somewhat representative. I like trees. I live in a neighborhood with oak trees, and I love trees. So to the extent that we have the room and it makes sense, we would absolutely consider putting more trees in.
It would be great, because I can envision it being a kind of a long walk around the back side of the building if someone were doing that. And people might, people who live in those condos might be walking to the shopping center, who knows? And that would be nice for them, but,
No, absolutely. We will take a look at that, for sure.
Thanks.
Commissioner Lee.
Just final thoughts for me. Good policies about trade-offs. And again, while this impacts, I think, us directly, I still think this is a good project overall. I think it'll look attractive. I think that I hope that the petitioner is able to use materiality to create a lot of visual and architectural attractiveness to it. And then I really hope that you take the city's request for sustainability also seriously, because the challenges and the values that we are tasked with is affordability and sustainability. And so while we're not putting teeth on that directly, we hope that you join us on making this city a little bit more accessible, a little bit more beautiful. And so, looking at all of those the different points.
So one comment about that. And this is why heat pumps make sense, the modern heat pumps. If you have a gas furnace, even if it's 95%, it takes a BTU of energy in a gas furnace to create 1 BTU of heat. The modern heat pumps, assuming you're not below 0 degrees or 10 degrees, can deliver 3 BTUs of heat for every 1 BTU of electrical input. They are, by their nature, more efficient than gas. And if you couple that with the proper building envelope, it only makes sense to do that. I mean, the economies are there. There's only really 2 months of the year where it's a challenge. And in the summer, they're more efficient at cooling because they're just more efficient, period. And in the shoulder seasons, which we have long shoulder seasons in spring and fall, they're for sure way more efficient than turning on a gas furnace. So we hear you, and we want to do the right thing for the residents at the end of the day. We want to make sure the cost is right for them. And right now, it's looking that heat pumps are the way to do it.
Cool. Thank you.
Commissioner Mills.
I appreciate that, and I want all of your analysis to have what you're telling us. And it makes my job, and I also recognize that there's 2 actions before us, the rezoning and the site plan. In my mind, making sure that future developers, if for some reason this doesn't pan out, and future developers who may not be as enlightened towards the beauties of heat pumps, in helping ensure that is a benefit that comes along with it, because we don't get to have this conversation again. Right? Like, this is the time, and so that makes it a lot easier for me to make the determination on the number 3 about this being advantageous to the city. And so I just, for my benefit and for yours before I vote, like, I want to just make sure that that's not something that you want to put in writing somewhere.
Well, I don't like putting stuff in writing, but I will tell you that the Energy Star criteria demands more than just efficiency. It demands indoor air quality, and this is a big deal. There's nothing more unattractive than walking down a hallway in an apartment complex and smelling everything because there's no air turnover. So how do we achieve high indoor air quality, which I think is essential for a project like this? If no one's going to come and live for 2 years and stay there beyond 2 years, if it's smelly, if it's stale. I've walked through so many of these type of buildings and just been turned off by the air quality. So part of what we're doing is we're going to install ERVs, which are the energy recovery ventilators, right? This adds to the sustainability of it, but it also promotes a very, very high amount of air turnover. So you're getting fresh air. It's conditioned to the temperature of the ambient air inside the unit through the ERV unit. And so you're recapturing basically some of that heat or cooling and moisture control that would otherwise be lost when you try and have air turnover. So we can build a tight building envelope only because we're going to put ERVs in, and that's required under the Energy Star standard.
Again, you know more about this stuff than the average person, I think, standing in your shoes, which I appreciate, like, legitimately, and I'm recognizing that there's 2 actions. And so thank you very much. I hope that all of the numbers work out. I think that in terms of being able to make this as sustainable by thinking about energy efficiency first, thinking about the air quality, and then thinking about how you can heat it and provide essential life safety. I think that that's important. I know you still have to do your analysis, and I'm hearing that it's not in writing. And so now my decision, I have to grapple with myself, but that is for me.
Well, I went to U of M for 7 years. I'm a little geeky maybe about this kind of stuff, but I like this stuff.
We can nerd out on it, totally. Okay.
Wait, don't leave yet. Mr. I have a couple questions. But just before, are we? Okay.
Close to my bedtime.
Yeah. I was going to ask you, because you mentioned tight building envelope, about ERV. So thank you for answering that question before I had to ask it. Would every unit then have an ERV?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. First floor residents on Oak Brook to activate, I like that, but are they going to have access to the back of?
Well, we hadn't planned, you mean, so they have a door to walk out?
Yeah.
We haven't planned that yet.
Okay.
Is that a possibility? Maybe.
Okay. I mean, that would help activate it more than anything, I think, if people could kind of come and go, take a look at it. We hear a lot about out-of-town developers coming into Ann Arbor to make a lot of money off of projects that we allow them to build, and you seem to be very, very local. And I just appreciate you coming with this very thoughtful project. I think it's beautiful. I like that it's mid-density. It has a range of unit types. I do sort of wish there were more 3 bedrooms, because I feel like those are more family-sized. Also, it's fewer kitchens you'd have to equip, which is cheaper. And it's not, everything we're seeing, a lot of what we're seeing is university-oriented. This feels to me like this could be more for young professionals, young families, et cetera. So, thank you. I also, like Commissioner Mills, I believe what you're saying. Like, you actually seem very sincere. Like, we do not typically hear this from petitioners. So I really hope that this works out.
Me too.
Are we ready for a roll call vote? Okay.
So as a reminder, we're taking both motions together, recommendation to the City Council for rezoning and recommendation for site plan approval and development agreement. Commissioner Hammerstein?
Yes.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Dish?
Yes.
Commissioner Mills?
No.
Commissioner Weatherby?
Yes.
Commissioner Adams?
Yes.
Commissioner Norton?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Good luck at City Council. I've lost my page. We are on item number 11, other business, and I think this is a great time to take a break. So let's break for 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. I didn't get to.
We're back. Okay, so we're moving on to item 11, other business, and we are going to start with agenda item 11B that we moved up to 11A, response to City Council resolution, staff presentation by Mr. Leonard.
Yeah, I won't spend too much time on it. Just to recap, you might have heard City Council passed a resolution. They made some suggestions to the Planning Commission for you to consider. Subsequent to that, staff had actually started putting together a memo of recommended ideas. Simultaneously, Commissioner Adams had put together a memo and asked that to be shared. So we consolidated so really started with Commissioner Adams' sort of framework, just put in indications where we are in agreement from a staff perspective where we might suggest some modest changes. There were a couple references where it was suggested that this is something for staff to determine, and we didn't go into a lot of detail necessarily, but we tried to at least articulate where we think the best place would be to address that in the comprehensive plan. So you have two items in your packet, both our, I guess, filtered version of that, as well as the original document. And I guess I'll just leave it at that. If, however the commission wants to approach that, if you want to take it in mass, or if you want to take it one by one, or certainly I can address any questions you have. But as a reminder, staff's perspective is just that. If you see other places or other approaches, we're happy to take that direction from the commission.
Okay. Do we want to start, do we want to do this as like an open mic, if everybody can, Okay.
Yep.
Commissioner Dish?
Yep. Thank
Councilmember Dish.
Thank you. Either way, I like both of them.
Commissioner, Councilmember Dish.
I am confused by what I did, but there are two changes that I would like to ask for, and I think I'm going off of I'm not sure whether to go off the Adams or the staff Adams, but so staff, it looks like edits Adams to delete Adams edits for page 117 and 18. Yeah, I think I'm on page 2 of the staff Adams memo, yeah. And what I wanted to do then, I wanted to make the same edit for page 114 and 118. And the edit would be such that, let's see, I've written it in 2 places because I forgot my folder and then it was brought to me. But so the edit for both of them would read, so under preferred building form column in the residential district row, add duplexes and triplexes are permitted primary uses instead of permitted by right. That is a suggestion from the city attorney because the words by right suggest it is as if zoning's the only thing we have to think about, but in fact there are other kinds of requirements that need to be met. And so to acknowledge that zoning's not the only box that you have to tick, we could say they are permitted primary uses. And then with reform to dimensional standards as appropriate to achieve this goal, and additional building types allowed where consistent with neighborhood form and scale. So, yep. So I'm making just a tweak to the language of by rights. So I'm substituting, instead of by right, are permitted primary uses. And then I'm adding, with reform to, and this may not be the best language, it may not be clear, but what I am trying to be clear about here is that City Council fully expects, invites, and intends that dimensional standards will change. In other words, that triplexes will not be limited to the existing building envelope. And so we want to make it clear that we understand that if you only change zoning and you do not reform dimensional standards, you may in fact, in the implementation of the plan, preclude the density that you are trying to permit. And so if my language is still not good, but what I'm reacting to is that I'm not sure that people understand that widespread ease of development means totally make it possible to have triplexes. You know, it really means reform to dimensional standards. I feel like now I'm not coherent. It's all, okay.
Can you repeat that sentence again?
I
the middle
will,
part?
and I'm fine with edits. I'm fine with changes. I just wanted you to understand what I was trying to do. So duplexes and triplexes are permitted primary uses with reform to dimensional standards as appropriate to achieve this goal. And I'm not sure if achieve this goal is the right thing. And additional building types allowed where consistent with neighborhood form and scale. That was the original language that also Commissioner Adams kept. So I'm happy for you to edit my draft, and it would be the exact same change in 118. It's just the same change.
Totally good with that.
You're good with it?
Just, I'm good.
Cogitating, yeah. Okay. I just want that to be so clear. And I did say this at the council table. I said, we expect reform to dimensional standards, or else the implementation of the zoning betrays the plan. And there were no objections from my colleagues. So, I mean, if they have objections, they should make them known to me, but no one has made them known to me. And so I believe that I am not only speaking for myself, but I'm speaking as I spoke publicly at the table and for the intent of council.
My only, is it too wonky of a sentence?
Nothing's too wonky.
Well,
I mean, you can edit.
For you.
Go. Any edit you're going to make is not too wonky.
Mr. Leonard, is there a way to keep this sentiment but make it more accessible language for people who do not understand dimensional standards?
You want me to do that on the spot?
No.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
We can do that. So just to reiterate, the intention here is to make it clear that duplexes and triplex will be permitted primary uses. Your goal here is, and I appreciate that, we talk about by right a lot. It's a clumsy shorthand for if you meet the zoning, it gets approved. But it doesn't mean that it's not without requirements. And so I get that. And then the intention for the language on both 114 and 118 is, and look at the dimensional standards so that that is not a just kind of cursory or signaling kind of rezoning change. We had to actually make changes to the dimensional requirements so that it is practical and viable to realize those types of developments in those areas.
That's what I mean. And I read it phrased, I mean, I've seen dimensional standards, but I also read it, in a critique of Minneapolis, and they use that language, so I took it from there, but I get it, and anybody can make anything plainer. But it really struck me that it needed to be plain. And of course, if many people, if a different council were to sit in these seats when the implementation happens, they may disregard that aspect of the plan. But I feel like it's an important thing to at least have there. It really has to be there. I mean, I don't know how bound, I know plans get to sit on shelves. That's, we have a lot of plans that sat on shelves that we're putting in this plan. So I understand the plan's not inviolable, but I really felt that the principle should be there.
I am sensing just support across the commission for those changes.
Good. Do you mind if I? So the one, I thought all the staff edits were great, except for the changes to what I think my memo labeled council request 10. I think my ask is that we would take some kind of straw poll or vote to move forward with my original recommended language. So the council request there was an identification of existing laws, rules, and regulations that will prevent transition category light industrial uses from constituting a nuisance with respect to adjacent housing, whether such housing is in transition or residential category. So to execute this, my memo recommended changing industrial in transition to light industrial, which is both the wording used in the council resolution and was the original wording used in the first draft of the plan in both flex and transition. It was changed at some point to industrial without the modifier of light, and we had begun to discuss briefly at one of the last meetings in July the need to change it back to light industrial before the council resolution. So, staff memo suggests that I think we have to go back to the industrial recommendation instead of moving to light industrial because the city needs to maintain a wide variety of uses, and then it makes changes to my suggested language on form and site considerations that change the emphasis from protecting residents from nuisances to allowing in a wide variety of businesses. So going back to, and I mentioned this to a couple folks at the break, the whole point of my resolution was to really to try to execute the council direction, straight without any English on the ball. So that was the drafting task that I set out to do. The council resolution, I think, specifically uses the phrase light industrial, and I don't think that's an accident because the recommendation then pivots to focus on providing assurances to residents that nuisances with respect to nearby housing will be abated, and then further request the identification of the tools that would be used to do it, which is fully consistent with the choice of using light to modify industrial. I think that going back to regular, sort of industrial without a modifier suggests heavier, more noxious uses, and I think that's the opposite direction that we want to go in. And I think I have the same concerns about the edits to the language under form and site, which I intended to signal that that the UDC's nuisance use and performance standards would be reviewed to prevent light industrial uses from creating nuisances to nearby residential. I think the staff edits tack in a different direction, which is that the rules should maybe be reviewed to permit or allow in a wide variety of businesses, and I think that's moving away from what I read to be the council direction. But beyond just sort of sticking to what the council direction was, I think the use of light industrial in transition seems like the right policy choice. It was the policy choice that the first draft made in both transition and flex. I don't recall directing a change from that original recommendation, and I supported it at that time. When we eliminated flex and collapsed it into transition, it doesn't seem to me like that choice should have forced on us any change to what we were recommending in terms of what types of industrial would be appropriate inside city limits. The memo seems to suggest there might be legal reasons why we need to say industrial, not light industrial. I think that those concerns, which I think tie into MCL 125-3207, which is all about you can't prohibit uses that you need within city limits unless, I don't have it in front of me. I think that really needs to be worked out in the zoning process. I think the right policy choice here, given the fact that all of the areas we're talking about are immediately adjacent to or at least near active housing, parkland, golf courses, daycares, and other kinds of sensitive uses, we should be making a policy recommendation that any industrial uses that we allow in have to be, light. They have to be safe, which communicates to a layperson safe. There might be a different technical definition of it, but I think the right signal to the community and to the people who live around these areas is that the uses in here should be light industrial, which again is consistent with our original starting point. That is where I'll stop yakking.
Appreciate clarifications. I mean, that's great. And I'm wondering what for staff is at stake in the distinction between light industrial and industrial?
I think Commissioner Adams hit it. I am worried that transition district is our transition hub are the only places where we are going to provide a wide variety of business uses. And because of the statute does require us to provide uses, whether they are light industrial, heavy industrial, other, we cannot simply just choose not to accommodate them in the city. And so the intention here was to say the same potential conflicts that might apply between a light industrial use and residential use might apply to any industrial use and residential uses, or for that matter, heavy industrial uses to light industrial uses, however you want to categorize that. But the reason for these proposed edits is that I think it can create a perception that by labeling it as light industrial, we have the ability to say no in a more finite way to other uses that don't fit into that category, that I don't know that we will have that ability ultimately.
Okay, so let me just make sure that I understood. So what you're saying is that the distinction between light industrial and industrial from a land use perspective doesn't actually have a lot of legal purchase.
I would say yes. I would say we have to accommodate uses which there's a demonstrated need for. And I don't want to say that our permitted use table right now is an accurate reflection of that. I bet it's not. But that doesn't mean how I interpret that is that does not mean that we can identify a category of uses that we might think don't fall into light industrial and therefore not find a regulatory framework to accommodate those in the city. And so that's how I'm thinking about this. When we're thinking about the transition of districts, for example, the transition land use category is very broad. Mm-hmm. And so on the short term, that might incorporate everything from our M2 districts to residential districts, right? I think that's how it's been crafted. Mm-hmm. And so that is the reason for why I would advocate for the evolution from the original draft of light industrial to a more broad industrial. Mm-hmm. Again, I still think the same principles apply. We need to find the way for whatever those uses are to work harmoniously in that district. But I think that light industrial it's signaling perhaps a restriction that we might not be able to live with.
From my standpoint, would nuisance ordinances cover the appropriate and safe integration component? Like, I'm just making sure that would have the appropriate level of protections in place, right? Because I think the area that we're at, so what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Leonard, is that the wide variety of businesses and us unilaterally stating like there's actually an entire subset of uses that are not permitted in the city, period, is not something that we can do.
If there's a demonstrated market need for it, then no, you cannot do that. Now, again, this is a policy document, mm-hmm. and I don't want to say that the comprehensive plan doesn't have to provide the legal framework for everything.
Sure.
But I do think it's important for us to, I think another way to think about this is, where would non-light industrial uses go? Where would heavy industrial uses go according to our plan? If somebody comes to you and says, hey, there's a demonstrated need for this, and for whatever purposes, it doesn't fall in that light industrial at your conclusion or the city council's conclusion, what guidance do you want in this document as to where it's appropriate in the city?
Sure. So for example, somebody says, I want to create an industrial water filter or something like that. Okay, I've had an innovation, I want to manufacture it, but now I can't be given that, or at least this at least quasi-binding kind of comprehensive plan is intending to be, to understand your position, Commissioner Adams, is what you are looking, at least my read of it, is that we're trying to make this a little bit more palatable, right? As opposed to leaving it to a wide variety of uses, but appropriate and safe integration, I think, is a very kind of nice way of saying, hey, look, I want to be amicable with the type of, we don't want transition to be so controversial. That was kind of my read on it?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think, again, going
Mm-hmm.
back to the origin story of this, right? So we never said heavy industrial anywhere. We never said, in the original draft, it didn't say industrial here, and then we got rid of flex, and so now it has to go somewhere. We said light and light. And when we collapsed flex into transition, it became industrial, and the light fell away. And again, going back to what we're doing, I think this is a policy document, it's a guidance document, and the details around what uses legally have to be permitted in order to comply with state law within city limits. That's something that I think the city attorney has to work out when we're going through the fine detail work of zoning. What industrial uses will be and should be compatible and have a demonstrated need within the city such that we need to allow them in. That's really challenging to grapple with. And I don't think we need to grapple with it. The policy choice that we're making is the one that the first draft made, which was the correct one, which is to signal to the community that industrial uses are permitted in these areas provided that they are light, they're safe, they're appropriate. Because none of the areas we're talking about are, in my opinion, as a non-planner, but as somebody who lives here and lives near one of these areas, none of these areas are that separated from residential or parkland or green space such that we should be allowing heavy industrial or noxious uses into them. And I think that's the wrong message to send to the community, which is why I think the original language needs to stand.
Got it. And you think that there's insufficiency in the nuisance ordinances that you want to buffer that with?
That was the council direction. So the council direction said you need to specify the things you're going to give people comfort that you're going to be appropriately protecting the public by some type of look at these tools, right? An identification of the tools you're going to use to integrate these things into the community.
Okay, got it.
So it seems to me like there's two questions. Do you want to do it? Jump in.
No, you're good.
Okay.
But she also
Sarah
wanted-
was, yeah. go ahead.
Well, so I think what will help me actually a little bit is to understand what Council Request 10 was intending, because I hear two different things. I am not sure if what Council Request 10 was intending is that we protect all of the residential from any of the louder, smellier things that might come with light industrial, even light industrial, or if Council Request 10 was requesting that we make sure that light industrial can still operate even knowing that it may be louder, smellier than a non-light industrial thing. I don't know if we're trying to protect the residential or if we're trying to say we want to make sure that we can still have industrial, light industrial in the city. Because I think that actually is the difference between not the first language about light industrial versus industrial, but the second thing in my mind is like, which one are you trying to protect? And I don't understand the intention of the council resolution. Does that make sense?
Yes. I think it is. I think that there is confusion about transition, about what is allowed in transition, both from the standpoint of use and height. And proximity is a factor in answering that question, but it isn't clear to everyone how transition heights taper to fit in with residential, and it's also not clear to people how the intensity of industrial use would taper in proximity to residential. And so I think that the language of light industrial was meant to be reassuring. You won't get heavy industrial, you'll get light industrial. Well, I'm hearing from Mr. Leonard that may or may not be true, and that also depends on where in transition. Because in some parts of transition, which abut hub and are on the periphery of the city, that's what it might be in transition. And so this is kind of an issue with the transition zone that we, and then and I think the council is calling, again, as we did in the, just in an illustrative way, tell us what form-based standards or regulations mean, because people, like, they don't know dimensional standards, they really don't know from form-based. So, so that's why we wanted the illustrative language, and I know some of the things that we asked to have put in the illustrative language actually really are not form-based, and so that is an unfortunate thing, but this is the way it works. We're doing a discussion with the public, and so I think there is a call to say, what are the nuisance standards and how can they help buffer, essentially, buffer or harmonize, because we want mixed use. We want services in neighborhoods. Probably we don't want your sriracha factory, right? So I believe that all of this is in the mix, and it is simply it is an issue that people want specificity. They want more specificity than we want to give them. And we heard 8 stories equated with transition, and we heard 3 stories equated with transition in the discussion tonight. And I believe that both of those things are true. But it depends on whether you are imagining the worst thing that could happen to you, or you are recognizing what the plan is trying to say. And I thought that Ms. Lau put it really well when they were explaining that people are wanting to put hard and fast barriers around these things, and the way our plan is working, because it's trying to simplify the categories, is that things are on a continuum. And so there's a continuum of height in transition and a continuum of intensity of whatever industrial, whatever that means, industrial use, yeah, so.
I think what's interesting is that if you look at our current land use classifications, we look at where the word transition is used, I think it's actually an office. Office is considered like the transition district.
And parking is a buffer.
Right. Like I think that I think that's what it says in our land use document, that you got industrial or flex, light, M1 light industrial. You got office as a transition buffer, and then you got resi, right? And so actually, office doesn't allow, for example, like even, I think, retail. I remember I was trying to do a jeweler, for example, in one of the office buildings, and they were like, no, we don't want that many trips, right? Which is an interesting concept, again. So I think the challenge we're having right now, from my perspective, is that it's the collapsing of like the categories of what transition exactly means. And the clarification I could use is this number 10, I think it comes back to your point, Commissioner Mills, which was the identification of existing laws, rules, regulations that prevents transition category light industrial uses from constituting a nuisance when it's adjacent to housing. So, and just the intent of council behind it and that directive. That being said, after this particular discussion, I mean, I'm inclined to try to make this as safe and accessible or amicable from the language as possible. That being said, I also think that the nuisance standards are sufficient, right? Like if it's emanating beyond property lines,
right?
Then it's. But from the standpoint of just making clear what we intend, or at least from the policy document, to say something of a hybrid of safe integration of a wide variety of businesses, something that kind of meets it halfway, where like we do have. The word safety, because again, health, safety, general welfare, that's what actually Professor Norton drilled into me from day one of planning law. Health, safety, general welfare. And so I don't mind the concept of trying to hybridize kind of the last paragraph of basically form site consideration, UDC, nuisance permitted uses, nuisance ordinances, permitted uses, performance standards should be reviewed and revised as appropriate to permit the appropriate and safe integration of a wide variety of businesses into.
Fine with that.
Yeah.
If that's what we want to do, that's fine. I just didn't want to lose the concept of
safety.
Safety in light industrial.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm sorry, say that again, what you just proposed?
The permitted uses performance standards should be reviewed and revised as appropriate to permit the appropriate and safe integration of a wide variety of businesses into transition districts. So it's kind of taking a little bit of both, honestly.
Right. In my mind, it says we want the businesses. We want businesses to be able to do things, but we want it to be safe. Yeah. And so, and So it still doesn't 100% help me understand which one we're trying to, but it doesn't just say, we only care about things being quiet. Like, that is our number one priority. Or like, protecting residential is our number one priority. I'm hearing that for me, suggests like, we want this wide variety. Like, that's important in these districts, that there's a wide variety of uses.
And I think that it's
For
not,
businesses.
I think that it's meeting the intent of number 10, and maybe Councilmember Dish can tell us if she agrees, without providing a laundry list of existing laws, rules, and regulations.
Can I
Sure.
make some observations? So let me start out by saying, I'm not the city's legal counsel, and I totally understand
Neither am
that. But I think Manager Brent Leonard is referring to the exclusionary zoning provision of the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act, which says you can't exclude a use if there's a demonstrated need for it. And my understanding of the history of that was largely aimed at communities that were very effectively zoning out mobile home parks. Mm-hmm. And that was the response to that. It all hinges on, is there a demonstrated need for use? So we kind of, because of the way this is all unfolded, if you look at the text of the comprehensive plan right now, I'm looking at page 115, it suggests that hub districts would have light industrial activities and transition districts would have industrial activities. And most people would read that to mean that industrial is more intensive than light industrial. Mm-hmm. So here's the zoning land classification that is by far the greater portion of the area of the city, where a lot of residential already exists and would be cheek by jowl with this activity, and that's the place that we're putting industrial activities, and we're reserving light industrial for hub districts. There's a disconnect there. We could say light industrial in both cases, but then we might be kind of heading down the road of this isn't a zoning document, it's a plan, but we're kind of trying to exclude heavier industrial uses or suggest that they will be excluded from the city. And maybe that wouldn't ever be a problem because nobody would come in and demonstrate there's a need for this heavy industrial activity that would get us into trouble legally. But there's some disconnects happening here. And I understand the staff's, given the way we folded flex into transition, is trying to recognize the legal implications of what we're doing. Conceptually, strictly speaking, it would make, I'm not the city's legal counsel, but legally it would make the most sense to allow and to take out the modifier light and have industrial allowed in both transition and hub districts. And then also include the provision, but we recognize and expect that ordinances and laws and nuisance laws will be operated in a way that will ensure that those activities don't become nuisances to neighboring activities, right? So we're not excluding them, but we're going to be darn sure that we're engaging the lawful powers that we have to make sure that the activities that happen, if they end up being developed, aren't creating nuisance for neighboring properties. That's the logical, I'm just throwing this on the table to get it out for people to noodle on.
But again, I just want to return to the point, though, that the collapsing of flex into transition did not cause this, because both flex and transition originally said light industrial. So this was introduced after that decision was made, but it does not logically flow from it, because both of those districts previously said light industrial.
So then we were kind of excluding.
Well, but again, I don't think we are. We're expressing a policy preference that the industrial that is located within city limits should be light. Whatever that means, that's not a defined term. But going back, like, if you want to pull the statute, it is MCL 125.3207, and it is long, and it's more than just it. So there's a lot of things, a lot of boxes you have to check to run afoul of this. You have to totally prohibit the establishment of that land use. There has to be a demonstrated need for that land use within that local unit of government or the surrounding area, and There's an exception. Unless a location within the local unit of government does not exist where the use may be appropriately located or the use is unlawful. Personally, I would argue there is no place within the city limits where heavy or even quasi-heavy industrial use is probably appropriately located. I don't know what that means, but I don't think we should be signaling to people, you might see this, but then, oh, but don't worry, we're going to take care of it with nuisance. Like, the right signal to the community is industrial should be folded into the community. That's light, that's safe, that doesn't emit noxious fumes, that's appropriate. And I think that's, again, this is a policy document. If there are legal constraints that we have to meet, that's for the lawyers to decide later on. That's not our call, and I don't think we should wade into it. And I don't think we should signal that we think it's appropriate to put heavy industry within the city.
I would just add to Commissioner Adams' point, I want to reiterate his comment. If, as part of this review, the city attorney's office will review this document, and if they believe that this puts any sort of risk at the city, they're going to advise the city council probably to direct changes to it. So I don't want to, I agree with Commissioner Adams. This is not, you don't have to solve it at the table. I think that the reason staff is bringing these is try to anticipate that scrutiny. I am not the city's legal counsel, so I don't want to sit here and tell you by including this language that you're going to be protected or not. So, so whatever your policy desire is, I just want to reiterate Commissioner Adams' point. That's going to happen. The attorney's office is going to review this document, and if they see cause for concern, they will communicate that to the council, who will then communicate it back to the planning commission.
I am not the city's attorney, but I am also an attorney. There's no, this is still a guidance document. That's all it is. It's not law. No one has standing, I mean, you tell me if I'm wrong. There's no one is standing to sue us because we say light industrial in a aspirational guidance document. And it's, I'm not detecting any risk by communicating what we think is the right thing for the community.
No, the plan by itself is not a legally enforceable document, but it lays the groundwork to make zoning actions, and it supports the legality of the reasonableness and legality of the zoning actions. So if we are heading down the road of saying we don't think heavy industrial has a place in Ann Arbor, which is kind of what we're saying, if we highlight light industrial, that's a policy choice we're making. How will that translate into ultimately zoning code decisions? We might end up being forced to take heavy industrial if somebody can demonstrate all of those things and make a credible case that there is a place for it in the city. All of that's pretty speculative and pretty far down the road.
I'm just to that point, I don't think that's going to happen in a vacuum. If that's presented to us, the city's going to have the opportunity to respond to that. So I don't but this document is going to be the first place we look to figure out how we want to respond to that.
So if we don't have a definition of light and heavy industrial, do we? Because what pops into my head, given the discussion today, is a slaughterhouse, which you could say there's demonstrable need. I mean, we had an agricultural business here today looking for commercial use, which there's, Washtenaw County has more farms now and there is a slaughterhouse going in fairly near to us finally, but that has been a huge need in the community for a long time. I'll use it because I think it is being managed in another way, so I don't think there's a slaughterhouse knocking on the door. People freak out at the idea of a slaughterhouse because that's always been a thing of like a bad use. I don't know what they're like now. I don't, we're a long way from the slaughterhouse of yore. Is that, if we use an example of something, is that light or heavy? Is it, without that definition, I mean, we can say, well, light is good and heavy is bad, but I don't know what it is. What is the difference? And what do our regulations, what changes about our regulations, whether it's light or heavy? And is it just the word that makes people feel better if it says light? Do we spell it L-I-G-H-T or L-I-T? What is what are we talking about here?
Under our current framework, I would call it heavy because it is in our M2, which is our most intensive district. And on top of that, it's a special exception use in that district. It's not permitted in any other district in the city. So you're right, we don't define specifically heavy industrial versus light industrial, but
But we have certain
framework,
uses.
I would say the community is saying that it's a special exception use only in our most potentially intensive zoning district. It's probably as good a case of any use in our table to say that we call it
Heavy.
a heavier industrial use.
I think this would be, because, I'm going to float this. I don't think there's heavy industrial, I don't think that phrase appears in the plan. Light industrial did appear in the plan. Heavy industrial, I don't think does. I think the word industrial does. So if we only used the word industrial, then we're not implying anything one way or the other about whether it's the LITE version or the heavy version. And I think precisely what council is asking for is not just nuisance standards, but things like special exception use. That is a tool that you use because in order to in order to control what you allow in certain places. So again, we are trying to not have we're trying to not have M1 and M2 and C1 and R4, we're trying to simplify the zoning. And so I wonder if it wouldn't work to simply have the word industrial and put a call-out box into the text with, these are the tools that we have. We have, on the books, we have nuisance standards. We have special exception use provisions. This allows us to to ensure that what we allow in proximity to residential districts can be lived with, are not. I'm really getting all like, I don't know how to put it into words, but.
So just before we keep talking about this for another half an hour, Commissioner Adams, you had said something about a straw poll at the beginning.
I'd like to move forward with the language that I proposed with the modification you added.
And that also would be revising industrial to light industrial still?
Correct. It would be light industrial in transition. And then I can't remember the language that Commissioner Lee proposed.
I think Mr. Leonard wrote it down.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the video record.
That would be the motion that would make for a straw poll. Because I sort of think that the word light as a modifier is important.
Go ahead.
For purpose of clarification, actually, I had actually just simply stated zoning districts, nuisance ordinances, permitted uses, performance standards should be reviewed and revised as appropriate to permit the appropriate and safe integration of a wide variety of businesses in the transition. So I actually avoided industry. I just said businesses entirely. And hear me out, because what I'm thinking through is like not only slaughterhouses, but think drones, like drone manufacturing. When I think of like startups and things of that nature that are occurring in our city, right? Like the modification of motors, or the I think of frontier tech and healthcare innovation, or assay development, or right, like there's such a wide different types of businesses that locate here. And what I don't want is, I've talked about economic diversification as kind of a mainstay that I want to continue to propagate. So the language that I'm willing to, I actually just down basically to say appropriate safe integration of a wide variety of businesses in the transition districts. It signals the appropriateness and the safe integration. We don't really cross the industry kind of concept, right? It just has a wide variety of businesses. It leaves it open, but signals, again, safety as a hallmark. So instead of the modifier, I think it's the word industrial that we are kind of hung up on. But I think when it comes to semiconductor process optimization, or anything that has to do with, again, frontier technologies that are developed here, I think we do want to have some level of flexibility in the nuisance standards to help adjudicate and control emanation and disturbance into like its adjacent areas. So But I agree because the conversation is getting pretty esoteric. I think that it's important that we kind of just have a straw poll and see. I do think that we have beaten this one.
Right, so you kind of are having a substitute edit. Yours is a substitute. Yeah, I think
Wait.
so. I think one was just a
The light
substitute.
industrial
Yeah.
with the safe.
No, wide variety of businesses, the appropriate and safe integration. So basically, look at the last paragraph.
The
It's what
proposal
you
is
wrote.
to keep Commissioner Adams' change to page 120, revise industrial to light industrial. And then Commissioner Lee's was under the second bullet, under form and site consideration, what I'm hearing, zoning districts, nuisance ordinances, permitted uses, and performance standards should be reviewed and revised as appropriate to permit the appropriate and safe integration of a wide variety of businesses into transition districts.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what
that
I'm
was-
hearing this
Oh, it's an
straw poll
additional
is.
bullet. Okay,
It's-
all right.
Yes. I would like to do these two separately.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
So let's start with, I guess, the revising industrial to light industrial on this page, but I do think it's worth talking about it if it's elsewhere in the document, depending on the outcome of the straw poll. Okay, how do we?
Yay is going to light. Is that how we're doing it?
That's what I was just going to ask.
Got it. Yes is light.
Yes, yes, would be changing it to light industrial, nay, or whatever, it would be keeping it industrial.
Light industrial in just this spot, not in the hub. I mean, the hub.
Transition category.
Let's do it just in this spot
Hub is
first.
currently light industrial.
Right.
Yeah. So this is just changing it in transition to light industrial.
Okay. All those in favor? Are you coming too? That's two. Okay, opposed? Okay. Commissioner Norton, you have to vote something.
I'm still trying to figure out what we're trying to do.
So it's on page 120 under primary uses for transition. It's to change to light industrial or to keep it industrial. And I feel like I'm not putting words in your mouth, but I feel like you were arguing towards keeping it industrial because it would be broader.
Of all of the uses we're describing, that's the only one that's getting a modifier. We don't modify light in residential or heavy residential or light commercial or heavy commercial. It's,
Okay, so it failed.
generic.
Okay.
But I think they should be consistent across the two districts. It makes no sense to me to have transition be industrial and be light industrial.
Totally. And I want to get to that.
Could we not use the word district, though? Could we, because zoning things are districts
Classification.
and these are categories.
Yes.
So
then we
if we
should
could
change-
just, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So I understand Commissioner Adams' concern about the desirability of modifying industrial to call it light industrial. I'm actually not opposed to that in concept, but we are sending a signal that we're heading down the road of saying we're going to maybe try and exclude heavier industrial activities from the city. The plan wouldn't do that, but it would make it harder to do it in zoning if the plan has made a policy choice that we're not going to allow that to happen. We should be mindful that that's the road we're heading down. That's the point I'm trying to make if we go there.
Yep. And so we won't for transition. Can we then do a straw poll on the language that I'm not going to make Commissioner Lee repeat again to add under form and site considerations in transition? All those in favor?
I can repeat it if anybody would like it.
Would you like it repeated?
Well, the thing that I wanted to say was I didn't pick up actually until our last just this right before he said this that version drops and any kind of reference to industry, and I'm curious about exactly what Commissioner Lee said, but instead adding to the end a wide variety of businesses and industries. Which is different than industry. I don't know. No, never mind.
Businesses is commercial too.
When I hear businesses, I think of commercial. I don't think of I don't think industrial, to be honest.
But they are businesses. I mean, they are.
I know that they are. Okay, so that will be voted down. Never mind. Okay, so let's do Commissioner Lee then. That makes sense.
Okay. Does anyone want to repeat it? Okay. No. Okay.
I can.
Nope. All those in favor? Say aye. Aye.
Did you vote?
I think it's actually a bad idea to take out industrial when we're saying we're going to make sure that uses don't cause nuisances. The implication to me is we're not going to worry about industrial uses and make sure that they don't create nuisances by taking that word out.
Okay, all those opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. Okay.
That's why I suggest the industry.
Interesting.
It's going in the opposite direction of what you think you're trying to do.
Okay, I hear you.
Mr. Leonard, can you have the city attorney advise on this?
So right now, it is saying that nuisance ordinances and standards should be reviewed and revised to permit the safe and appropriate integration of a wide variety of businesses. So right now, I think that is saying we should look at our code to make sure any type of business in the transition district, whether it is a coffee shop or a
slaughterhouse
sriracha manufacturer or an Amazon hub or a slaughterhouse or anything, should be considered in the context of those ordinances so that they harmonize with, they are safely and appropriately integrated into this district, which is also going to have people living there and other types of businesses existing there. And so I think right now the language is more broad. It does apply to industrial. I disagree with Commissioner Norton's, but I think it also says we also need to be thoughtful of all businesses.
Is that too much? Is that
And that's okay,
discouraging?
right?
No, is that discouraging of what?
Businesses. We want these to be mixed use.
No, I actually
There
see
might not
this
be
as
standards then.
It'd be reviewing standards that we have, I'm guessing, in ordinances
to permit
a wide variety of businesses. So maybe maybe the nuisance ordinance needs to change to make sure that anything that goes into transition would be appropriate and not unsafe. Like, to me, this is saying, City of Ann Arbor, go review your ordinances to make sure that anything that you would put into this, any variety of business that you would put into this district would be appropriate and safe.
Well, I think it's a matter, I think we should actually get off this, actually. I don't
Yeah.
even speak. Let's move, because we've got so much to do, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we've got all those things that we don't know where to put. And we
All the
have to
things.
decide where to put them.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say if there's anything else. If we were moving on from this, I was going to thank Commissioner Adams.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
for
I
the
was
memo.
going to
This
just,
memo's amazing.
yeah, it's great, thank
We do
you.
need to vote on the whole thing.
That's where I was going to go next. Are there any other comments on any other parts of this memo? The parts that Commissioner Adams drafted and then that staff edited, which I think we talked about all the staff edits. Any other comments?
Just so I know whether we've cleaned it up.
Yep.
So now hub says light and transition says industrial.
Yeah, but I think we need to,
We're going to get to it? Got it.
we'll need to.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's not in this memo.
Okay.
When are we going to get to it?
I don't know.
Probably 2, Ann?
Yeah. I'm good with the memo as it stands.
Okay, should we just straw poll this memo? Is
Yes.
that- Or do you want us to vote on this memo?
That'd be great. A straw poll on the memo would be great. What I just want to make sure that I'm understanding, it is the memo as drafted with staff's edits, with the exception of the changes that were agreed to that Commissioner Dish proposed to bullet number 2, and to the recently completed modification straw polls that would strike the first change on page 120 on bullet 10, and the change that was all recently agreed to by Commissioner Lee on the second.
Yes, correct.
Yes, a straw poll memorializing all that, and then we're going to take this as our marching order.
Okay, so all those in favor to everything that Mr. Leonard just said about this response to the resolution, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Cool. We will move on then to 11A, that we move to 11B. Review the comprehensive plan second draft.
So,
Easy peasy.
I acknowledge that I was not part of the conversation here. I took a vacation.
Not allowed.
But my understanding is that you made a lot of progress on some of the areas that were identified in some of your comments for the map edits. However, you didn't resolve everything, and so what we've done is I think Michelle had included sort of a revised version that still had all the areas in place, but it separated all the ones that were resolved to sort of the end of the document. As part of that conversation, and this is where I'm getting way out, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that there was some processing struggle about how we make some of these land use decisions given the categories that you were deciding among. And so what we did endeavor to do was to provide a couple of options, just maybe different ways to think about it. You don't have to use any of them. You could go back to the maps and just use your existing categories. But we did consider a couple of options. The first is to expand or tier the residential land use category. So you might recall the residential land use category has gone through some evolution over the course of this planning process. And accordingly, right now, it has the potential to be very limiting to some higher density residential areas that existed in the city. And so, but at the same time, my understanding is that there was some trepidation, processing, concern about simply taking wide swaths of R3 and R4 zoning districts and presuming that transition district is the right thing for those as well. I think some of that is sort of in the vein of what Commissioner Bish was talking about, is the ambivalence or uncertainty that people have about what that means. Does it mean 3 stories? Does it mean 8 stories? And honestly, I can't sit here and tell you that I know what it means in those properties, because until we develop the zoning around that, I don't know exactly what that means. And so one way to approach that would be to bifurcate or to think about an aspect of the residential district that is a multiple family district that might provide some, frankly, more maybe suburban categories of residential that we have in a lot of places in the city. They're not 8 stories, but they are higher than triplexes in density. So that was one option. And then we also thought about, similarly with the transition land use category, approaching that. That seemed less ideal to us. The transition category seems well suited to corridor development, and particularly some of these areas are starting to get sort of removed from corridors. So it seemed, speaking for myself, that the residential might be a better laboratory to think about how we want to accommodate those. So that's what we provided a couple options. I lean towards probably thinking about a tiered or some approach to the residential land use category that creates something that resonates with the Planning Commission. But none of those options are wrong. And honestly was just trying to give you some options maybe that might have been responsive to some of the conversations that you were having before. Maybe they're not the right pathways, but they set you off on some way to think about these areas.
So I have been looking a lot at what is in the city. And the limitation to triplex poses a problem if the way it should be understood is that it is a limitation only to what is currently zoned R1 and R2. So it makes less of an issue. But the fact is that there are neighborhoods, like if you're going up Fountain, where there's actually an apartment that is oriented not towards the street, but it's like half of a cottage court. And it would not be incorrect in the principles of this plan, in my view, to make that impossible to rebuild, or to encourage that to, it's older, so to encourage that to be rebuilt as a Bigfoot. But it's in, I don't know what that zoning of that parcel is, but it is in a neighborhood of single-family housing. And so you could argue that the phrase larger structures where, the existing context warrants it, you could argue that that takes care of it, but I would be a little afraid that that's just not enough assurance. And so also, like, if you look by the cemetery that's near the Argo livery, yeah, there is a bunch of multifamily housing that's not tall, but it's big, it's many units, right? And I don't want that to not be appropriate. And so this is where I think that this is the issue that we're trying to get at. And so it seemed to me from I ended up agreeing with you that I feel like transition becomes something that I understand better when it is a corridor thing. And when it goes into these things that are built like suburban cul-de-sac developments, it's a lot harder to explain that. And have a principle for why it goes there. And so I think the idea of expanding and tiering the residential thing and understanding council's limitations to apply only to the tier that includes R1 and 2, and then taking seriously that argument that, well, it's perfectly appropriate to have a structure that doesn't meet those descriptions when it's already there. You could have another one of those, or you could rebuild that one. I'm not exactly sure how that works in this, but we're not zoning right now, so we don't have to answer that question. So to me, the expanding and tiering of R1 and 2 makes a lot of sense at what I look at when I'm around and out in the city. And the thing is that when we look at the maps, and this I think was happening to us last time, the zoning is often a patchwork. So R3 and R4 are together in a lot of places, and they're actually pretty different. Like R3 isn't all that incompatible with council's limits, but it's in with R4. So I think it would be helpful to have a clearly tiered residential. I don't know, so that's I'm going to stop talking now because you guys are smarter.
So I'll say this, it's going to muddy the waters, and you can take from it what you will. But one of the things that we've had in this, and one of the initial charges from council, was not reinforcing existing often exclusionary practices or policies. And one of the things that I'm struggling with is that our current zoning is based on existing exclusionary practices or policies. And so when you say like, oh, this is like, my house is an R4C, across the street is not R4C. And there are reasons for that, and there are historical reasons for that, and that is based pretty much on who lived in my neighborhood versus who lived across the street. And you see that in the historical businesses and the people who lived on my side of the street, and then the exclusionary zoning and histories on the other side of the street. And so when we're talking about like, well, what do? We don't want to change, we want all R4 to be transition, but all R3 or R2 should not be. We're kind of enhancing those historic differences and exclusionary policies. And so with what came from council, which is like, oh, we're going to limit residential, which I agree from some of the letters that came in is, why are we calling residential and transition when actually more people will probably live in transition and hub than in residential, that that we are continuing and actually increasing the differences, because right now, the difference between like an R4 and an R1, moving forward, we're talking about the difference between a residential and transition. Those differences are actually greater, and those are often based on historic exclusionary policies. So it's not it's late in the process to say anything like, I mean, we're not going to just throw out existing zoning and start from scratch, but I think that we need to be careful of saying, well, this neighborhood doesn't have these buildings, therefore it shouldn't have these buildings, is kind of what we came into this not to do. And so I worry that if we're splitting residential into all these categories, but we're not splitting transition into categories, or maybe we are splitting transition into R4 and R3, we're just kind of getting back to where we started.
No, I'm not saying that R4 is in transition.
Well, R4 is in transition.
I think that's one of the stumbling blocks.
I mean, most of the R4s are in transition, I think, right?
Some of those R4s are that suburban style development that I think doesn't fit.
The downtown R4s are in transition.
So part of the reason I think we're having this conversation is because staff and the consultant made some judgments. So I really appreciate a lot what you were saying, Commissioner Weatherby, but I guess I also want to state the obvious, is that I don't have a survey, but I would venture a guess that many, many comprehensive plans that are being considered by communities across the state and this country are very status quo plans. They're probably more dependent on a patchwork of zoning than this future land use map that has been presented to you. And so, I just want to acknowledge inherent in us taking this approach to really try to simplify it. I think we are making some steps towards trying to break down some exclusionary lines, because that's the patchwork of zoning that we've had for a long time. And Commissioner, I appreciate Commissioner White's needling me on this, whether it's 3 districts or 10 districts, that's breaking down a lot of boundaries, literal boundaries from 34 zoning districts, which I think we will get. I don't know what that number is, but because we are trying to sort of start anew, we're going to have to, unless we go back to a very patchwork, we're going to have to make some judgments like that. And I think to your point, I think you might be leaning into, well, let's just make them transition. And that's, you heard some perspectives on that. But,
or not.
Or residential. But because we're taking some big swings at that, if we are to do them residential and follow some of the way that that's evolved, I think it's creating some limitations. And so that's why I think that there's space for, maybe there's a different residential or another layer of residential that says, hey, all this stuff we've been talking about with 3 stories or triplexes or whatever, that's still really appropriate for the 1 and 2 family zoned areas or some other geography, frankly. But there are other things that might be appropriate for residential at a higher density, at a different typology, that might fall short of what 8 stories to 3 stories transitions might eventually evolve in the transition district. And so, I appreciate that, but I guess the point I want to get across is, I think you're making a lot of steps towards trying to fix some of that. These, I think, are some particularly sticky, challenging places to try to figure that out because of that history of patchwork. And it'd be easy if we went back to that patchwork, but nobody wants to do it easy. We want to do it right.
I think I was hung up on some of these areas before. I think after I looked at it again, I don't think I am. I like the staff recommendation, and Councilmember Dish, to your earlier point, not that you were supporting what I'm about to say, but I thought that with the change to residential that we just executed when we approved the memo making the change the council directed, there's already the flexibility on the units to account for variations within R3 such that we could make the R3 patches that we were struggling with residential without creating a recommended nonconformance to what's built. And do the same thing with the R4 districts that we were struggling with and move them to transition. We can't move those R4 districts to residential because of the height cap. But I'm trying to get back to what we're trying to do here, which is, I mean, we say it at council's direction now. We say, this is not a zoning map. This is a citywide vision. These districts are going to have to be made and adjusted and tweaked. The future land use map represents the city's values in physical form. It's a guiding vision, not a rigid mandate. I'd like to, rather than tackle every one of these or like crack open residential and redo it, I think the districts the areas that we've thought about here are perfectly appropriate to use in these areas. And if there are specific ones that we are really struggling with, I'm fine discussing them. But as a general matter, I think I'm at R3 needs to go to residential and R4 needs to go to transition.
Can I clarify when you said you like staff's recommendation? Which?
So at the top, they gave an example of what they meant by tiered. And I was comparing that against the language that we just agreed to put into the plan at council's direction. And if I find it here, I'll read it. The recommendation was, I'm sorry. Let me find it. Modifying residential, quote, via zoning districts that limit housing to a maximum of triplexes in some areas, and other zoning districts that provide greater housing quantity through greater physical potential without unit count limitations in other geographies. So going back to the request that we limit residential to duplexes and triplexes, but allow for larger building typologies where it's appropriate, that feels like, and I think Councilmember Dish's response to that is that that's kind of vague. That doesn't provide folks with a lot of certainty about what we mean. And that's very context specific and very kick the can. And I accept that. But I think this is a kick the can kind of document. We are kicking the can. We're kicking the can to zoning on a lot of these issues. And in terms of staying on schedule, doing a document that we agree with, it feels like we're getting hung up on these sort of edge cases when we've created a map that the heuristics that staff used to paint the map we support, and out of a sense of fidelity to the fact of this being a guidance document that is general, that is not rigid, that is supposed to be inherently a little fuzzy and executed via zoning, I'm more comfortable than I was a couple weeks ago with moving to sort of a, let's move all of these that we feel comfortable with to R3 that are, R3 should go to residential and R4 should go to transition. And if there are really, really hairy cases that folks have special problems with, then we can tackle those on a one-off basis.
So you're not wanting to tier the residential land use category. You're wanting to do exactly what you just said.
Not with any more changes than what council's already directed us to make and that we've already approved to make.
Okay.
I think in principle, that makes sense to me, and I would like to look again at some of, if we could quickly flip through the decks of the things that we haven't talked about yet and resolved to see if I concur with that generally.
Councilmember Dish might have some concerns about Pontiac Trail.
It's R4.
It's a mishmash.
It's R1, right?
Some of it's R4 and some of it's not.
Is it our site one?
So this is site one. So are you suggesting that we use that because that's our very hard case, or do we punt on site one like we did last time and do that at the very end?
I'm fine with doing it at the very end.
We can punt on that, and then also we have to do Argo. But so yes, I do have an issue with that one, simply because there is no. It is so far away on the CIP for any traffic relief that I would just be I can imagine a lot of anxiety about that from people who live there, even though nothing will change. But there would be some other places on here, like 14 and 15. And I am talking about sites. Yeah. And I think 14 might be a little better than 15, or a little, but I have a little hard time picturing these, but 14 I can really see. 14 is a kind of layout that I have a hard time justifying, or not justifying, but conceptualizing as transition, simply because it doesn't go anywhere. You guys know what I meant, so can you put it into words, because I've lost.
It's not.
I'm trying to figure out where this is.
It's not a corridor or a hub. This is hillside. I needed to look at Commissioner.
It's Hillside Terrace. It's Hillside Terrace.
Yep. I remember this now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
If this were to, and I don't know, I don't know height limits intimately here, like how dense this is, but what if we put this into residential with sort of like our new rules of, depending on the location, it could be taller than whatever, or more than 3 units, would it still fit in there?
That's what I was just going to look at in terms of what its height is, because the height is the limitation.
No, it's not just the height. It's also the fact that these things are more units, and they don't have a building form that looks like a row house or something like that.
But could we get, even if it was like redesigned, or could we get the same amount of like density that it has now, even if it's a different form, if we put it into residential with our caveat?
I'm not sure.
That's what she's
with
saying.
With our caveat, if we really take the caveat seriously, that where things are bigger, right?
Yes.
Where they're already bigger, we don't want
She's
them
on the
to
Google
have to be
Maps
small.
trying to.
Yeah, she's good.
Because I mean, if like random little pockets of R4 probably don't make sense in transition if they're sort of like islands.
I'd rather make a pocket of weird transition than recommend a I'd recommend a category that will make the height that already exists in that area non-conforming.
I don't think that it's the height. I think it's probably 2 stories. I think it's actually the building form that's the issue.
For this particular one.
Yeah. You have, Mr. Leonard, you have your.
Is it possible that these areas, per the direction that you adopted, so right now the residential category has identified that there should be areas where it is easy and our regulations support the development of triplexes. And there was conversation about, is that a floor or is that a limit? And if it's a floor, that means the residential category more broadly might have another aspect to it that is still part of the residential category, but it is not limited in units. It is more akin to what your district, the residential district, was before the commission started responding to city council resolutions. And so I would suggest that both R3 and R4 might that district might well be able to be crafted in a way that is going to be expressly more permissive than the resolution that you acted on earlier. And what that means is, with all the areas on the residential map, on the future land use map, there's going to be some areas that are basically going to be really emphasizing triplexes, and some that are going to be much more flexible, broad. And rather than bifurcating, I just offer that rather than bifurcating, trying to bifurcate R3 and R4 into one district or another, is that an appropriate way to do it? If that's the case, does the commission feel that it's going to be important to delineate those? Because I think that's part of the tension that might similarly apply to a transition district. I can sit here and say, oh, the residential is going to include everything from 6-story apartments with no limits to triplexes. And I think that there might be some desire to have a little bit more refinement of that, if even at the policy level.
I don't quite follow, sorry, I thought our residential category now is hard capped at 3 stories. I'm missing something.
I don't think it is. It is, their triplexes should be easy, and other units where appropriate
It's additional building types
may be appropriate. in other
allowed
buildings.
where consistent with neighborhood form and scale. If you really take that phrase seriously,
That's where,
Then we need to change the graphic where it says residential is small scale, 3 stories and under. If we're going to, I took the building type to be, multiplexes.
Right, like side by side.
Side by side, but actually I searched for this because I was like, how are we talking? The 3-story is in the graphic as like, that is, so I think that if we're going to think about residential being more than that, we should be expansive. This part, as far as I can tell, Wildwood is the tallest of the 3, and those are 3 stories. Maybe there's like basement, maybe like, or walkout basements in some of them. But I think that those all fit this form. So I think actually it all fits that 3-story height limit, which I think is the harder cap, the looser language about types of units. I think that would apply here. But these are not taller than 3 stories.
right, and 3 stories, again, we chose that language to acknowledge that 3-story buildings sometimes have a walkout basement, and they're still 3-story buildings, or so there. I'm good with that. There's still going to be some areas that I still want to talk about because there's some issues, but I'm sorry. Oops.
I'm sorry, so the plan says buildings up to 3 stories. 3 stories is an appropriate height for these areas. The council resolution never attacked that. So I'm a little lost on where we are.
Well, there has been 3 stories doesn't say exactly, because.
So the argument here is that in these pockets where the height actually is in the ballpark of that, residential is an appropriate category to apply given the flexibility that exists with respect to the other characteristics.
Even
though we have zoned for greater height and density in these areas. We're going to recommend a down zoning.
It's not, how many of them are actually height?
Well,
because a lot of the dense things are not tall, they're big.
Sure.
Yeah.
But that's built environment. It's unquestionable that R4 allows for higher than residential allows. So we will be recommending a down zoning for all of these pockets.
Given, it would be a down zoning from what most of them don't currently realize. That is correct.
Got it.
But they don't currently realize it.
Got it.
So it would be a down zoning from the paper. And I don't know if, so.
I don't think I'm going to support that. I don't think that's the right policy, and I'm just I'll be a vote against that for any of these corridors that we do that on.
Can I noodle a little bit? We were going through so I understood the logic of, as a first cut, taking the R3 and R4s and putting them into transition, and R1 and R2 kept in residential. And I understand the desire, the request we got from City Council to limit stories in residential, responding primarily to the R1 and 2 residential folks who don't want to see radical change from what they currently have. The reality is, though, because of these pockets where there is more dense development that exists within residential categories, we would box ourselves into effectively downzoning. But I don't think we need to go there, and I think we can still accommodate what City Council is asking us to do. And I don't think we need to do it by formally announcing tiers. If we added language to say residential area, where we were really struggling is where it really doesn't make sense to put this piece of residential property into transition because it's not close to a corridor or anything, even though it's already built out more densely than what an R2 or 1 would allow. So why, and this is a plan policy document, it's not a zoning code. I think the finesse here is that form and site considerations for residential districts, normally buildings up to 3 stories unless existing development is already built out more densely. And then following along those lines. And then we're not creating formal tiers. We're recognizing that some residential areas have already built out more densely. We're not going to force them to somehow downzone, but we're not forcing that typology into everything else that's residential, right? So can't we just finesse that description of the form and consideration and not do it through some kind of a formal tiering? And recognize there are places that are residential that are already more dense than R1 and 2, and that's fine. We're not going to downzone them. See what I'm getting at?
I do.
I don't think we need to over fine-tune for what we're trying to do with where the plan is. And then we would feel more comfortable in those places we were struggling with it. If we follow our logic, this should be transition, but it's really not a transition. It should stay residential. Okay, that's fine, because residential can allow for more dense development than what is in an R1, R2 if it already exists.
And I really do think we need to rename it for the reason that you said. And I'm uncomfortable as I think it through and as we talk about it, because transition is residential. It is a place where people will live. And so I don't know how to, and
People live in the hub too.
yes, absolutely, right, which is why the residential category needs to have a new name, because there's residential in all of our things.
You want to rename residential?
I do.
And you don't like districts, right? Like you don't want to call it a district? You want to call
Well,
it
I just want the
category?
plan to speak in terms of land use categories, because it's not a zoning
Like
document.
low-rise was the suggestion.
Right.
The residential land use area is, I would just, in its current state, provides for limited commercial opportunities. The transition zone, as we talked about, the hub zone, provide very wide-ranging, flexible uses. So I do think that there is reason to call it residential, because that is the primary use in that. It's not to say that there aren't residential uses in the transition district or in the hub district. Those districts will have residential uses. They will also provide a greater array of other possible uses, if I had to predict, than the current residential areas of the map will.
I suppose it would be completely absurd to rename it limited commercial. But I get the
I was
thing.
going to suggest flex. Because, honestly, it's like all of the things.
Okay. No, I mean, I'm trying to rename residential. You were going to rename. No,
I was going to rename transition.
No, I don't want to.
Because I don't
care
know,
about
like,
Okay, well, we're going to keep them named what they are right now.
Okay, all right. So
right, where do we land?
Well, I think there is a nuance that we are trying to create around what it means for existing denser typologies, most of which are not taller, but they could be, than 3 stories, to be appropriately categorized in the terms of this land use map, given the limit that council placed on residential areas that are currently zoned R1 and 2, and did not mean that to apply broadly to all currently zoned residential properties in the city.
So the language we inserted, additionally, as part of aligning zoning with land use categories, existing height exceptions in the UDC should be reviewed and reconsidered for removal in the residential district where 3-story form is intended to be the general maximum.
Did you write that?
I did. And we voted to approve it.
When was that? Oh, in your thing. Oh, that was in the memo.
So the council
Yeah.
requested change, a recommendation that height exceptions currently provided in the UDC be removed from the residential category. And this is, I understand, to be in response to arguments that, well, they said 3 stories, but they could get exceptions to 3 stories. And this was all to zap that out of our document.
No, exactly. That's for the sustainability
This
exception.
3-story
Right.
stuff is hard. Like,
Right.
it's intended to be a hard cap. That's why
For
we're...
for R1 and R2.
For R1 and R, for the residential district,
For the
yes.
low-
For the residential category, sorry.
For the residential category as defined in this version of the plan.
Yes.
Which is the formerly R1 and R2. But we don't want it to be, we want it to be more than that. Yeah, I don't know.
We're stuck.
We're stuck.
Thanks, council.
You're welcome.
Would it be, I mean, would it be helpful
Yes.
for the commission to have, I mean, I think part of the reason that the planning commission was responding to asks from the city council is this ambiguity that Commissioner Dish was talking about in this case, the residential areas. And I think making triplexes easy, 3 stories, I do think that a lot of that is because we only have a single color on the map, and it's broadly applied to both currently multifamily areas and single-family areas. And I again understand the resolution from council not to be an absolute cap on triplexes in the residential color on the map. But I do take from it largely a triplex cap on R1 and 2 areas traditionally of that area of the future land use map. And so would it be helpful for the Planning Commission to have a description of how, because you're missing the other half of a residential district that has not been constrained. Would it be helpful to have a description that is perhaps not a 3-story cap, but a 5-story cap? Because that is maybe that's a building code adjacent threshold where a lot of housing gets built in this country. And it is still primarily residential, but it is adding another description to that broad category on the map that's maybe a tier, or maybe it's a new color. Maybe it's residential 1 and residential 2. But would it be helpful for this exercise for us to just draft something for you to be able to see how that might relate to the map?
Just what would that be based on? Existing form?
I would, fair question. I would probably start with some aggregation of our current multifamily zoning district regulations, and I would probably try to find a middle ground that would accommodate a lot of the built environment in those districts that exist today. So like we talked about, R4E today has an unlimited height limit. Most of our R4Es probably are of a comparable scale. And so I would probably look at those districts and the development that happens, and I would just start with a regulatory description that might accommodate those. I think it would have some downzoning on paper, or that's a real downzoning, because we have areas in the city that have unrealized potential maybe among those. It might not be as wide as we think because of our open space requirements and other things, but it would also likely not be limited to 3 stories.
Right.
It would also likely not be limited to a triplex.
Right. No.
So it's a good question, but I would probably start with our current multifamily zoning and think about how we would describe that broadly to be sort of like the exercise of our single family, like what's the sweet spot? It might not be everything that we have, the full range of options now, but it's going to incorporate a lot of our options right now.
Chair,
Just an exercise.
Chair, just to, and I might go down in flames. I'm going to make a straw poll, just given that it's 11, to
Sure.
classify among the unresolved sites. So looks like there's 10 slides of 10 sites. That's not how they're named, obviously. Some of these are ag, right? The golf course is ag, and I'm not talking about the golf course. So everything that's R4 and R3. So that's, and I'm going to carve out site 1 as well, which is the Plymouth Road, Pontiac Trail that we want to talk about.
And the new one, 17, that was added, and then from the discussion tonight, I want to talk about Upland. And there are a couple of places on the map where R1s are in transition, and I'm a little bit worried about those.
So we can, let me just list them off,
Yep.
just so my motion's clear. So site 17, the R4A. Site 16, that looks like R3. Site 15, R4A. Site 14, R4A, R4B, R4C. Site 9, R3 and R4A, it looks like. Oh, yeah. Site 8, which is R3. Site 6, R3. Site 5, which is R4A, R4B, and R3. And those are the sites that my motion would apply to. Anything that's R3 moves to residential. Anything that's R4 moves to transition. And I just want to see whether there's support to do exactly that and disposition those sites in that way.
Okay.
So you're proposing effectively not to talk about any of those?
I'm proposing not to talk about them individually, to disposition all of them in one motion with a straw poll.
Not 17, though.
Yes, 17.
Okay, I can't vote for it.
Okay. I just want to make the motion and see where we are.
Okay. So we'll do just a voice vote.
So it's all the unresolved except for site 1. And the proposal is anything R3 goes to residential and anything R4 goes to transition.
You got it.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed?
Flames.
Wow, that was, you don't know what we're doing?
Well, I know, but I can't just yes, this
Yeah.
is fine in.
Did somebody second that motion, by the way?
Oh, I thought that was just a straw poll.
Oh, okay, all right.
I don't
That's fine.
think it was a real motion.
Okay,
Was it?
No.
Okay. He was just testing us
all right. Sorry for
because it's
disappointing.
11:05.
And I need a reminder on where did 2 and 3, those are among the ones that were resolved. Where did they go?
You got to keep scrolling.
No. I mean,
Oh.
where did we put them?
I don't
Did we
know.
put them in residential or transition? I took notes on almost everything last meeting, but I missed those two. Because 2 and
Let me see if I can find out for you, but it'll take me a minute.
I don't remember. In the meantime, I will just say, I think where I'm sitting right now at 11:05 p.m., I'm not opposed to talking about 2 different tiers for residential. I like the idea of visually seeing what Mr. Leonard proposed in map form. Kind of like how then things would land. And I'm concerned, again, that we're like sort of cherry picking these areas. Like really concerned?
That's what I'm thinking too, because there's a lot of R4 areas that are all single-family houses and have never been anything else. And so if we're just taking these, but they're long-established R4 areas, but like we're just saying, oh, those all of those go to transition.
And I feel like,
And
yeah, sorry, did you?
yeah, so it's just, I don't, like these particular ones were pulled out, but I don't know that they're the only ones.
Yeah, and I've kind of never shared where these bubbles came from. That's just sort of where I stand. It's like, I would be interested in seeing that map that you talked about. And I am not opposed to tiering residential, and I'm not sure the best path forward. Go ahead.
Can I
Yep.
ask just a question? It'd be like if my boss told me something I disagreed with and I pushed back. What is it? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, who's the boss in this case? Yeah.
I'm just wondering, what does that process look like?
Pushing back on city council?
Yeah, because I mean, this is technically our plan, right? I mean, they don't have to approve it, I guess. They would probably have to change it. I'm just, I feel like we're regressing, I suppose, and we're really going the wrong direction. I feel like the tiering is a compromise, so.
I don't know if I agree with that. I can't speak for the council.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of the concern, again, has been raised because people see a lot of diversity of experience in the category we are lumping together as residential on the map.
Yeah.
Similar to transition.
Yeah, right.
And I may be wrong, but I think a lot of the concern and constraint that the council has asked the planning commission can consider is frankly more tiered towards traditional single-family neighborhoods than every area on that residential map. And so I perceive that there is an opening and willingness on the council to consider that residential category, not broadly with a 3-story cap, but with a 3-story cap in the areas that make a lot of logical sense. So I've been wrong a lot, but that's my instinct. But technically, yes, you can say, nope, this should be, they have agency to say, nope, we're not ready to distribute this.
Yeah.
We think the planning commission missed the mark on these things, and they're going to tell you that.
Yeah.
So I want to just try again to be clear about the way that, about the reason why the residential thing isn't totally working for me and the transition.
Sure.
It's not just the names. And it's that I have a lot of new build in my ward that's dense. And how it's accomplished is not through height, and it's not gridded. It's a very suburban style of development, and so things are attached, and how you realize the density is you make things smaller and you stick them together. And so when I go to other parts of the city that are older, things are small there too, but they're separate. And so it is you can't envision greater density the same way in those two kinds of places. And what there is in my ward is more lawn than anyone really needs, although lots of people are attached to it, which surprises me, but I need to listen to that.
Yeah.
But because you get things stuck together. You get there, it's much more dense, or it's very dense, right? But it's not dense because it's tall. I mean, some of it is taller than the ranch houses. So when residents look at, and they hear 30 feet, they're like, oh, but everything around me is 1 story. I live in a district of ranch houses. And so they would feel like the idea that somehow it would be downzoning them to put them at anything less than 3 stories, they feel like, what? That's an amazing increase in height. And I'm not saying that therefore I want to back off from that. I'm just saying that the way this city has accomplished density has happened differently at different times when it was built and under different zoning regimes. So when you had smaller parcels, you accomplished density in one way, and when you had bigger lot size minimums, which are true in lots of Ward 1 and lots of Ward 2, and other wards too, but those are the only 2 that I really know very well in this way, you accomplished, it's just different. And you don't have through streets, you don't have grids. So this is what bothers me about the transition category applied to these places that are little islands with one exit. It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know, transition to what? You can't go from one side to the other, you know? And so that is troubling to me. And then, yes, they're very residential. It's hard to imagine them getting any commercial in them as much as I think it would be desirable. So I like what Mr. Leonard proposed of thinking about what do the R4s look like? And how could we have a portion of residential that would meet our desire to provide more housing opportunity, not less, but understand that, we get very focused on height, but that's just that's not actually the major way that the city has accomplished density.
And I think height is what people seem to be expressing the most concern with, which makes sense. And you can accomplish density. I mean, I lived in Washington, D.C., I lived in San Francisco. There are very dense areas of the cities where you're not above 3 stories. And they support commercial.
It's not just height, though, to people who are finding themselves in transition that from R4 are now envisioning multiple uses that weren't there before, right? So moving from residential, primarily residential, to transition is also broadening quite considerably the mix of uses that are allowable. And so that's why I'm pausing. I mean, we're kind of going back and revisit. I don't know that it makes sense to try and plan on a neighborhood basis like folks want to do, because I think that's a surefire way for everybody to zone everything out, because we don't want any change. But we're kind of heading in that direction, not so much in neighborhood, but in terms of the context of what's already built. And I think Julia's comment about entrenching bad patterns that were established is really hitting me. Like, we need to be mindful of that, too. So I keep coming back to, even in the reason I was hesitating with just kind of pro forma moving everything R4 into transition, which we kind of already did, it makes sense to me to do that along corridors where that makes sense. It makes less sense to me to do it for an R4 district that's completely residential just because it's an R4 and we don't want to downzone from a higher density residential. I'm not sure where that leaves me in terms of the way this dilemma.
But why we're looking at the areas that we're looking at is because they are zoned R4, and this map that we're looking at put them in low-rise residential. That's why we're looking at these, because they were downzoned. And so we're being asked to reevaluate Because
we're always coming back around to say we should make clear that if you're in residential, but you're already more densely built out in whatever form it is, we don't envision downzoning those areas. They will be allowed to continue to be built out at that higher density, which is getting away from a mandate that all residential is capped at 3 stories. I think we need to add nuance to get out from.
Yeah, but that's not the mandate, right? The mandate is the residential as it's defined, which is R1, R2, right? By the formula that we asked staff for and they gave us. They said, in general, we put R1 and R2 in residential and we put R3 and R4 in transition. They gave us that formula. Then we got this map telling us, no, actually, look, you've got a lot of R4 and a lot of R3
it should still be
in residential, which was supposed to be R1 and R2,
so
right?
What we're really talking about is a modifier of light residential.
Oh my God.
Sorry. But it also wasn't a downzoning before. We didn't have a unit cap. We didn't have unit recommendations, and we didn't have a height cap. So,
and that's a sort of.
If we had some flexibility to put a few of these R3, R4 pockets into residential and not recommend a downzone because we didn't have a height cap and we didn't have these other limitations.
Right. I think that was Mr. Leonard's proposal. That's how I took it.
And going back to the cherry picking, though, I'd be concerned that then there are things zoned R4 that were put in transition that were not called out because they weren't downzoned that might be single story, and we just don't know because we're not looking at them. And this brings me the concern of like, just why are we looking at this? If we're going to look at this, we should look at everything, but then you get to the zoning by neighborhood.
My biggest concern is this is tail wagging dog type behavior. We have these edge cases that aren't fitting cleanly into imperfect rules, but this is also a guidance document, and I'm trying, my proposal didn't pass, but I'm trying to find a proposal to treat this like a guidance document instead of a surgical zoning map and move forward with it, because I do not want to crack residential open again. I don't want to go back to council, and I don't want to defy council. So I want to take the rules I've got and apply them in a straightforward way at 11:17 on a Tuesday night and try to look at these. We've now spent almost 2 full meetings looking at, relative to our map, tiny pockets. And I just want to get through it. Like, we'll have an opportunity to be more surgical in the zoning map. And I don't have any heartburn about transition as a concept. It is definitionally flexible. It is definitionally broad. It captures a lot. The naming isn't great, but like, it's fine. It's fine. So is residential. It's limiting, but we got to deal with the limits.
In the effort to move this forward, would it be helpful, kind of going back to Commissioner Hammerschmidt's question about seeing a map that shows the two segmentation or the tiering, just so that we have a sense of context and scale of how impactful this would be? I know that you're reticent to do so. I mean, want to crack open.
For staff, like, would that be?
That's work, but I'm happy to try to accomplish that. I'm trying to find some pathway to help you wrestle with these decisions.
Do you want to straw poll a map?
I'm sorry, so what exactly would this map show us?
So what I would envision is a map that takes the residential area and perhaps tiers it, bifurcates it, somehow visually shows areas that generally, again, because I think part of this is trying to simplify, generally takes R1 and R2 areas and applies what you've responded to council on and identifies the remaining areas of the residential land use area and accounts for higher density, higher heights, but still primarily residential land use.
Which would be the R3 and R4 district areas that it doesn't make sense to put into transition because it's not along a corridor.
Yep.
I mean, I think it's not really cherry picking because a lot of the R3, R4 districts we're not looking at because it makes sense for them to be in transition, given their proximity to hub and existing transition areas. So the ones we're really struggling with are these pockets of residential that don't feel like they should be transitioned.
And again, this is a small portion of our map, and I'm really curious about, at least the ones that I've looked at, the current form is no more than 3 stories. Like, if we're going to take a straw poll, I'm wondering if it's everything that's left that's not on one of those things, like where people stand on that becoming part of residential. Like R3, R4 that have not already been cordoned off.
So how it was.
How it effectively was.
Mm-hmm.
I would rather take that vote than crack the map open or ask for more work.
Me too.
Okay.
Even if I lose that vote.
So what is it? What is your proposal again?
In terms of the vote again,
So we are voting then the areas that we have, all of them, I guess, right? All of the ones that we hadn't decided anything on?
Well, I think that some of them are in here because they actually are currently shown as transition, and there's questions. You are on one right now.
Yeah.
17, right? Like,
What about the ones that we resolved that we can't remember what we did?
Sorry, we're not going back to those.
Okay, fine. Okay, so 17, 16, 15, 14, wow, 12, 9, 8, 6, 5, and 1?
Yeah, I think that there's one, though, that you just mentioned that's the golf course. The ag
parcel. Not the ag one,
so
sorry,
we'll
not 12.
Yeah,
Okay.
but the rest of them.
The rest of them, how would we feel about bumping all of those, the R4s and the R3s, back down to residential from wherever they would have landed? That's what we're voting on.
Right, they're currently,
They are currently residential.
And keeping them residential.
Keeping them residential.
And I believe, but we can verify, I think that none of them are currently more than 3 stories.
I'm sorry, which ones are the exceptions?
The exception is just the ag one.
And 17.
What's 17?
All of them are more than a triplex.
Ann Arbor Golf and Outing is the ag.
All of them are more than a triplex.
Correct, they're multiplexes.
But with what we just talked about, who knows how long ago, if the form,
If you take that clause
Mm-hmm.
seriously.
this could be fine. Yes.
Correct.
Is what we think.
Bumping them to residential, then 17 can be there.
That's what I thought.
Because
Yeah.
that's what it needs to be.
Okay, so the vote then is everything but site 12. Right, it's site 12, right? Everything but the ag zoned, currently ag zone site, leaving it in the residential category.
With the understanding that the
As we just
densities
modified
that
it.
are there would be allowed to continue, that it would not lead to some kind of a downzoning in the future.
Right, because this is not zoning right now.
Okay, so yes, that works.
Well, we're gonna straw poll it.
Okay, no, but yes, and just because, I want to remind you that the council resolution that you got said that the triplex and 3-story cap were intended for residential as it was defined in this version of the comp plan, which is R1 and R2. So if the third version of the comp plan does what we've just said, then there are things that came into residential,
That weren't
came
there.
into the comp plan's residential from R3 and R4. The height is not capped. And the clause
unit number
The unit number's not capped,
the unit number and the height is not capped either.
but it's capped at 3 stories.
No, because the 3-story and the unit cap only applies to R1 and R2, because that's residential as this draft defines it. R3 and R4, what, you're going no?
No, that's not right.
No, that's why you're having this, because there are areas
Yeah.
that are not R1 to R2 residential was the starting point of building this map. The residential future land use map includes everything from R1 to R4 areas.
No, I understand that, but the council resolution applied only to R1 and R2.
Okay,
But you
yeah.
can't really do that because we're not gonna have R1 and R2.
I'd have to go back and look, but the current plan says that 3 stories is the general maximum for residential. The residential is defined by the land use map, and if we move all this stuff to residential in the land use map, we can cross our fingers behind our back and say that we didn't mean it, but we meant it. We said it.
Well,
And we have to change it in the text, and if we change it in the text, then it cracks open the issue that council wanted not cracked open.
Okay, so the problem is that on the page of the comp plan that talks about that you guys added to tell us how you got to what you got to, it.
I think it's at the beginning of chapter 5, right?
It was the conversion from.
Methodology.
It was, yeah, it was the methodology.
110.
Yeah, 110, it says residential is R1 and R2.
Yeah, exactly. And the council resolution that you got from council said this height limit and this unit cap applies to residential as it is defined in the second draft, which was R1 and R2.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, if we're not willing to say in residential that residential can be taller than 3 stories if these conditions are met, which we're not prepared to say.
We can't, yeah.
Then what you're saying is not true. We're
Well-
not saying it because we don't mean it. And the land use map, how we've defined our districts and what the land use map, that's going to drive what the zoning is. That's the recommendation. The process by which the original map was made is just background. It's just atmospherics. It's the legislative history. It doesn't control the land use map, and to the extent anything controls, it's a recommendation. But unless we're prepared to actually say and carve out a new exception that I don't think council wants us to carve out, you're the council member, you can tell me. But unless we're willing to say in residential that if a district was originally zoned R3 on X date, it can go higher, then that's not what we mean.
That would be a really weird thing to do.
I agree.
But I'm not having very much fun because I really did, I know that it was council's intent that this would not.
Burns Park was carved out.
No, it's not. It's really not. It's really not. It was council's intent that it was a limit for R1 and R2.
But that's going away, and
Yeah, and so right now, what we're struggling with is we want to simplify this. And so we want to make a more flexible residential category.
Well, the simplest two ways that I see is either going kind of what you, Commissioner Adams, originally recommended, which is like R3, R4 go to, or R4 goes to the transition route, or we do the tier route. Like otherwise, we don't create the segmentation that council's intent was. And so if council's intent was R1, R2, there is a triplex cap and a 3-story cap. Then I think the only way we accomplish council's intent is either through the designation of transition, a little probably cleaner from like the overall procedural standpoint, or create the tiering mechanism of, I say this in jest, but also kind of serious, heavier lighted residential, or that's kind of what we're talking about, right? And so I'm inclined, just for the purpose of clarity, I suppose, I'm actually like, if we're not prepared as a group to say like, and push back kind of like entirely on this idea of the triplex, then, and it's adhering to the creeds and the wishes of council, then I'm inclined to go the tier route. And that's where I think we take a look at the map to see how messy does it get for the cracking open of Resi, right, to a certain extent. But I think that's really our only two choice to accomplish the
The other option is going to R3. So my proposal was R3 and R4 are split into transition and residential, right? The third option is everything that we're looking at here goes from, whether it's R3 or R4, down to
Resi.
down to residential. And we were about to go in that direction, and some folks had concerns.
Yeah.
If there's a push to go crack open residential, I'd like a straw poll on it, because I'm going to vote no.
Okay, I'm going to vote yes.
I don't want to burn a month doing this. This is like 16 little
Well, but it's
tiny-
also important to, not these particular ones, but just in general, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I mean, this is the crux, really, of the comp plan in a lot of ways, is the 60% of
Land that's
land
zoned
that is
residential.
single family. And I think that's really what we're grappling with, is how to designate that moving forward, but it's a huge piece.
Yeah, but we're only talking about tiny slices of it, though. That's what's got us hung up. Absent those tiny slices, we would be moving on and we would be finalizing.
Well, I'm less concerned personally that with these particular
17 cases
than kind of what Mr. Leonard proposed, which is like, what does this look like?
On the ground build now.
Yeah.
Okay, let's straw poll the splitting of residential and doing a new map. A tester map? Is that what? No, not like, just what Mr. Leonard had suggested, like creating it so we could see what it looks like if you have like R1 and R2 in one color, joined by the R3 and R4, I'm guessing that are sort of similar in, like the ones on this,
The hard cases.
And then would those be in new? Those would be in a new.
They would be in a new category. And this is the thing, I think it's going to be so tiny that, well, sorry, that's why I'm going to vote no. I'm bifurcating.
Okay. I don't even know how I'm going to vote because I don't
understand the proposal.
Yeah.
The proposal I think that we should take a straw vote on is Mr. Leonard's proposal to tier the maps effectively.
The entire map, or just create a new category for these hard cases?
I think it'd have to be the whole map.
I thought it was the whole map. Mr. Leonard, what did you intend?
I would intend sort of starting with a residential description that includes two categories. One that is reflective of the city council direction and corresponding planning commission action, and another one that doesn't create nonconformities of R4 and RCs that are not along corridors. And then I would do my best to do some version of this future land use map that shows how that residential district might be shown differently based on those two factors. So we can talk about tiers or whatever. I really think it might be I would probably think about it as two different residential land use categories.
Do you think that includes things other than these 17?
I would start with these. I don't know. Until I sort of figure out how I'm going to build that map, I don't know. But I would probably start focusing on these because I think these are pretty indicative of the struggle that you're having. They're good laboratories to try that language out.
And what this would do, because I guess some R4s would be in transition, some R4s would be in this new thing, similar to some R3s would be in transition still, some R3s. So it's really less about the current zoning and more about the current land use and form.
The future land use too.
And some of the existing zoning is going to help sort of sleuth where those are at.
Right, of course. But I think that's the crux of the problem is it's zoned this one thing. In practice, it's this other thing. And there's a lot of anxiety but we're already dense and we're only 2 stories and now it's 8 stories. So, okay, so we are doing a straw poll on this notion of seeing what it would look like split up. Yes? Okay.
Crystal clear.
Crystal clear. All those in favor?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3,
5.
4, 5.
Opposed? 2. Okay. Do we think for tonight we can put this, whatever this was, to bed? These sites, this map situation?
Well, I think we need to...
Based on that, you need to wait, I think.
Yeah.
We just need to see.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you have a date certain for us? Are we discussing this again in 2 weeks? Are we still doing more comp plan stuff?
The comp plan is going
It's
to
forever and ever
continue
until we die?
it's
Okay,
done.
sounds great. I know it's really late, guys. And I know that based on what we did an hour ago, there's industrial language that needs to be cleaned up. I cannot remember if we got through the rest of the comments. We haven't done any of that, but we should not do that right now. But can you please note that there were 5 places that say light industrial in this document, and at least 3 of them need to be changed. Thank you. Okay. Can we close this one for tonight? Do we want to do anything with 11C? Do we have to vote to take up is this considered new business?
You would have to vote to take it up, and I would suggest you postpone it.
Great.
It's awfully late.
Could I put, but there's a couple more issues with the map that for me need to be on the table. We had a number of people speak about upland, and that is transition, but it is a spur. It's a spur, half of which is dirt that ends in a dead end. And while it is hemmed in on either side by multi-family and commercial and stuff, it is an entirely R1 street. So there's going to be a lot of anxiety, and it does not, again, it's one of those things that it's a spur. It doesn't lead anywhere, so it's really hard for me to, and it's an R1 being made into transition.
It's an R1?
It's an R1, yeah.
It's on a corridor, though. It's right by a bunch of commercial.
I know. It leads into, exactly, it leads into a corridor, but it's really, it's a dead end and it's a spur. And its existence as R1 has not prevented that corridor from growing, although clearly, I think we like to paint things all the same color. I can see it both ways, but it is definitely an incendiary area for for those reasons. And then there's a couple of other, there's some R1 on West Stadium that's going to transition, and there's R1 on Washtenaw near County Farm Park that is going into transition. And I just think these things are going to give us a lot of trouble. So I don't know, because you probably don't want to talk about them, because these are again issues of trying to put out fires before they burn the house down, and that's not really your job. But it just is a little bit hard for some R1 areas to be, having a 3-story triplex limit, and others being in this category of transition. Now, if we could have a description of transition that made it more clear and comforting that actually this is quite a wide range.
And tapers.
And it tapers, right? The problem for Upland is that it won't taper because it's adjacent to multifamily. Right. So that won't make them happy. But, yeah, so I mean, I just don't know what to do about that one. It's just a very odd little remnant. It's like an appendix. It should come out in surgery. Seriously, it's like a little zoning appendix. Little spur.
I mean, the
of a-
history that was there, because it was the junkyard in front that then got developed, that then it was the little rural residential area behind that, and it's remained that. There's been lots of places like that in the city. Do we keep it? Do we make changes? I get that people want to remain what they have, but is that our primary goal?
Right. It's not our primary goal, but this is definitely one thing that doesn't look like the other things in transition. If transition is supposed to be a connector between things, this isn't even, it's not paved, even. And so, yes, someday it will be, but does it need to be zoned right now as transition? Can this wait?
Is it hub? Because it kind of looks like red to me on the map, if I'm reading the map.
I hope it's not hub. I thought it was transition.
I actually thought, to be honest, that we were talking about Huron View.
No,
it's like behind.
Yeah, no, it's here.
It's Murfin. It's the extension of Murfin.
It's the extension of Murfin. Yep.
Right?
I don't know if it's in the. I didn't think it was in the orange dot. I thought it was in the yellow, but Mr. Leonard can check that. Anyway, I'm just putting this out here as something that I need to express here, because I can't try to influence things like this without your, voting me down or standing with me, right?
So the residential portion
Is transition.
But the first part of the street is hub.
Because it's on Plymouth. Yep.
Right.
Yep. So, yeah, I think it's kind of a mess there, so.
It's late.
Yeah.
Commissioner Dish, maybe you could send the areas in question. We're going to have to revisit these with the rest of the commission. We could add these for discussion.
Super. Yep.
Okay, so we are postponing 11C to maybe next time? Maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, that, and we do probably really should talk about 17, because that's the Argo Park area, the livery. That's really, in a classic sense, that's a precarious environment. And so whether transition is appropriate there, I think we need to think about that.
I think that'll get fixed in Mr. Leonard's new map.
I think so, too.
Yep. Okay. I'm going to move us along to agenda item number 12, public comment.
Oh, my God.
This is the second opportunity for individuals to speak for up to 3 minutes on any issue. We'll first hear from those present, then remote participants. To speak remotely, press star 9 if on the phone, or use the raise hand feature in Zoom. For phone access, call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. I think anybody that's online knows the drill. Is there anyone present who would like to speak at this time?
Yes, I'll keep it brief. Cool. It's late. I appreciate you guys thinking about the tiered residential. I also want to vocalize my support in the name of expediency, which Mr. Adams called out, and I think Commissioner Mills, you suggested if we simply take these 17 sites and make them all residential and move along, I think that would be excellent as well. But again, you guys are the experts. And yeah, I appreciate you sticking up for these weird oddball situations, because I think for residents, of which I'm one, that this can feel very scary and overwhelming, and like a lot of change is being imposed upon them. I think these small instances, if we get approached with some flexible thought, I think actually do gain a significant amount of political capital, right? And buy-in and community support. And so I do think these little, Charlie Brown Christmas trees on the map are really important and could have a lot of positive impact on the success of the plan, or at least the reduce the friction of the plan. So thank you all again, and good night.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else in council chambers, do we have anybody remotely who has indicated that they would like to make a comment?
We do. Adam Juskevich, you can unmute and address the Planning Commission for up to 3 minutes.
Hey, Adam Juskevich here, Las Vegas Drive in the 4th Ward. I live in the Dickin neighborhood, which is really close to that strip of West Stadium that Councilmember Dish mentioned. That's in the current map is highlighted as transition. And one of the things I'm really looking forward to with this new comprehensive plan is the ability to see some more density, and in particular more commercial uses along areas like West Stadium near my neighborhood. I mean, that's, when I take the bus to go downtown, my bus stop is right along that strip of West Stadium. It's a short walk from my house. So I'm really hoping that, and I believe a lot of that is R1 currently, and I'm really hoping that with these changes that you're discussing just now, that we would not lose that being transition, because I'm really looking forward to having that densify. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other speakers, Chair Hammerschmidt.
All right. Agenda item 13 is, I'm going to close the public comment. Agenda item 13 is commission proposed business. Does anyone dare? All right. 14, adjourned. Moved by Commissioner Mills, seconded by Commissioner Weatherby. We are adjourned.